Chapter 800. The sudden appearance of these 6 black-robed men caused Long Chen's hair to stand on end. Even though he was not present, he still felt a sense of fear. At this moment, he held his breath, fearing that his unusual movements would alarm Kitten and cause Kitten to make a move. However, thinking that he could control the Void Dragon Talisman and summon Kitten back, Long Chen did not have to worry anymore. "I'd like to see what you mysterious black-robed men are up to." Kitten, who was in Micheng, felt that Long Chen had stopped his cultivation and heaved a sigh of relief. He carefully hid his body. Kitten was not afraid of these people at all. It was just that he was now occupying the body of the demonic beast Dream Demon. The Dream Demon was a demonic beast, so his nature was still there. When faced with the threat of an expert, he would naturally tremble. At this moment, Kitten was trying his best to control his body to stabilize himself. Then, he stared at the group of people to see what they were doing. A total of 6 people were standing outside the 5-color altar. At this moment, one of them took a step forward. Without saying anything, his hands began to move in a complicated manner. Rays of purple light surged from his hands like ribbons. Very soon, he took a few steps back. Then, Long Chen saw that the 5-color altar that had disappeared actually began to appear again. Moreover, it was still in that misty state. The 5-color altar lit up for a short while before completely disappearing. The appearance of the 5-color altar was within Long Chen's expectations. It seemed that these people already knew the 5-color altar like the back of their hands. Long Chen observed carefully. At this moment, he suddenly saw the hands of the person who cast the spell earlier. His hands were revealed from the long black sleeves. The hands inside were actually a pair of claws covered with purple scales. Neat scales, sharp claws, and rays of dark purple flowing light flowed within them. It had a kind of power that could make one's soul tremble. This person, could he be a beast warrior? However, in a non-combat situation, why would he transform into a beast spirit? A trace of doubt flashed through Long Chen's mind. After the 5-color altar disappeared, under Long Chen's expectation, they began to talk. Talking as if there was no one else around was a way for Long Chen to obtain more information. Long Chen was waiting for them to talk. The man who cast the spell before let out a sinister laugh. It was very terrifying. His voice sounded like it came from the 9 serenities of hell. It didn't sound like a human at all. The entrance of the 5 Emperors' mystic realm will open a month before the primordial cemetery closes. Once they are done with this childish competition, it will be time to throw out the last mystic, the Arch Key. Where to put it? The same sinister voice came from another direction. Since it's the mystic Thearch's key, I'll leave it at Tianyi Water City. Hee. After waiting for so long, the treasures of the 5 Emperors are finally going to belong to us. Those damned 5 Emperors, even if they were to die, they would still set up such a huge restriction, preventing us from obtaining the treasures. I've already opened the primordial cemetery many times without success. This time, it's finally the time. Who is it? The 6 people looked at each other and smiled. Through the moonlight, Long Chen seemed to see their faces that were different from ordinary people. Who? One of the men looked in the direction of Kitten. Long Chen was shocked. Without hesitation, he quickly called back the Void Dragon Talisman. As the distance was close, the Void Dragon Talisman had already fused into Long Chen's chest in a short moment. At the same time, Kitten had also entered the Void Realm. Previously, they did notice a small movement at Kitten's side. However, Long Chen guessed that when they couldn't see Kitten, they would think it was just an illusion. After all, in their understanding, there was definitely no one stronger than them in the entire primordial cemetery. Who are these people? Why are they so strong? Every one of them gives me the feeling that they are more terrifying than Biyao and the others. The stronger a person was, the more terrifying they were. In addition, from their conversation, Long Chen heard an even more shocking news. The goal of those black-robed men was actually the 5th Arch treasure. This primordial graveyard is indeed being manipulated by someone. The manipulators should be them. They made us people from the Myriad Kingdom's domain come here to open the treasures of the 5 emperors. Moreover, they have the key. The reason why they didn't go in and take it themselves should be because the 5 emperors had set a restriction. With their strength, it's impossible to take it away. You're right. At this moment, Kitten had already come out of the void realm. He let out a breath and said, "Luckily you reacted quickly. Otherwise, this god would have been cut into pieces by those monsters." "Kitten, if that's the case, wouldn't it be very dangerous for us, Bylon and the others to fight for the 5th arch treasure? Would we all be killed in the end? Even if we get it, it would be for nothing." Kitten rolled his eyes and said, "How would I know? Wealth comes from danger. To be honest, if you want to go to the 3 imperial domains, without the 5th arch treasure, even if you lose a lot of opportunities, you still have to fight for the 5th arch treasure no matter what. According to what they said, there are still 5 months left. We can't be anxious." That makes sense. Long Chen's belief couldn't be defeated just because of this. "Right, you know who they are, right?" Kitten asked. "I don't know. I'm waiting for you to answer me," Long Chen said with a smile. Although the pressure was great, he had experienced all kinds of pressure. Compared to the pressure at the end, this should be nothing. Kitten put on a scary expression and said nervously, "To tell you the truth, they are demons from the desolate imperial domain. They are also the descendants of the demon race that killed the 5 thearchs in the Middle Ages. Don't think that they are humans. In fact, they are all demonic beasts. They are very powerful demonic beasts among the Emperor realm. Even if they transform into human form, they are not much different from a real human. 6 super demonic beasts, no, it should be the demon race. So it's them." Long Chen finally understood. Everything made sense now. It turned out that the descendants of these demonic beasts coveted the treasures left behind by the 5 thearchs. That's why they designed this game in the ancient graveyard to make the experts of the Myriad Kingdom's domain come here to search for the treasures. It was all for the people of the Myriad Kingdom's domain to take out the treasures, while they reap the benefits in the end. If this matter were to spread out, those who coveted the treasures of the 5 thearchs would definitely be scared out of their wits. Bylon and the others probably wouldn't enter the 5 thearchs' secret realm anymore. However, Long Chen thought of another side. If I leak this information out and cause panic among the people, no one will dare to go to the 5 thearchs' secret realm. I'm afraid that the demon race will kill everyone in the ancient graveyard in a fit of anger because of the failure of their plan. This was a big matter. He definitely couldn't act recklessly. I can't leak it out for the time being. There are still 5 months left. I'll see what happens then. The Divine Wind faction and the 5-Element Alliance have nothing to do with me. However, I owe Bylon and Lei Ji a favor. When the time comes, I'll secretly inform them so that they can be mentally prepared. Don't worry too much. Kitten said cautiously, since the seniors of the Myriad Kingdom's domain have set a limit on their treasures, they might have already guessed the current situation. If you can obtain the treasures of the 5 thearchs, you might be able to leave safely. They won't let their treasures be taken away by others for nothing. Long Chen thought about it carefully. It seemed that Kitten's words made sense, so he nodded. I'll put this matter to heart for now. I heard from Sushua that the metal spirit is quite strong. I can't be careless when dealing with him tomorrow. Time passed in the blink of an eye as he silently cultivated. Soon, the sun rose again the next day. At first, no one came to disturb Long Chen. When it was almost noon, Bylon and the others were ready and came to Long Chen. After saying a few words, they headed in the direction of Micheng. Are you ready? Bylon asked. I'll definitely succeed. Long Chen smiled confidently. That's good. It's all up to you today. Among the group, the one who was the most confident was Long Chen himself. As for the others, they were a little worried about Long Chen's battle. After all, the metal spirit was famous for being a martial arts fanatic. He had never tasted defeat from beginning to end. For Long Chen to encounter him in his first battle, it could only be said that he was a little unlucky. The martial arts competition of the 9 clans was the grandest competition in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Although it was held in the ancient cemetery this time, there weren't many spectators. However, the people from the 3 major forces were also quite cautious. Before the time was up, the people from the 3 major forces had already gathered here. Feng Lu had already been sent back to the Golden Colossal City to chat. Therefore, the Wind God's faction had lost a lot of people. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Long Chen once again shamelessly hurt Feng Jilin. This caused Feng Jilin's face to naturally show an extremely cold expression when she saw him. A dense killing intent spread out from her. It was the same for Wu Guanyu. Compared to Feng Jilin, Wu Guanyu was much more pampered. His mother was a supreme expert of the god race. Hence, ever since he was young, he could do whatever he wanted. No one could control him. Of course, Wu Lian had strict requirements for his cultivation. Hence, in terms of cultivation, Wu Guanyu was still very strong. Ever since he started cultivating, Wu Guanyu had never tasted defeat. Long Chen's domineering manner in dealing with Feng Jilin made him feel fearful. In the end, if you can survive the test of the metal spirit, then I can teach you a good lesson. Of course, if you can't even pass the test of the metal spirit, then you are not qualified to be my opponent. Chapter 801. At this time, the 9 clans had gathered. Xiao Lang was also following behind Wu Guanyu. Now wasn't the time to fall out with the divine race, so Long Chen had Xiao Lang stay there. Once the youth tournament was over, Long Chen could take Xiao Lang away. With Bai Lan's cover, Wu Lian wouldn't necessarily be able to hurt him. After arriving, Xiao Lang and Long Chen looked at each other and didn't say anything. Long Chen's gaze found Jin Ling in the 5-element union. At this time, Jin Ling was standing together with the old man Jin Zhu. Jin Ling's entire body was shining with a metallic luster, giving people a feeling of sharpness. Today was the peak battle between Long Chen and Jin Ling. It had nothing to do with the Wind God's bloodline. At this time, the people of the 5-element union were looking at the demons with provocative gazes. Jin Zhu, who was above the 5 patriarchs, was sizing up Long Chen. After the demons stood still, Jin Zhu cleared his throat and said, "Brother Bai's vision is still as sharp as ever. With just a daughter, you were able to win over a young genius. I admire you." These words were said in a mocking tone, implying that the demon race didn't have any true young powerhouses. This Long Chen was only deceived by his beauty. Bai Lan didn't care about these opinions. He smiled faintly and said, "Senior Jin can also let your daughter marry Long Chen. However, your daughter is estimated to be more than 500 years old. I don't know if Long Chen would like her." With that, he burst into laughter. It wasn't just him, the lightning demons couldn't help but laugh as well. Although Bai Lan wasn't young, he'd spent the earlier stages of his life painstakingly cultivating. This was why he'd gotten daughters late, and 2 in a row. Being countered by Bai Lan, Jin Zhu didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, "That won't do. Don't say that this old man's daughter doesn't have the looks and capital to attract this little brat. My 5-element union also doesn't do such a thing. Our young experts are all raised by ourselves, not brought back. My 5-element union also has many beauties, but the beauties of the 5-element union only belong to the youths of my 5-element union." In response to his words, Bai Lan smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He looked around and suddenly shouted, "Long Shuka isn't here yet. This old man is here." Following Bai Lan's words, a figure rushed over from the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust with each step he took. Soon, he arrived at the center of the crowd and chuckled, "Everyone, my apologies, this old man is late. Last night, this old man almost died on a woman's belly, so I came today. Can you stop with the nonsense?" When the Long Shuka was talking brilliantly, Wu Lian interrupted him with a stiff tone. Although this woman was shrouded in a veil, her figure was first class. Her whole body was full of the temperament of a mature woman. There was a trace of foxy charm hidden in the depths of her cold eyes. Her snow-white skin was like mutton-fat jade, so delicate that it could be broken with a blow. She didn't look like a woman who was already hundreds of years old. Her situation was similar to Bai Lan's. They had children relatively late. For example, in the younger generation of the Five Elements Alliance, the majority were their grandchildren, or even great-grandchildren. The road of cultivation was incomparably difficult, but the benefits were quite big as well. As long as one reached the heaven realm, they would basically have a lifespan of 500 years, and if they cultivated even deeper, they would have even more. Those ancient experts were all horrifying existences, and the experts that Long Chen saw right now, when compared to experts like the Five Emperors, were basically nothing. Hearing Wu Lian's scolding, Long Shuka immediately shut his mouth and looked at Wu Lian with an innocent expression. His expression was very annoying. When Wu Lian's gaze became even colder, he stopped and said, "Since everyone has gathered, it is already noon. The three great powers should all retreat. For the first battle, Evil Dragon Chen of the Thunder Demon Tribe and Jin Ling of the Five Element Alliance will stay here." Everyone nodded and left. After they left, Su Shui told Long Chen to be careful. Then, she left with the others. They left a vast space for Long Chen and Jin Ling to fight. They could fight freely in this barren land. In this land, the only one standing next to Long Chen and Jin Ling was Long Shuka. As a notary, he had another responsibility. When someone admitted defeat, he had to save that person within a short period of time. As someone at the same level as him, he would definitely be able to tell if he did his best at that moment or not. However, there was a notary. Over the years, many people had died in battles. So, once they confirmed that they were no match for their opponent, they had to admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would really die there. Let me make it clear to the two of you first. If you're sure that you're no match for your opponent, then admit defeat as soon as possible. Don't persist until the last moment. If I can't save you in time and you die or break your arms or legs, you can't blame me or your opponent. This is the rules set by the ancestors of your 9 clans, not by me. After solemnly reminding the two of them, the Long Shuka retreated with great interest. He was about 30 meters away from the two of them. This distance could allow him to reach them in an instant, and it wouldn't affect their battle. Everything was ready. Long Chen had always been a straightforward person. So, when Long Shuka left, he had already transformed into a dragon soul in a short moment. Blood-red dragon scales covered his body, making him look majestic. The way of the beast warrior is the last way after all. Only the way of the real martial arts and the way of the military martial arts prevails in the Emperor domain. That's why there are 2 great Emperor domains in the Emperor domain, True Martial Emperor domain and Sword Soul Emperor domain. There is no so-called Beast Soul Emperor domain. However, the Emperor domain is ruled by the Demon Clan. In the Desolate Emperor domain, you're a beast warrior, so you're destined to have no room to rise and become a real expert, unless you give up the way of the beast warrior. Before the battle, Jin Ling suddenly said after seeing Long Chen's appearance. Long Chen had been wondering why beast warriors were so rare. It turned out that beast warriors were no longer popular in the higher realms, especially in the Imperial domain. The reason was very simple. Firstly, beast warriors refined beast souls and used beast souls to increase their strength, but it couldn't be considered a great way. Secondly, there were countless demon clans in the desolate Imperial domain. They would allow the beast souls of their clansmen to be refined. Even the people from the Sword Soul Emperor domain and the True Martial Emperor domain wouldn't dare to refine such a high-level beast soul. After all, the population and territory of the Desolate Emperor domain were greater than that of the other 2 Emperor domains combined. Of course, the number of experts didn't equal strength. In the Sword Soul Emperor domain and the True Martial Emperor domain, the number of super experts in the Desolate Emperor domain wouldn't be less than that of the other 2 Emperor domains. In the eyes of the public, Long Chen was actually a beast warrior. Of course, no one would know that he was actually a one-in-a-million dragon martial artist, an ancestral dragon martial artist. Jin Ling's words only allowed Long Chen to understand a little about the Emperor domain. Long Chen wasn't discouraged by the discussion about beast warriors. After all, he wasn't a beast warrior. At this moment, he smiled faintly and didn't comment on Jin Ling's words. Instead, he said, "Let's do it. There are still 3 battles left. We can't let others wait for us." Jin Ling, who was a cold cultivation machine, was moved by Long Chen's calmness in the face of such a disadvantageous situation. He was different from Wu Guanyu. Wu Guanyu's face was filled with arrogance and desire, but Jin Ling only had one thing on his face, which was to fight and kill. If their strengths were equal, Jin Ling would actually be more terrifying. After hearing Long Chen's words, Jin Ling fell silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly moved and charged towards Long Chen. Die! A loud roar resounded in the sky. The metal spirit was like a giant beast as its roar reverberated in Long Chen's ears. Whoa! Jin Ling didn't use any moves. He crazily operated the genuine essence that belonged to the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, so that all his genuine essence could be instilled into his body. His body had the power of the 3rd level of the innate golden body. In fact, when the innate golden body was activated to its final state, Jin Ling's body would turn into a bronze-colored skin, which looked extremely hard. At the same time, there were golden symbols and light flowing in his skin. My 3rd level of the innate golden body is no worse than your 7 glorious star body. Then let's have a try. Long Chen's 7 glorious star body was forged by him with star gang qi. He had suffered so much, so his 7 glorious star body was naturally strong. However, Jin Ling wasn't weak either. On his fist, Long Chen could even vaguely see the gold-devouring qi. Now you understand. The reason why I can activate the 3rd level of the innate golden body is because I have been forging and cultivating in the gold-devouring qi. I have endured endless pain to achieve what I have today. My master once said that in the Myriad Kingdoms territory, there are few people who are my match in terms of physical strength. Long Chen finally understood. It seemed that Jin Ling was also a madman who would torture himself in order to improve his strength. The power of the gold-devouring qi was similar to that of the star gang qi. At this time, when it exploded in his fist, it immediately caused a terrifying attack. However, Long Chen's 7 glorious star body had a systematic cultivation method and the blue star nucleus. In terms of level, it was still a level higher than Jin Ling's innate golden body. At this time, Long Chen stood still and suddenly punched. The star gang qi condensed into a purple dragon and rotated around his arm. With a bang, the purple fist energy and the golden fist energy collided with each other. Suddenly, the earth shook. Boom! That huge impact force, along with the fierce power of the metal-devouring qi, poured into Long Chen's body. Long Chen clenched his teeth and endured it, using his own Jin Yuan to melt away the metal-devouring qi, and then he stood firmly on the ground. But Jin Ling's situation was a little worse. I recommend my good friend Great God Chen Hui's fantasy book, Heaven Defying. If you like it, you can read it. Chapter 802. In terms of physical strength alone, everyone could easily see the difference. Long Chen, who had obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords, was blessed by the heavens. He had successfully cultivated the 7 brilliant star body. In terms of body refining battle techniques, Long Chen was able to suppress Jin Ling, who had always been famous for his battle body. At this moment, Jin Ling was directly sent flying. He tumbled a few times in the air before stumbling to the ground. When he landed, one could see that the bronze-colored hard skin of his arm that had punched out was now covered with wounds of various sizes. Streaks of blood had appeared on it. At the same time that his metal-devouring qi entered Long Chen's body, Long Chen's astral qi also entered his body at the same time. A large amount of astral qi had an even greater destructive power than the metal-devouring qi, so the metal spirit was slightly injured from the beginning. Of course, this was only a flesh wound, it didn't matter. But if the internal organs and bones were injured, it would be a serious injury. The 7 brilliant star body is indeed not simple. Seeing Jin Ling suffer at the beginning, the people of the 5-element alliance naturally felt bad. They all looked at Long Chen with jealousy and resentment. In the eyes of the people of the 5-element alliance, they were the true descendants of the 5 emperors. Everything in the immemorial cemetery should belong to them, including the 7 brilliant star lords, who were once the subordinates of the 5 emperors. His inheritance should also belong to the 5-element alliance. He's just relying on the legacy of the 7 brilliant star lords. Brother Golden Spirit's battle body is something that he cultivated painstakingly with his metal-devouring chi. Someone like Long Chen, who gains something without putting in any effort, is nothing at all. He's just lucky. The people of the 5-element alliance discussed like this. Ancestor Jin had been carefully observing the battle. When he saw that Jin Ling was actually at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. My disciple's hard work has surpassed everyone, and has far surpassed Long Chen. It's just that he doesn't have Long Chen's luck. If he had the opportunity, he would have left both Wu Guangyu and Long Chen far behind. The reason why they said this was because they didn't know how difficult it was to cultivate the 7 brilliant star body, especially to cultivate it to the level of Long Chen. In addition, they didn't know how Long Chen climbed from a small place to this level. In terms of hard work and desperation, the seemingly indifferent Long Chen was actually many times stronger than Jin Ling. Of course, this was only the first battle, so it couldn't be considered a true victory. For Jin Ling and Long Chen, this was just a small test. Very good, let's go again. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Jin Ling was. At this moment, he looked at Long Chen with a twinkle in his eyes. His figure burst forward like a whirlwind and he attacked Long Chen crazily. Jin Ling was not a fool. This time, he used real combat skills to fight against Long Chen. I've cultivated the combat skills of the 5 major clans of the 5-element alliance and made many breakthroughs. You've obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lord and have the 7 brilliant star body. I admit that I'm not your opponent in terms of combat skills, but there's not much difference between us. My cultivation and breakthroughs in the combat skills of the 5 clans are enough for you to have a good taste. He was originally from the Jin clan, but under the training of Ancestor Jin, he had even cultivated the combat skills of the 5 clans. It seemed that Jin Ling was about 40 years old. Of course, for these powerhouses, a 40-year-old was still considered a youth of the younger generation. At least in terms of appearance, Jin Ling was very different from a person in his 20s. He only looked a little more mature than Long Chen. Long Chen's real age was only 20 years old. Therefore, in reality, he was much more powerful than Jin Ling and the others. Spiritual origin surged violently on Jin Ling's body. The 18 martial meridians and 9 apertures were all activated. Spiritual origin rolled on Jin Ling's left and right hands. The spiritual origin in his left hand surged like a burning flame, while the spiritual origin in his right hand was as cold as ice. This was obviously the combat skills of the Fire Clan and the Water Clan, but he was using them at the same time. Furthermore, they were of completely different attributes. His move was similar to the 5 Emperor Seals. The 5 Emperor Seals were left behind by the predecessors to Long Chen, while the method of combining water and fire was probably something that Jin Ling had figured out himself. It seemed that Jin Ling was also very talented in the cultivation of martial arts. Crimson Brightness Fist of the 9 Heavens. Icy 9 Provinces Seal. A punch and a seal were used by Jin Ling at the same time. What was even more abnormal was that the Crimson Bright Punch of the 9 Provinces Seal and the Crimson Bright Punch of the 9 Provinces Seal were clearly Emperor-level combat skills. They were both comparable to Feng Jilin's Thousand Hand Seal. Originally, the 2 attacks were nothing in Long Chen's eyes, but when they attacked Long Chen, they fused together. It's a killing move right from the start. In front of Long Chen's eyes, the fist shadow turned into a surging red fireball, while the icy 9 provinces seal was like an iceberg, crashing towards Long Chen. The power of water and fire mixed together under the control of the metal spirit. These two attacks were extremely compatible, but the metal spirit had a powerful battle body, so this level of attack couldn't injure his body. Long Chen squinted his eyes. Jin Ling was not his ultimate opponent, so Long Chen did not want to use his strongest move to deal with Jin Ling. That was a gift he had left for Wu Guanyu. Although the combination of water and fire was powerful, Long Chen had greater attainments in the use of mixed combat skills. Long Chen stretched out his right hand. On his palm, the golden gold Emperor seal and the green azure Emperor seal shone at the same time. The two powers combined and formed two dazzling Emperor seals under Long Chen's palm. Under Long Chen's control, the two Emperor seals shot out at the same time. Azure Emperor Heaven Raising Seal. Golden Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. Compared to the other party's attack, both the green the Arch Heaven Raising Seal and the golden the Arch Heaven Covering Seal were slightly stronger than the crimson bright Ninth Heaven Fist and the ice chill 9 provinces seal. A shocking battle erupted at this moment. All sorts of violent forces surged and mixed together to form an explosive force. At this moment, the two great Emperor seals fused together and caused a huge explosion. Break. This time, Long Chen was no longer in a passive position. He released his power crazily, causing the explosion of the two Emperor seals to reach the highest level. Rumble. In front of Long Chen, a huge pit was blasted into the ground. Be it the dust or the power, under Long Chen's strong driving force, they all rushed towards his opponent. Although the explosion of the crimson bright Ninth Heaven Fist and the icy 9 provinces seal was powerful, Jin Ling was not one of the 5 emperors. His fusion could not compare to Long Chen's fusion. In the previous battle of physical strength, Long Chen had defeated his opponent directly. Although physical strength was one of Jin Ling's proudest strengths, it was still not enough. But now, Long Chen had defeated Jin Ling again with the power of the fusion battle technique. Moreover, this fusion power was also one of Jin Ling's proudest skills. Both of his proudest skills were in the hands of Long Chen. This made Jin Ling a little mad. He knew that Long Chen was not easy to deal with, but he did not expect Long Chen to suppress him in his proudest area. This made him feel extremely defeated. Impossible, Jin Ling was not the only one. The others did not expect such an outcome either. Long Chen was still standing calmly in the distance. He was not injured at all. However, Jin Ling rolled a few times on the ground. This time, his injuries had spread to his body, causing him to be covered in dust and blood. In the previous battle, Jin Ling was completely defeated. However, despite being covered in blood, he still stood up resolutely. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but there was also an unprecedented passion and seriousness in his eyes. It seems that this child is excited. Not bad, he has indeed found a real opponent, an opponent that can make him go crazy. After seeing Jin Ling's performance, Jin Zhu was not disappointed or angry. Instead, he said happily. Hearing his words, the others heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that Jin Ling would be defeated. Long Chen was also looking at this fellow. He had a hunch that according to Su Shui, this fellow should have other trump cards. In terms of physical strength and fusion battle technique, Jin Ling was indeed very heaven-defying. It was just that Long Chen had suppressed him in all aspects. At this moment, Jin Ling was like a wild beast, charging towards Long Chen crazily. You are not bad. You have the qualifications to make me risk my life. Jin Ling's eyes had already turned blood red. His body possessed a powerful regenerative ability, and his wounds healed automatically. Only a few bloodstains remained on his bronze-colored, metal-like skin. As expected, Jin Ling was proficient in the battle skills of the various races. Furthermore, he could easily use many of the king-tier battle skills. He could even fuse 2 of them together. Of course, this was his limit. Jin Ling could even use the king-tier battle skills of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth races. Among the 5 races, there hadn't been such a genius for a very long time. It had to be said that Jin Ling was really heaven-defying. Other people who hadn't reached the heaven realm might not even be able to learn a single royal-level battle skill, but Jin Ling had learned all of them, and the one he was most proficient in was Jin Zhu's cultivation method. Earth 9 Palace Steps. At that moment, he was crazily approaching Long Chen. He was using the agility skill of the Earth Clan. It had the effect of escaping through the earth, allowing Jin Ling to move freely through the earth. Of course, it was only limited to the surface of the earth, so every time he attacked, he would come out from underground. It was very astonishing and very difficult to resist. Chapter 803. What a coward. Has Long Chen run out of tricks? Why does he only know how to dodge? That's right. Has he run out of energy? He really isn't a man. Brother Jin Ling is fighting him head-on, but he's dodging. What's the point of this? Long Chen is very cunning. He's already so cunning in the martial arts competition of the 9 races. He must be even more cunning normally. No wonder he could obtain the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. He must have used a lot of brain power. Shut up. It's good to use your brain in battle. Blindly risking your life is an idiot. Ancestor Jin rebuked the others when he saw them chattering away. Only then did everyone stop talking and focus on the battle. Take out your 3,000 star domain. You can't completely dodge my attacks with just the Big Dipper steps, Jin Ling said hoarsely during the battle. During the battle, Jin Ling's voice was hoarse. Under his attacks, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. For a moment, sand and stones flew in all directions. The 2 figures danced randomly in the open area, dazzling everyone's eyes. Long Chen did not answer him. Golden Finger. With that, Jin Ling charged forward without any hesitation. He gathered all his power at the tip of his finger, and his bronze-colored finger immediately became shiny gold. This was an extremely famous king-tier battle skill of the Jin clan. It was extremely fast and could kill without anyone noticing. Out of all the king-tier battle skills Long Chen had seen, this finger was the fastest. It arrived before Long Chen in an instant as soon as it was shot out. Not bad, Long Chen used his greatest speed, but he still used the Big Dipper steps. The golden finger was just too fast, so Long Chen only managed to avoid it by a tiny bit. A tiny golden light directly shot past his head. If there had been even the slightest deviation, his head would have been pierced. It was extremely dangerous in such a short period of time. Long Chen was also shocked. The golden light seemed very small, but it was actually extremely powerful. Just by passing by his face, it had already left a red mark on his face. Of course, Long Chen could control his blood to prevent it from flowing out, which sped up his healing ability. It did not take long for the small wound to heal. The golden light directly exploded behind Long Chen. A huge amount of energy swept out and created a huge pit. At the same time, the huge force shook Long Chen's body forward. Jin Ling was in front of Long Chen. Go to hell. The situation was exactly as Jin Ling had expected. He could control the golden light. Even if he could not hit Long Chen, he could still stop Long Chen from using the Big Dipper steps and even move towards him. Jin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Golden eyes of destruction, golden wheel of destruction. Long Chen had long heard that the gold spirit's golden eyes of annihilation had evolved to a higher level. At this moment, his eyes suddenly emitted 2 rays of golden light filled with golden symbols. These 2 rays of golden light quickly converged in front of his eyes and instantly formed a golden wheel full of symbols. This golden wheel was completely formed by the power of the golden eyes of annihilation, but it was like a real golden wheel weapon. Its sharpness was bound to turn, and the edges and blades that it spat out seemed to be golden in color. After appearing, the golden wheel of destruction quickly attacked Long Chen. Rumble. As it moved forward, the golden wheel of annihilation suddenly expanded. It was like a meat grinder as it rotated crazily and instantly enveloped Long Chen. In just a short moment, the golden wheel of annihilation would be able to completely annihilate Long Chen and grind him into minced meat. The golden battle body and the golden eye of destruction were the divine skills of the golden ancestors. Only those who possessed the bloodline could awaken them, just like the 3,000 phantoms of the Wind clan. The wind thorns used by Feng Jilin and the others were evolved from the 3,000 phantoms. Be careful, Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen was about to be annihilated by the golden wheel of annihilation under the recoil of the golden radiance, the people of the Thunder Demon tribe were worried, especially Su Shui. She was extremely nervous, and her face was pale. It was as if she was Long Chen, facing danger. Even Bai Lan, who had always been very confident in Long Chen, had a change in his expression. He looked at Long Shuka. Fortunately, Long Shuka's eyes were also very focused. If Long Chen admitted defeat, Long Shuka would make a move. After all, he was the closest person. As soon as the golden wheel of destruction appeared, everyone's nerves tightened. This could be said to be the most powerful attack of the golden spirit. Moreover, it was used at the right time. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how Long Chen would be dealt with. Long Chen also saw the golden wheel of destruction. For others, this attack was enough to suffocate them, but for him, it was not so scary. As the golden wheel of destruction was getting closer and closer, 3,000 starlight spots suddenly appeared on his body. These starlight spots quickly gathered in his hand. Under everyone's astonished gazes, a dazzling spear appeared in Long Chen's hand. Golden Wheel of Destruction. Without saying a word, Long Chen instilled all the quintessential essence in his body into the 3,000 star field. Suddenly, the stellar energy above the 3,000 star field skyrocketed, forming a purple stream of air that revolved around the 3,000 star field. Scram! With a roar, Long Chen suddenly pulled out the 3,000 star field in his hand. The blue spear turned into a ray of blue light and slammed into the golden wheel of destruction. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, the 3,000 star field and the golden wheel of destruction collided. This explosion happened in front of Long Chen. What made everyone dumbfounded was that Long Chen directly held the 3,000 star field and slapped the golden wheel of destruction away. His strength was too great. This move combined his physical strength, the power of spiritual qi, and the magical weapon of the 3,000 star field. The golden wheel of destruction deviated from its trajectory and flew in another direction. It couldn't hit Long Chen at all. Instead, it almost hit Long Shuka. Fortunately, Long Shuka dodged quickly. Long Chen's somewhat powerful attack caused the crowd to cry out in alarm. The Five Element Alliance's people all had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They had originally thought that this attack would be enough to kill Long Chen. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Just with the 3,000 star field, Jin Ling's ultimate move was slapped away. He was just lucky to get the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. If it's true strength, even 10,000 Long Chens are not Brother Jin Ling's match. That's right. Even if he beat Brother Jin Ling with a weapon, he is not a hero. The juniors of the Five Element Union said one after another. Shut up. Luck was also a part of strength. If their words spread out, it would be a bit shameful. Therefore, Jin Zhu and the 5 patriarchs hurriedly shut their mouths. On the other hand, the people of the Wind Gods faction looked at each other. Feng Qing frowned slightly and said, "This Long Chen seems to be not simple. His opponent in the Bright Universe battle should be him." Not necessarily. Jin Ling hasn't been defeated yet. Since Jin Zhu values this spot so much, he will definitely give his disciple some good things. Long Chen may not be able to pass, Wu Lian said. Is that so? Feng Qing nodded. He felt that Wu Lian's words made sense. At this moment, Feng Jilin said, "If it's a battle, then please kill him and take the 7 brilliant star lord's legacy quickly. This guy is really annoying. He doesn't deserve the legacy." Wu Guanyu and the others looked at each other. He said, "It seems that Sister Jilin's hatred for him is not just a little bit." Feng Qing added, "Of course. The martial god steel diagram and the 7 brilliant star lords' inheritance were supposed to be Jilin's, but they were taken away by this brat's tricks. He was the one who beat Jilin out of the ruins and even injured her." "Sister Jilin, you're injured?" Wu Guangyu was surprised. He had never heard of this. Feng Jilin subconsciously touched her chest. Although it had healed, every time she looked at that place, she would think of Long Chen. She felt rather conflicted. This had a great impact on her indomitable determination to cultivate. That was why she wanted to kill Long Chen so that she could feel at ease. "I'm not injured," Jilin said indifferently. The more passionate Wu Guangyu was towards her, the colder she naturally became. This was something she was proud of. In terms of strength, although she wasn't the strongest in the Myriad Kingdoms domain, the strongest of the younger generation in the Myriad Kingdoms domain still prostrated themselves before her. While they were talking, the battle between Long Chen and Jin Ling continued. When Long Chen took out the 3,000-star domain, the battle became even fiercer. Previously, it was Jin Ling who attacked. Now, it was Long Chen who attacked. Every move of Long Chen's 3,000-star domain contained the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. For a time, Jin Ling was forced to retreat. "It's time to take that thing out." Feeling Long Chen's strength, Jin Ling had to admit that Long Chen was a very difficult enemy to deal with. He didn't want to take that thing out, but he really had no other choice. This was what Jin Zhu had given him. He had told him to use it against Wu Guangyu. He didn't think that he would have to use it against Long Chen. However, he had no other choice. If he didn't use it, he probably wouldn't be a match for Long Chen. He was only at the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but he had true Qi at the 9th level. He had also cultivated 3 or more Emperor-level battle skills and the 3,000-star domain. Not bad. It's indeed very powerful. However, you've already taken out all your trump cards. You haven't seen my trump card yet. Chapter 804. Jin Ling used the extinguishing golden will again to force Long Chen away. Then he used his trump card. A ray of golden light suddenly shone. Long Chen stopped. He saw a golden armor floating in front of Jin Ling. It was the most magnificent armor that Long Chen had ever seen. All the parts seemed to be made of gold, but in fact, it was a metal that was even rarer and stronger than gold. There were countless golden runes on the armor. Every rune was shining with a golden light. The helmet, the breastplate, the chainmail, the boots, and so on were all integrated into one, shining with a golden light. It looked like the armor of a god. From the armor came a boundless and enormous power. That power simply surpassed the power that Jin Ling currently possessed, and it was even several times stronger. Long Chen even felt that the power from the armor neared the power of the heaven realm. If a cultivator in the sky martial arts realm wore that armor, he would probably have twice the power of someone in the 1st level of the sky martial arts realm, and Jin Ling was in the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm. If he used it, he wouldn't be able to use all the power of the armor, but it would at least increase the strength of his true Qi by 4 to 6 times. There were 2 types of treasures. One was a god weapon, and the other was a magic treasure. This set of armor clearly belonged to the Magic Treasure series. Moreover, it was an extraordinary item in the Gold Clan. It's the Emperor Jin armor. Ancestor Jin is so generous. He gave the Emperor Jin armor, the symbol of the Jin clan, to Jin Ling, who would have thought that he would really take out the Golden Supreme Battle Armor. If a metal spirit were to use the Golden Supreme Battle Armor, it would at least be able to increase his battle prowess by several times. Even if Long Chen had the ability to transcend the heavens, he would still be finished. After using this Golden Supreme Battle Armor, this gold spirit might even be able to go against Wu Guangyu, who has inherited the legacy of the Green Lotus Emperor. As soon as the Golden Supreme Armor appeared, even though the crowd was of high status, they could not help but discuss it like a bunch of Philistines. Father, Ancestor Jin gave the Emperor Jin armor to Jin Ling Longchen. Bylon comforted Su Shui and softly said, "Don't worry, Longchen's expression hasn't changed yet. If he really can't win, then he'll just lose. It doesn't matter, I've already told him about this. He definitely won't lose his life for the sake of this battle." "Is that so?" Su Shui's nervous heart finally calmed down. However, when she saw that Jin Ling had already put on the supreme gold armor and his body was shining with golden light, Su Shui still could not be at ease. She knew Long Chen's temper. He was not someone who would admit defeat until he achieved his goal. This meant that he might die under the supreme gold armor. "Father, you have to be careful. If Long Chen can't defeat Jin Ling, you have to save him no matter what." Bylon rolled her eyes at her and teased, "What? You're not even married yet, but you're already siding with an outsider." Su Shui's face turned red. She turned her head away and stammered, "Don't talk nonsense. I just feel that Yen is very dependent on him. I can't let him die like this. When I came here, I promised Yen that I would keep Long Chen healthy. Don't worry. I'm here." Bylon nodded. In Su Shui's heart, she had always felt that her father was a very reliable man, so since he said this, she could finally be at ease. To be honest, Long Chen had a headache. After putting on the supreme gold armor, the gold spirit seemed to be able to use a few times more real essence. More importantly, the armor was extremely hard and it had increased the gold spirit's defensive power imperceptibly. If Long Chen didn't have a sharp weapon like the 3000 star domain, he might not even have been able to hurt his opponent. The Emperor Jin armor is one of the treasures of the Jin clan. There are probably 5 sets of this armor. I don't know if it was passed down by the 5 emperors. Looking at the supreme metal armor, Long Chen was deep in thought. Long Chen was also thinking of a way to deal with the supreme metal armor. The two of them stopped fighting tacitly. Jin Ling put on and fused with the supreme metal armor. It only took him a short period of time. Very soon, he had fused with the supreme metal armor's power. He looked at Long Chen like a golden god of war and his eyes were filled with excitement. "Although I defeated you with the help of an external object, you also defeated me with the help of the 3000 star domain. External objects are also a part of the battle. In that case, you can't blame me." Jin Ling and Long Chen didn't have any enmity before. It was just a conflict of interests. If Jin Ling was Long Chen's enemy, Jin Ling wouldn't hesitate to attack Long Chen. "It doesn't matter to me. Let's do it if possible." They had already delayed for a long time. This was the first battle, but they hadn't expected it to be so exciting. It was only when Jin Ling took out the Emperor Jin armor that victory was almost guaranteed. However, Long Chen didn't seem to be afraid at all. Who knew if he still had other tricks up his sleeves? "Your performance today has forced me, Jin Ling, to respect you. However, we still have to decide the winner." After putting on the Emperor Jin armor, Jin Ling would be able to exert more power as long as it was a combat skill that was executed using qi, apart from the golden eye of devastation. This kind of power was amplified by several times. After a short pause, the two young experts started fighting again. Jin Ling's strength had increased several times after he had the supreme gold armor. "We can't go on like this." Long Chen was very calm. In the repeated confrontations, he found that although the metal spirit had become stronger, it was not to the extent that he could not handle it. It should be said that the metal spirit, who was still in the 9th level of the earth martial arts realm, could not control all the power of the gold emperor armor. In that case, the devouring world of blood, that terrifying devouring world of blood was indeed an incredible divine ability when used in practice. At this moment, that blood-red space instantly covered the surroundings. Bylon and the others had already seen Long Chen's devouring world of blood, so they didn't find it strange. However, the people from the 5-Element Alliance and the Wind God's bloodline were filled with astonishment. "There's a domain in this divine sense. It's not simple," said Wu Yan with a frown. Jin Ling, who was surrounded by the devouring world of blood, was surprised to find that this blood-red space actually had a kind of blood-devouring power. This made him extremely shocked. He quickly used his quintessential chi to suppress the boiling blood energy. After calming the blood energy, he was shocked to find that the quintessential chi in his body could no longer be used. How could this be? How could there be such a divine sense? Jin Ling was shocked. Long Chen had been using the devouring world of blood every time he fought. It was obvious how powerful the devouring world of blood was. At the same time, he also used the dragon's soul transformation. The increase of his strength and the decrease of his enemies led to Long Chen's final victory. To use the gold supreme battle armor, one had to use one's vital energy to activate the power in the armor. The amount of vital energy one had would determine the amount of vital energy that could be activated. Jin Ling had already used half of his vital energy to suppress his blood chi, so his combat power had been reduced by half again after his expansion. Basically, his amplification had only returned to between 2 to 3 times his original strength. It was obvious that Long Chen's devouring world of blood was the nemesis of the Emperor Jin armor. Jin Ling also realized that he could only use 2 times his original strength. While he was still in disbelief, Long Chen charged at him with the 3,000 star domain and the 7 glorious stars body. This time, Long Chen unleashed all his strength. The 7 glorious stars body shone brightly, the 3,000 star domain flowed with an oppressive light, and the 7 glorious stars body was fast and illusory. The series of attacks were like a storm. Crimson brightness 9 heaven fist. Icy 9 provinces seal. Jin Ling was taken aback and hurriedly used this move. Compared to the last time, it was much more powerful this time. Long Chen did not use his ultimate move to combine the 3 monarch seals. At this moment, the golden monarch seal and the scarlet monarch seal lit up in his hands. Scarlet monarch incinerating seal. Golden monarch heaven engulfing seal. The fusion of the 2 great emperor seals that he had used to suppress Jin Ling had been shattered by Jin Ling's 2 punches. However, in the process of the confrontation, Jin Ling did not have much power left. If not for the devouring blood world, he would have been able to defeat Long Chen with a single move. However, things were different now. Long Chen struck out 2 great emperor seals with a single hand. His left hand shot out and directly entered the range of the 2 attacks. Break. The 3,000 star field in his hand suddenly turned into a long whip and extended abruptly, directly lashing at Jin Ling, who could not react in time. Of course, it hit the supreme gold armor. Instantly, a sharp sound of metal rubbing against each other was heard. That ear-piercing sound made many people involuntarily cover their faces and slap themselves. Jin Ling cried out in pain and retreated immediately. Although Long Chen's 3,000 star domain hit the Emperor Jin armor, he still felt pain. How is this possible? He really could not understand what was going on with the devouring world of blood. Admit defeat. At this moment, Long Chen held the 3,000 star domain in his hand and turned it into a spear again. At this moment, he was close to Jin Ling. The shining spear in his hand suddenly turned into a huge shadow and stabbed towards Jin Ling. Jin Ling retreated under Long Chen's attack using the Big Dipper steps. He did not dare to let the 3,000 star domain hit his Emperor Jin armor. If the Emperor Jin armor was destroyed by Long Chen's 3,000 star domain, he would not be able to repay his debt. After all, the Emperor Jin armor did not belong to him now. If it was destroyed, he would be the sinner of the Jin clan. The sharpness of the 3,000 star domain was indeed terrifying. Chapter 805. I admit defeat. At the most critical moment, Jin Ling had exhausted all his tricks. He knew that he was no match for Long Chen. Even with the golden arch armor, he was still no match for Long Chen. Therefore, he was completely convinced of Long Chen's strength. Hearing that Jin Ling had admitted defeat, Long Chen didn't kill him. Long Chen didn't need to wait for Long Shuka to make a move. Long Chen automatically retreated and let Jin Ling go. Then, he put away the 3,000-star domain and recovered from the dragon's soul transformation state. In this battle, Long Chen had almost used up all his tricks. He only needed to use his ultimate move to defeat Jin Ling. This also showed that Jin Ling was definitely a very difficult opponent to deal with. After Long Chen retreated decisively, Long Shuka didn't need to make a move. At this moment, Long Shuka stayed between the two of them. He looked around and announced, because Jin Ling of the Five Elements Union admitted defeat in the first battle, the winner is Long Chen of the Thunder Demon lineage. Kiki, this is really beyond my expectations. Long Shuka's eyes were full of admiration for Long Chen. When Long Chen used the devouring world of blood, everyone had more or less expected this result. Although the Golden Supreme Armor was extremely powerful, everyone thought that Long Chen was going to lose when Jin Ling used it. Who knew that Long Chen would be able to unleash an even more terrifying power and directly suppress Jin Ling with such a forceful method? It could be said that Long Chen had suppressed Jin Ling in all aspects. In terms of physique, he couldn't compare to Long Chen's 7-element star physique. In terms of divine ability fusion, he couldn't compare to Long Chen's 5 Emperor Seals. In terms of magic weapons, his Golden the Arch armor couldn't compare to Long Chen's 3,000-star domain. No matter if it was Jin Ling himself or the majority of the 5-element alliance, he had already accepted his defeat. However, his eyes were still filled with anger. Jin Ling was the 5-element alliance's greatest hope, as well as Jin Zhu's decades of hard work. Didn't this mean that the 5-element alliance would lose the chance to fight for the Yellow Emperor's key? Jin Zhu and the others took a step back. Although they had expected it, they still had a look of disbelief on their faces. He had even taken out his Golden Emperor armor, but he was still defeated. He had been utterly humiliated this time. Ancestor, Jin Ling lost. What should we do? Said the chief of the Jin clan with a gloomy face. Their 5 Elements alliance had a lot of people. They had 6 Heaven Realm experts. So, they were the ones who lacked the spots the most. So, they attached great importance to the spot in Long Shuka's hand. Because of that, Jin Zhu had taken out his Golden Emperor armor. He had hoped that Jin Ling could defeat Wu Guangyu with it and become the champion. Who would have thought that a young man called Long Chen would come out of nowhere and stop Jin Ling at the first stage? Jin Zhu took a deep breath. After living for so many years, he already knew what to do. He said, if he lost, then he lost. They're lucky to have found such a talented person. We have nothing to say. Everyone knows that we didn't lose to the Thunder Clan or the Demon Clan, we lost to the 7 brilliant Star Lords. Even though Jin Zhu's voice wasn't loud, everyone heard him. Luck is also a part of strength. Some people are so old, yet they still don't have such a simple understanding, said Bai Lan with a faint smile. Long Chen had won, so he was in a very good mood. This result caused everyone to have mixed feelings. Only Long Chen was the calmest. He already knew that Jin Ling was in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but he was no match for him. At this moment, after Long Chen defeated Jin Ling, he looked at Wu Guangyu in the Wind God's lineage. Wu Guangyu was Long Chen's true opponent and the target he had been chasing all this time. In order to catch up with him and get the wolf cub back, Long Chen had paid too much during this period of time. For example, the 7 glorious star body was something he had suffered a lot before he could finally cultivate it. Don't lose to anyone else. I'll be waiting for you in the final battle, said Long Chen calmly. You think I'm provoking you? Wu Guangyu smiled and waved his hand. Don't be in such a hurry to talk about the final battle. The semi-finals haven't even started yet. Come talk to me after you defeat another opponent. Long Chen's provocation and Wu Guangyu's provocation made everyone feel the tension between them. Long Chen didn't say much. He went back to the Thunder Demon clan. There were 3 more battles today. According to yesterday's draw, the next 2 fighters should be from the 5 Elements Alliance. Although they were both in the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, their battle was less exciting. It could be said that the climax of the day had passed. Seeing that everyone had recovered from the fact that Long Chen had won and Jin Ling had returned to his team, Long Shuka announced with a smile, "That was a wonderful battle. It's a good start for the 9 Clans Youth Martial Arts Competition. Next is the second battle. 2 fighters from the 5 Elements Alliance." Hearing this, 2 young experts from the 5 Element Union looked at each other and walked out. It didn't take long for them to start fighting. Their fight wasn't as exciting as Long Chen's fight, but it was still a stalemate. After the 2 of them had worn each other down for a long time, one of them finally won with 1 move and entered the top 4. Previously, the 5 Element Union had 5 people enter the top 8, so they were very proud. However, in the first 2 battles, 2 of them had already been eliminated. Moreover, as the battles continued, more and more of their people would be eliminated. Next, it was Wu Guanyu's turn. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Wu Guanyu easily defeated his opponent from the 5 Elements Union. Wu Guanyu was publicly recognized as the number 1 youth, the dignified young lord of the deity race. He had the highest popularity in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. If this 9 Clans Youth Martial Arts Competition was held outside, just him entering the arena alone would be the scene of tens of thousands of people cheering. If you want to have the qualifications to fight me, you'll have to defeat your next opponent first. However, if your next opponent is me, that's fine too. After defeating his opponent, Wu Guanyu, who was already at loggerheads with Long Chen, chuckled softly in Long Chen's direction. "I took away your most precious beast companion. You must be angry and hate me. Unfortunately, your pet doesn't recognize you anymore. Even if I want to give it back to you, it seems that I won't have the chance." With that said, Wu Guanyu swaggered away and returned to the Protoss team. Of the 4 battles today, 3 had passed very quickly. Next was Su Shui of the Devil Race and a young girl from the Water Race of the 5 Element League. Both of them were young girls, and the young girl was the only one from the 5 Element League to enter the top 5. However, she was rather low-key, and her fame in the Myriad Kingdoms domain wasn't as great as the Su Shui sisters or Feng Jilin. The girl from the Water Race walked to the middle of the crowd and cupped her hands. "I am Shui Luan from the Water Race. Please enlighten me." Her voice was gentle, her appearance was pretty, and her emotions were as soft as water. She was indeed a rare beauty. There must be many young men chasing after her in the 5 Elements Alliance. In terms of appearance, she was also top-notch. She looked delicate, enchanting like Su Shui and Feng Jilin, completely different from them. She had a unique flavor. "Guess if I can win." Before they left, Su Shui bit her pink lips and looked at Long Chen with anticipation. "I'm guessing that you will lose," Long Chen said heartlessly with a mischievous smile. "Wait and see." Su Shui was enraged. She twisted her waist and walked into the arena. The 2 girls' enchanting figures made Long Shuka envious. He watched for a long time, and when everyone was getting impatient, he smiled. That. You can start fighting, but don't hurt each other. My heart will ache if I see it. Jie. Go die." Su Shui cursed at him, before engaging in an intense battle with the Water Race girl. She was probably trying to prove herself to Long Chen. Su Shui engaged in an intense battle right from the start, and she used something similar to the legacy of the 7 brilliant Star Lords. There were many good things in the Demon God Imperial Lord's legacy. One of them was a mid-tier royal-level battle skill called the 9 Revolutions of the Demonic and Divine. The 9 Revolutions of the Demonic and Divine had a total of 9 moves. They were continuous attacks, each stronger than the last. With the support of Su Shui's vital energy, the 9 Revolutions of the Demonic and Divine struck out one move after another, completely suppressing her from the start. First Revolution of the Divine and Demon, Dance of the World. Second Revolution of the Divine and Demon, Reverse the River. Third Revolution of the Divine and Demon, Shaking the Mountains. Move after move, Yi Shiwen forced his opponent to retreat again and again. Yi Shiwen had used a medium emperor-level combat skill from the first revolution to the 9th revolution. At the 9th revolution, the power of the attack had already surpassed the first revolution by 9 times. Under this tide-like attack, each wave of attack was stronger than the last. The young woman of the water tribe was finally defeated. If the demon god 9 transformations continued, it would be an endless attack that would eventually injure the water tribe girl. To the people of the 5-element union, Jean Ling's defeat had already made them disheartened, so they didn't have any hope for the water tribe girl. When they saw the water tribe girl being suppressed by Su Shui using the demon god and Parian lord's inheritance, the water tribe's patriarch had the girl admit defeat. After she admitted defeat, the competition for the day was completely over. In today's battle, the 4 people who lost were all from the 5-element union. Originally, 5 people entered the top 8, but only 1 person entered the top 4, and he wasn't even a gold spirit. This result was quite funny, and it also made the 5-element union lose face. The 5-element union's specialty was that they had a lot of people, and they also had a lot of experts. However, the most outstanding ones like Long Chen and Wu Guanyu, who were gold spirits, were very rare. At this moment, Jin Zhu and the 5 clan leaders had ugly expressions. Chapter 806. The 7 lords are the subordinates of the 5 sovereigns. Their inheritance was obtained by an unrelated person. This is a disgrace to the descendants of the 5 sovereigns. If we could obtain the legacy of one of the 7 lords, with the intelligence of our young disciples, how could we lose to them? They were only able to win because they were lucky. The other clan leaders were also quite unconvinced. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's set our sights further. Our goal is the 5 emperors' secret realms left behind by our ancestors. The legacy of the 7 lords is indeed powerful, but can it compare to the items in the 5 emperors' secret realms? We have to prepare well. The others nodded after Jin Zhu spoke. Everyone already knew the result of the battle when Long Chen defeated Jin Ling. In fact, the only battle that everyone was looking forward to today was the one between Long Chen and Jin Ling. Next, the most anticipated battle would be the one between Long Chen and Wu Guanyu. There was still some suspense. As for the other expert from the 5-element union, he was just a bystander. Although Su Shui was strong, she lacked one thing, and that was a divine weapon comparable to the divine green lotus and the 3,000-star field. The battle between Long Chen and Wu Guanyu was more like a battle between the 7 brilliant star lords and the Azure Lotus Emperor. Both of them were part of the 7 brilliant star lords and were rather powerful. After all the battles were over, Long Shuka was very excited. He looked around and smiled excitedly. Today's battle was very exciting. It's my honor to be a witness. Next, we have to decide our opponents for tomorrow's semifinals. Young children, are you ready? If you are, come quickly. Su Shui was showing off to Long Chen. Hearing Long Shuka's words, the two walked over. On the way, Su Shui asked, "There are only 4 people left. What should we do if we draw an opponent? What else can we do? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Long Chen said. "Fuck you. You don't know how to be gentle with the fairer sex. I think you should let me go down myself. That's what a man should do." Su Shui rolled her eyes. She felt that the more familiar she was with Long Chen, the more Long Chen liked to tease her. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the Long Shuka. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red, not to mention that Long Chen and Wu Guanyu were only 1 or 2 meters away from each other. When the two of them got closer, Su Shui clearly felt a cold murderous aura exuding from their bodies as they confronted each other. All right, don't be jealous in front of the old man. Come on, let's draw lots and see how your luck is." Long Shuka laughed, interrupting the atmosphere between Long Chen and Wu Guanyu. He handed the wooden box to the middle of Long Chen and Wu Guanyu. "I can't wait any longer. Your opponent tomorrow will be me," Wu Guanyu said as he reached his hand into the wooden box and took out a small ball. It was number 2. "It's your turn." Wu Guanyu sneered. There were only 3 balls left. In other words, there was a 1 in 3 chance that Long Chen would encounter Wu Guangyu. They would have to fight sooner or later, so Long Chen didn't care too much. He just randomly picked one of the balls. What is it? Everyone looked over with anticipation. Long Chen looked, it was still number 1. Last time, he had drawn number 1, so he was the first to fight. This time, he had drawn number 1 as well, but his opponent was not Wu Guangyu, but Su Shui and one of the 5 Element Alliance's members. Consider yourself lucky to be able to live for another day. Wu Guangyu had a mocking smile on his face. His eyes narrowed into slits as he looked at Long Chen. That should be what I say to you. Don't overestimate yourself. Today's Jin Ling will be the next you. Long Chen rolled his eyes. After saying that, he didn't bother to look at Wu Guangyu and urged Su Shui to choose. Her opponent was obviously either Long Chen or Wu Guangyu. Half chance. Su Shui was very calm. She directly reached into the box and took out a wooden ball. Everyone looked at it and there was number 1 written on it. With that, the order of tomorrow's matches had been decided. Long Chen's opponent was Su Shui, and Wu Guangyu's opponent was the guy from 5 Element Alliance. Alright, the order of tomorrow's battles has already been determined. According to the rules of the past years, we'll rest for a day now, and the battles of the second day will begin at noon tomorrow. Old man, I won't say anything more, all of you can return. There are still many women waiting for me to pamper them. This primeval cemetery is truly too dangerous. For the sake of having their primeval cemetery tokens turn gold, all of those women delivered themselves to my doorstep for me to pamper them. I originally didn't agree, but seeing that they're all very beautiful. Oh, no, for the sake of saving their lives, I can only be merciful and accept them. As he spoke, he fled, and the long-bearded man quickly left this place. The people from the 3 forces were already familiar with each other. There was no other meaning in confronting each other. Thus, the crowd didn't say anything and just left. Today, the most miserable one was 5 Element Alliance. Even if they left, everyone was still holding their breath. There is also a mystic the Arch Key. It will definitely belong to my 5 Element Alliance. At that time, my 5 Element Alliance will have 4 spots. We will send 4 Heaven Realm experts in. At that time, let's see how your 4 clans will compete with my 5 Element Alliance. The 5 Emperor's Treasure and the 5 Emperor's Secret Realm will belong to my 5 Element Alliance. Ancestor Jean took a last look at the people from the 2 clans and felt gloomy. After everyone left, the people from the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan returned to their original gathering place. The people from the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan were very excited because Long Chen and Su Shui both entered the top 4. This 9-clan youth competition not only concerned one of the spots in the Yellow the Arch Key, but it also concerned the glory and ranking of the 9 clans. It wasn't just about the champion. If it was on the side of the Myriad Kingdom domain, the 9 clans would set up a lot of prizes together. However, this time, because of the time constraint and the fact that they were in the ancient cemetery, things like treasures were quite sensitive. Thus, only the champion would have a prize. However, from their understanding of the competition, everyone had such an idea. In this competition, although the 5 Element Alliance had the most people in the top 8, they only had 1 person in the top 4. Their performance was the worst. On the other hand, the Demon Clan had 2 people in the top 8 and 2 in the top 4. Their performance was very dazzling. If the God Clan didn't get the champion this time, the Demon Clan would definitely be ranked first in the ranking of the 9 clans. The ranking of the 9 clans was related to many things, such as the distribution of resources, the competition for territories, etc. A lot of the competition was actually decided by the 9-clan youth competition. However, in front of the 5 Emperor's Treasure, whether it was resources or territories, they seemed to be a little unattractive. Amidst everyone's congratulations and praises, Long Chen returned to the temporary gathering place of the Demon Clan and the Thunder Clan. At this time, the people of the 8 great elders of the Demon Clan didn't have any opinions about Long Chen at all. Not only did they not have any opinions, they even admired him very much. They were very clear in their hearts that the strength of the 8 great elders was at most similar to the experts of the 5-element alliance. They were absolutely not an opponent for Long Chen. Even now, if the 7 sons of thunder attacked Long Chen together, it was very possible that the 7 of them wouldn't be an opponent for Long Chen. This was the difference between experts. An expert in the heaven realm was comparable to an army of thousands. Although Long Chen hadn't reached the heaven realm yet, under the heaven realm, other than Wu Guangyu, there weren't many who could be an opponent for him. Jin Ling was very strong. He had a battle body that was no lower than the medium emperor level. He was also familiar with the various emperor-level battle skills of the 5 clans. He could even combine emperor-level battle skills to suit himself. What was even more amazing was that he had the treasure of the Gold Clan, the Gold Emperor armor. With such talent and strength, he still lost to Long Chen. The person Long Chen fought tomorrow was Su Shui, so there was nothing for everyone to worry about. In everyone's hearts, they were already a couple. As expected, Su Shui was obviously not an opponent for Long Chen. What people looked forward to even more was the battle between Long Chen and Wu Guangyu the day after tomorrow. I won't say anything about the battle with Su Shui tomorrow. You can just play around. However, in the battle against Wu Guangyu the day after tomorrow, you must definitely use your full strength, said Bai Lan. You don't need to tell me that. Wu Guangyu, I've already waited for a very long time, said Long Chen with a smile. As soon as he entered the primordial graveyard, he had been viciously suppressed by this person, almost causing Long Chen to lose his life. This time, he definitely needed to get back at him. At the same time, he hated Mo Xiaolang for coming back. He would make Wu Guangyu regret his actions back then. Then let's not talk too much. You and Su Shui are both young, so you should have something to talk about. Have a good chat, huh? Bai Lan and Lei Ji laughed as they walked away. The two of them had brought quite a lot of fine alcohol, and there were also people who had roasted some exquisite beast meat for them. The two of them played chess as they enjoyed themselves. They were very happy. Today, Long Chen had really made them proud. That. Su Shui felt rather nervous when she was alone with Long Chen. This young man was really hard to understand at times. What? Long Chen found a clean rock, cleaned it for a while, and then sat down on it. The moonlight poured down, wrapping the surroundings in a faint layer of silver. While talking, Long Chen was ready to continue his cultivation. Today's battle with Jin Ling had already consumed a lot of Jin Yuan, and he had even suffered a small injury. This would take some time for him to recover. He estimated that he would be completely recovered by tomorrow morning. Chapter 807. In 4 months, his achievements had reached such a level. For Su Shui, who had been very talented since childhood and was now in the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm, Long Chen was simply a monster. In her mind, in terms of talent, she had never seen anyone at the level of Long Chen. Sit here. Long Chen saw that she seemed to have something to say, so he let her sit next to the rock. The two of them sat together harmoniously, like a pair of immortal lovers, which made the onlookers envious. Long Chen tilted his head and looked down from the beautiful woman's snow-white neck to the deep ravine on her chest. This bold look made Su Shui unable to resist. She quickly wrapped her clothes, calmed down and asked, I want to ask you, after the martial arts competition of the 9 clans, are you going to leave? Long Chen thought for a while. Next, he should go with Xiao Lang to find the passage to leave the ancient cemetery, or consider the treasures of the 5 emperors. But in the end, he still had to leave. It was impossible for him to accompany Su Shui and the others back to the Myriad Lands. That wasn't Long Chen. He had spent so much effort to come here, so it was impossible for him to go back. I should be leaving. Long Chen saw the reluctance in Su Shui's eyes, so he said decisively. Su Shui was startled and tried to cover up, don't think too much. I'm asking you for my sister, but you really have to leave. You can't stay in our demon clan forever. My My father and my sister, they all need you. It's you who needs me. Long Chen said straightforwardly, his eyes staring straight at Su Shui. His passionate gaze made Su Shui blush. She quickly turned her head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. You just need to give me an answer." Long Chen understood this girl and asked, "Tell me, why do you need me?" "My sister and I are both girls. In terms of fighting and temperament, we can't reach father's goal. Father spoils us too much, so I'm worried that in the future, we won't be able to take over father's position and take charge of the demon clan." "You're much stronger than us," Su Shui said solemnly. Long Chen's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. "You're saying that if I stay, I can marry you two sisters, and in the future, I can even control the demon race and become the most awesome person in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, right? Go." Su Shui stretched out her delicate hand to push him and said, "You're too greedy. We sisters are both princesses of the devil race. How could we marry you together? My younger sister quite likes you. If it's possible, wait a few more years and you become my younger sister's husband, then it'll be fine." When she said this, Su Shui seemed to have made up her mind. "Only one? Unfortunately, I want two. Without a pair of beautiful sisters to serve me, I won't stay." Long Chen looked at her playfully and said shamelessly, "You. How can you be so greedy?" Su Shui looked at him angrily and said, "Aren't all men like this? Beautiful women, the more the better." Long Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Bastard." Su Shui was so angry that her chest heaved. After a while, she said, "Give me some time to think about it. Even if I agree, my father won't agree." Seeing that she was serious, Long Chen stopped his shameless smile and his eyes suddenly became serious. In reality, he had always treated Su Shui as a friend, just like Long Yu and Lan Ling. They were brothers and sisters. But to Su Shui and Sui Yan, it wasn't like that. From the day Long Chen charged into the Cyanwood Heavenly City, he was like a resplendent star, constantly attracting the attention of this pair of sisters. From Su Shui's gaze, he recalled Lu Yi from back then, and this caused his heart to sink to rock bottom. At this moment, Long Chen was suddenly faced with a choice. A choice that even he couldn't imagine appeared at this moment. If he agreed to Su Shui and chose to stay and return to the Myriad Kingdom's domain, with his talent, he would definitely become the overlord of the Myriad Kingdom's domain, an invincible existence. Whether it was Wu Lian or Bailan, they wouldn't be a match for him. At that time, he could have beauties like Su Shui and Su Yan. He could also go back and find Lu Yi, who had been waiting for him forever. These women were waiting for him with all their hearts. There were even countless beauties in the entire Myriad Kingdoms who would follow him until death. From then on, he could move unfettered and unfettered, becoming a legend of a generation. This was the temptation that Su Shui gave him. It was a choice. If he chose this, he could have this beauty in front of him right now. There was another choice, which was to continue his pursuit, to move forward, to pursue the unattainable dream of Lingxi, to find the initial throbbing, to fulfill the oath he made to the heavens and earth 2 years ago, to fulfill a man's promise. This was the obsession in Long Chen's heart, and also his destiny. Walking on this path, on one hand, was for Lingxi, on the other hand, there were other directions, such as his beloved sister, Yang Lingqing. She should be in the imperial domain. Back then, Li Xuanji said that he wouldn't be able to achieve anything, and Long Chen went back to prove it to her. At the same time, if he stayed in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, his strength would definitely stagnate for a period of time. At that time, if an expert from the 3 imperial domains went there, his glory and wealth could be destroyed in a day, just like Lingxi. She was taken away, and Long Chen couldn't do anything about it. Going to the imperial domain also included Long Chen's pursuit of strength. What was after the 3 great martial realms? How strong was the pinnacle of the world? What level were the 10 great ancestral dragons? What was the mysterious dragon Jade in his sea of consciousness? Other than the ancient blood spirit dragon and the void cosmic dragon, what were the other ancestral dragons? What would the dragon-shaped martial soul in his sea of consciousness eventually evolve into? When he devoured 100% of the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence, would he become a true ancestral dragon? Most importantly, what kind of person was his father, Long Qinglan? Other than his father and the Yang family in Biyao town, did Long Chen have any other relatives? Long Qinglan had high hopes for Long Chen to embark on a heaven-defying path. If Long Chen threw himself into this land of tenderness that was within reach, would he be looked down upon by Long Qinglan? All of this spurred Long Chen on. He couldn't stop his footsteps. But correspondingly, if he chose this path, he would be facing endless dangers. Just like in the past 2 years, how many times had he almost lost his life? The 3 great imperial domains were the true stage of the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen was about to arrive at this place. It was an incomparably vast world with countless experts. Every single one of them could bring him a fatal crisis. On one side was the land of tenderness, while on the other side was a vagabond. On one side was the dwelling of the soul, while on the other side was the transcendence of the soul and the pursuit of life. On one side was a coward, while on the other side was a man who would never regret his oath even in death. After a brief hesitation, Long Chen chose the latter. To be honest, he would get tired sometimes. He was a little tired today, which was why there was a brief hesitation. But tiredness was also what he pursued. I hope that one day, I can stand at the peak of this world and fulfill all of Long Chen's long-cherished wishes. At that time, I hope that I won't regret my decision today. Long Chen took a deep breath. Su Shui, I'm sorry. While Su Shui was still flustered, Long Chen said this resolutely. What's wrong? Su Shui's heart was also in a whirl. She didn't know if she should agree to him or not. She had a feeling that it wouldn't be such a simple matter. Long Chen looked at her and said, I can't stay. I can't return to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. I don't know if Yen told you, but my goal in coming to the primordial cemetery is to go to the imperial domain to fulfill a promise I made. At the same time, it's also to pursue what once belonged to me, to atone for my previous weakness. This is my destiny. So, I'm very sorry. I was actually joking with you just now. Su Shui stared at him blankly. After a while, she lowered her head with dim eyes and said, actually, Yen vaguely told me that it's for a girl called Lingxi. She's very pretty. A woman's curiosity for gossip was endless. Su Shui immediately threw her own matters to the back of her mind, and was instead filled with curiosity towards this girl called Lingxi. Yes, she's the most beautiful, the most gentle, the cutest in the world. Long Chen said excitedly, but when he saw Su Shui's expression turn uglier and uglier, he hurriedly stopped. Many times prettier than me. Su Shui asked in a low voice. This can't be compared. You two are different types. To be honest, your appearance can make all the men in the world fall head over heels for you. I'm being serious. Liar. Although she said this, she was still very satisfied with Long Chen's words. Su Shui was a very sensible person. When Long Chen said his answer, she already knew to retreat. She would never repeat today's request again. She admired a person like Long Chen. If the story was really like what younger sister Yen said, she would support Long Chen's pursuit. Otherwise, even she herself would look down on him. Letting him stay became a desire deep in her heart that she didn't dare to mention. Okay, since it's like this, you cultivate well and work hard for your future. If you achieve your goal in the future, don't forget to come back and see Yen. She really misses you. Su Shui jumped down from the rock. Where are you going? Long Chen asked. Of course I'm going to train. I still have a big battle with you tomorrow. I can't lose to you. Don't worry, even without you, us sisters can still support the demon race. We can't let you look down on us. Su Shui mischievously clenched her fists as she spoke to Long Chen in a threatening manner. Chapter 808. Su Shui rolled her eyes at Long Chen, extremely seductive. She swayed her body and started to leave. After a few steps, she turned back and said, "Long Chen, what?" Gritting her teeth, she still said, "Time will always change many things. If one day, you discover that many things aren't what you think they are while you're fighting for your life, don't be too discouraged. There are still many people waiting for you in the Myriad Kingdom's domain." Long Chen pursed his lips. After a while, he nodded and said, "Okay." Su Shui finally left with peace of mind. She left very decisively. "Kiki, you're in love again. Kid, wait until you see your wife, Lingxi. I'll tell her how many girls you've flirted with. Let's see if she'll make you kneel for 10 days and 10 nights, ha." Kitten came out of the great virtual realm and laughed. Scram. Long Chen looked at him with disdain and began to cultivate. He was originally lost. But after the choice Su Shui gave him, Long Chen firmly believed in his beliefs. He would continue to charge forward. Even if he didn't know what would happen next, even if he would be separated by life and death, even if he would lose everything, even if he would lose his life, he had no regrets. Very soon, Long Chen was immersed in the ocean of cultivation. Kitten stared blankly at this youth. After a while, he nodded and said, "From the perspective of the reincarnated divine beast, this youth's bones are clear. He's a prodigy in martial arts. He'll definitely become a great person in the future." Su Shui also stood far behind Kitten. She stared blankly at Long Chen's serious cultivation. After a long while, she turned and left. Not far behind her, there were also 2 men watching her. "Shui is such a good girl. It's a pity that this kid was blind," Lei Ji said with righteous indignation. Bai Lan smiled faintly and said, "That's how it is. I've said it before, Long Chen is a wanderer. If she tries again, the result will still be the same. I really don't know what secrets this kid has. I've never seen them before. Some people's secrets make me feel like I don't dare to touch them." The night passed quickly in the midst of cultivation. Today, Long Chen drew number 1. So, he had to fight Su Shui right from the start. Su Shui's expression was a bit cold today. Perhaps Long Chen's performance last night had angered her. So, even when Long Chen went up to get close to her, she didn't care. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. It's better for us to think less. Long Chen smiled. Today's 5-element union was just there to watch. In fact, today's battles weren't that interesting. The only battle that had some suspense was the battle between Long Chen and Su Shui. As for Wu Guangyu in the 5-element union's battle, no one thought there would be any accidents. After all, Wu Guangyu's strength was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. "Let's start. Kid, don't hurt my little beauty. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive." Long Shuka threatened Long Chen. Of course, he didn't dare to do anything to Long Chen. With his discerning ability, he was naturally able to tell that if Long Chen was allowed to continue developing like this, then he would definitely develop into a terrifying expert in the future. Long Chen didn't care about Long Shuka's words. Su Shui's cold eyes made him a bit depressed. What's wrong with this girl? Long Chen was a bit speechless. Could it be that last night's teasing made her angry? After Long Shuka said to start, Su Shui didn't hold back at all. She immediately used her killer move, the 9 transformations of the demon and god. Among the younger generation, only Long Chen, Wu Guangyu, and Jin Ling could use a middle-grade royal-level battle skill. Among them, Long Chen and Jin Ling used body-refining battle skills. As for the 5 Emperor Seals, Long Chen had already fused 3 Emperor Seals. Its power was comparable to a middle-grade royal-level battle skill. Under the movement technique of the demon god Empyrean, Su Shui turned into a graceful figure and attacked Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the 9 transformations of the demon and god had already arrived in front of Long Chen. The first transformation, Heaven and Earth Dance. The second transformation, Reverse the River. The 9 transformations of the demon and god were like waves. One move after another, the power of each move increased. The second transformation was twice the power of the first transformation, the third transformation was 3 times the power of the first transformation, and so on. Long Chen didn't underestimate Su Shui. After all, she was using a real middle-grade royal-level battle skill. Perhaps Bai Lan's strongest battle skill was this. At this moment, Long Chen took out the 3,000-star domain and infused his spiritual essence into it. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of the demon and god had already arrived in front of Long Chen. Long Chen gathered his strength and erupted with the power of spiritual essence. The 3,000-star domain immediately turned into a long whip and lashed at the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the demon and god, reducing the power of the first transformation. I didn't expect this girl to be so powerful. From the first revolution, Long Chen had already felt the power of the demon and god 9 revolutions. Su Shui was personally trained by Bai Lan. She usually looked delicate, but who would have thought that when she was angry today, she would be so terrifying. Long Chen used the power of the 3,000-star domain to shatter the 2 consecutive moves of the 9 transformations of the demon and god. Long Chen was extremely familiar with the 3,000-star domain now. As long as his cultivation improved, he might be able to unearth the strongest battle skill of the 7 brilliant star lords in the 3,000-star domain. Aside from the 3,000-star domain, it was the strongest legacy of the 7 brilliant star lords. The third transformation, shaking the mountains. Su Shui yelled. Her pretty face was covered in frost. She poured out a huge amount of spiritual essence, turning it into the image of a demon and god. It directly attacked Long Chen. So vicious. It seemed that Su Shui was really going all out. Long Chen knew that he had offended this woman. He gritted his teeth and poured all his power into the 3,000-star domain. Suddenly, he burst out with power and immediately blocked the third transformation of the 9 transformations of the demon and god. After the third transformation failed, Su Shui immediately used the fourth transformation. The power of the fourth transformation was even more powerful. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he had already used the dragon's soul transformation and raised his strength to the 9th level of the earth martial realm. At this level, he still had the strength to fight against Su Shui. After his strength increased, Long Chen used the 3,000-star domain and easily broke the fourth transformation. But Su Shui didn't let him go. She twisted her body and soon, the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demon and god came. The image of the demon and god in front of her quickly rotated and its power increased a lot. She's really going all out. Women are really scary. Long Chen had no choice but to use even more power to destroy the 5th, 6th, and 7th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demon and god. To be honest, although the 9 transformations of the demon and god were powerful, Su Shui couldn't use its full power yet. Long Chen! Shouted Su Shui. Her eyes were full of anger. Her moves were destroyed by Long Chen one after another. This made her even more determined to teach Long Chen a lesson. At this moment, she activated the 8th transformation and directly rushed towards Long Chen. What a scary woman. Long Chen turned around and the purple astral energy on the 3,000-star domain transformed into a long dragon. Under Long Chen's control, the tip of the spear collided with the image of the demon and god. Break! With a shout, a powerful force directly sent Su Shui flying. Of course, the force Long Chen used was limited, so it didn't cause any harm to Su Shui. She was a good girl, so Long Chen couldn't bear to hurt her. This time, he had a deeper understanding of her. He knew that although she was generous sometimes, she was actually just a little girl. Su Shui's enchanting body turned in the air. At this moment, all the qi in her body gathered in her chest. Her clothes fluttered, and her face was as cold as ice. She directly descended from the sky and attacked Long Chen with the 9 transformations of the demon and god. 9th transformation, 9 transformations of the demon and god. In her hand, the demon and god suddenly split into 9 parts. Each part turned into a whirlpool and attacked from 9 directions towards Long Chen. Why? Long Chen was a bit puzzled. Why did she still attack? To be honest, if Long Chen attacked, he could very quickly break her 9 transformations of the demon and god. It was just that he was being merciful. You're a bastard. Su Shue's scolding came from the air. When Long Chen raised his head, he saw that the girl was already crying. He remembered that his decision last night had indeed caused some harm to her. Moreover, Long Chen had played a little with her before. Sure enough, you have to pay for what you've done. The power of the 9 transformations of the demon and god instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. This move was incomparably powerful, but no one was worried. Long Chen directly used the terrifying method he used to deal with Jinling. He would definitely be able to break this move. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Chen, who was supposed to attack, put away the 3,000 star field at the last moment. He then opened his arms, allowing the power of the 9 transformations of the demon god to directly hit his body without any resistance. Boom! A loud explosion. At this moment, other than Long Chen, everyone else was dumbfounded. This included Bai Lan and Lei Ji. Even the both of them had not expected something like this to happen today. Oh no. Bai Lan's expression changed. He knew that Su Shui was throwing a little tantrum, and Long Chen was a mature person. Why did he also throw a tantrum with Su Shui? One had to know that Long Chen had to face Wu Guangyu. Now that he was injured, how could he let Su Shui face Wu Guangyu in the battle tomorrow? This was absolutely not possible. Bai Lan really could not understand. To him, if a woman threw a tantrum, he just needed to ignore her. She would recover on her own in a while. Was it worth it for Long Chen to be beaten up by her? Moreover, he had to wait until the 9 transformations of the demon and god. Chapter 809. Long Chen often did unimaginable things. Even though Bai Lan and the others were used to it, they were still worried for him. He had forcefully endured the final attack of a king-tier battle skill. Who would dare to do something like that? Even Bai Lan and the others would not be so stupid as to endure it. With a loud explosion, Long Chen's body was directly sent flying. Long Chen. Su Shui was completely stunned. She landed on the ground and stood where she was. Disbelief filled her face. She was just venting her frustrations on Long Chen. Who would have thought that Long Chen would do something like this? This was completely Long Chen's decision. It had nothing to do with her. At this moment, when she saw Long Chen being sent flying, she immediately rushed up to him without hesitation. Was Long Chen dead? Just as this thought flashed through everyone's minds, they saw Long Chen's body, which had been flipping through the air, suddenly change direction in mid-air and land steadily on the ground. This damned girl, she really used a lot of force. Long Chen had already regretted it a million times. The pain in his chest made him grimace. It was not that he did not block Su Shui's attack. He had gathered all the astral qi from the 7 glorious star body to his chest. This astral qi would cause a certain amount of damage to Su Shui, so Su Shui pulled back a certain amount of force in the end. Of course, the weapon that helped Long Chen block the attack was also the 3,000 star field. The 3,000 star field was formed from 3,000 stars. Under Long Chen's control, it formed a circular shield in front of his chest, blocking Su Shui's attack in the end. Not many people saw this. Even Su Shui herself did not know. She did not think that Long Chen would not dodge at all. Before, she only wanted to finish the 9 revolutions of the demon and god. If she still could not defeat Long Chen, she would automatically admit defeat. To her surprise, Long Chen did not dodge. This caused her to completely panic, and she anxiously retracted the 9 revolutions celestial demon. She knew how powerful a 9 revolutions god fiend was. She thought that Long Chen would die. She didn't expect that after being hit, although Long Chen's face was a bit ugly and there was a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth, his spiritual essence was still boundless and his eyes were still sharp. Seeing Long Chen like this, Su Shui quickly stopped in front of him. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Why didn't you dodge? After holding it in for a long time and seeing that Long Chen had actually withstood her attack, she stammered. Long Chen endured the burning pain in his chest and gritted his teeth. He looked at his opponent with determination and said, "Don't think too much about it. I just want to see how strong my body is. Since you haven't defeated me, it's my turn to attack next." "Is that so?" Su Shui asked in her heart. She looked at Long Chen in a daze. She had a feeling that this was not the only reason. "Let's continue," Long Chen said with a wave of his hand. "No need." Su Shui shook her head. She glanced at Bailan and said, "I've already lost." "You've won." Even her strongest move had been unable to injure Long Chen. She had already been thoroughly defeated, so she didn't say anything more. She directly walked past Long Chen and returned to stand behind Bailan. Long Chen's previous actions had greatly affected her mood. "Is this to give me an explanation for what I said yesterday?" Su Shui bit her lip. She didn't know why, but her eyes were a bit hazy and tears seemed to flow down. Long Chen won and entered the top 2. After Long Chen got off the stage, Wu Guangyu and the cultivator from the Five Elements Alliance went up and fought for a while. That cultivator was defeated by Wu Guangyu. Wu Guangyu became Long Chen's last opponent. This was expected. What happened next had nothing to do with the Five Elements Alliance. This was a conflict between the Celestial Clan and the Demon Clan. The two forces were staring at each other and there were sparks flying. "If possible, help me take Long Chen's life," Feng Jilin said softly with an ice-cold expression beside Wu Guangyu's ear. "Don't worry, little sister Jilin. I will definitely do it." Wu Guangyu nodded as a faint smile appeared on his face. Wu Lian shook her head and said, "There are many chances to take his life. There is no need to take the risk here. The most important thing is to defeat him and become the champion of the 9 clans. Long Chen is a genius. He actually withstood Su Shui's last attack." "Mother, I understand." Wu Guangyu nodded respectfully. He looked at his mother with a hint of respect. It didn't seem like there was much familial love. Wu Guangyu had grown up under Wu Lian's doting. He absolutely obeyed Wu Lian's words. In front of Wu Lian, he was 100% obedient child. Only when he left Wu Lian, the arrogant Wu Guangyu would return to him. Wu Guangyu seemed to be quiet and well-behaved, but in his heart, there was crazy pride and coldness. He was even more arrogant than Feng Jilin. After all, in the entire God clan, he had been above everyone else since he was young. After Long Shuka announced Wu Guangyu's victory, the Celestial Clan and the Demon Clan didn't say anything. They just went back to their original place. Because of the conflict between Long Chen and Su Shui, the atmosphere was very strange. Looking at this pair of youths, Bailan sighed and decided not to bother with them anymore. Long Chen withstanding Su Shui's attack was more like repaying a debt of gratitude. Now that he had repaid her, he no longer owed her anything. But for Su Shui, this would only make her feel worse in the short term. Long Chen felt a headache. He just wanted this girl to vent her anger and didn't think too much about it. But now that Su Shui misunderstood, he couldn't do anything about it. Tomorrow is the last battle. You are the hope of our demon clan. Perform well. No matter how difficult the opponent is, use 100% of your strength. Do your best. This was what Bailan said to Long Chen before she left. After more than 4 months, this moment has finally arrived. Looking at the moonlight in the sky, Long Chen clenched his fists. It could be said that all the training he had done during this period was for the sake of proving his strength to Wu Guangyu tomorrow. In fact, he had proven enough during this period of time. But if he didn't truly defeat Wu Guangyu, defeating the most outstanding young lord of the Celestial clan in the Myriad Kingdom's domain in recent years was nothing. This would be the most eye-catching battle in the 9 Clans Youth Tournament. Today, Su Shui did hurt Long Chen a little. The 9 transformations of Demon God was not a joke. But after a night of recuperation, Long Chen quickly recovered. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, the time for the final battle. Long Chen suddenly thought of the 5-colored altar. Those black-robed men, no, the demon race, they said they were going to get the mystic Thearch's key. When will it be? If they know about the key, I'm afraid that the patriarchs of the 9 clans and Long Shuka ancestor gene won't be able to stand still. Long Chen only hoped that the news wouldn't come too soon. Otherwise, it would disrupt his plan to kill Wu Guanyu. Taking Xiao Lang away from him was an unforgivable crime. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Lang was not under his control, the brotherly relationship between Long Chen and Xiao Lang would have been broken by him. This was a great enmity. The most exciting moment had finally arrived. Seeing that the 9 Clans Youth Tournament was about to end and the final battle was about to come, everyone was a little nervous. Noon gradually approached, and Bailan soon arrived. She exchanged glances with Long Chen. Long Chen didn't say anything else and just followed them to the outside of Mi City. Let's not talk about anything else. For me, for Shui, and Yen, you have to protect your own life. Be careful. Bailan said calmly. All right. Long Chen didn't say anything else. At this time, Su Shui was behind Bailan. Long Chen was about to face the most important battle. She didn't know what the result would be. Even if she had a lot of entanglements with Long Chen, she still let it go. She whispered to Long Chen, "Be careful." That's enough. Long Chen grinned. When he turned around, he saw the people of the Divine Clan. Feng Jilin, Feng Qing, Wu Guanyu, Wu Lian, and the elders of the Divine Wind Clan were all experts above the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. At this time, they were all looking at Long Chen. From their bodies, a strong aura swept towards Long Chen. This kind of oppressive power made people tremble with fear. However, this didn't scare Long Chen. The people of the Divine Wind Clan all had cold expressions on their faces, as if they were ice that couldn't be melted in 10,000 years. A strong murderous aura burst out from each of them. Their goal was to show Long Chen their strength. You want to scare me with such a small trick? Long Chen's eyes turned cold. He straightened his back and walked forward. Purple astral chi revolved around his body, forming a thin membrane. On Long Chen's body, a murderous aura that wasn't any weaker than that of the people of the Divine Wind Clan. Step by step, he walked to the center of the 2 sides. He wasn't the least bit intimidated by them. The people of the Divine Wind Clan felt bored. After releasing their chi, they had a look of indifference on their faces. You, go. In the center, Wu Lian said softly. Wu Guanyu nodded. Without saying a word, under the gazes of the crowd, his silhouette flashed and appeared in front of Long Chen. Wu Guanyu's body exuded a simple yet astonishing power. Presumably, this was the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor. It could be said that Long Chen had already reached the level of one of the 2 great geniuses of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Chapter 8-10. Wu Guanyu's temperament was somewhat similar to Wu Lian's. The only difference was that his eyes were very profound. He sized up Long Chen for a while and went straight to the point. I remember that you once swore to kill me after I stole your pet. Do you still remember that? Long Chen nodded. Of course he remembered. It was this goal that had allowed him to reach his current position. Wu Guanyu smiled. I didn't expect that you would actually be able to stand in front of me like this. What are you trying to say? Long Chen raised his eyebrows. Wu Guanyu paused for a moment before he said, I'm saying that it's a pity. You have indeed made great progress, but I have been improving as well. Show me your 3,000-star domain. As he spoke, Wu Guanyu slowly extended his index finger. A faint green light started to spread around his finger. Suddenly, it seemed as if a green lotus had appeared on his fingertip. This is the divine sword Green Lotus. Wu Guanyu seemed to be infatuated with it as he said that. As soon as they met, before even exchanging blows, he had already taken out his trump card, the divine Green Lotus sword. It was clear how much he valued Long Chen. Long Chen could indeed sense an aura on his fingertip that wasn't any weaker than the 3,000-star domain. This was an advanced royal-grade weapon. Just like the 3,000-star domain, it was very close to the divine grade. It was basically the strongest weapon below the divine grade. Under Wu Guanyu's control, the divine sword Green Lotus gradually emerged from his fingertips. It was a light green sword blade. From afar, it looked like a flat piece of bamboo. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that it was actually a piece of green jade. It was extraordinarily beautiful. A green lotus pattern appeared on the blade. Although it looked very beautiful, the sharpness that erupted from the blade couldn't be underestimated. It wasn't any weaker than the sharpness of Long Chen's 3,000-star field spear tip. 4 months have passed. After such a long period of time, Yu should have already thoroughly understood the divine sword Green Lotus. On the wind god's side, Feng Qing used a flattering tone to speak to the ice-cold woman, Wu Yan. The divine sword Azure Lotus is a pair of weapons with the White Lotus. I have been trying to comprehend the White Lotus for so long, but I am still unable to comprehend it, let alone you. However, you already has a certain level of attainment. Wu Lian's gaze and expression did not change as she spoke softly. That Long Chen only knows how to casually use the 3,000-star field. Even if you only knows a little bit, he is still much stronger than his opponent. We have at least an 80% chance of winning this battle. Feng Qing said while stroking his long beard. His long beard fluttered, but it was not as long as the long whiskers. After listening to Feng Qing, Wu Lian did not say anything more. Behind the white veil, a pair of deep and serene eyes stared at Long Chen and Wu Guanyu. Her eyes were like a deep and serene well, without any ripples. It was difficult for outsiders to know what she was thinking. The two of them had not started fighting yet, but similar discussions were happening between the Five-Element Union and the Thunder Demon race. Wu Guanyu pulled out the divine Green Lotus sword and gently held it in his hand. When the tip of the sword was pointed at the ground, Long Chen's 3,000-star domain, which was overflowing with light, was already in his hand. Wu Guanyu shook his head as he looked at the 3,000-star field in Long Chen's hand. He did not attack. Instead, he suddenly said, "You are not a soldier martialist, yet you are holding such a divine weapon. You are simply insulting the 3,000-star field in your hand. It is indeed time for the 3,000-star field to change its master." Long Chen remembered that Wu Guanyu was known as a true sword martialist. Among the 3 great imperial domains, there was the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain, which was also Lingxi's home. There were probably many sword martialists there. This made Long Chen interested in Wu Guanyu's words. Beast martialists were very common in places like Yuanling City. The stronger Long Chen became, the fewer beast martialists he encountered. Although he had not been to the 3 great imperial domains, he already knew that there were not many beast martialists in the 3 great imperial domains. However, there were a lot of soldier martialists in the 3 great imperial domains. Moreover, it was a major orthodoxy. Wu Guanyu had long said that the soldier martialists in the 3 great imperial domains were different from the soldier martialists that Long Chen knew. What was the difference? Wu Guanyu was an out-and-out sword martialist. The feeling he gave Long Chen was like an unsheathed sharp sword. You are a sword martialist. What's the difference between you and me? Why can you have a divine weapon, but I, Long Chen, can't? Before the battle, he was discussing this matter with Wu Guanyu. Fine, I'll tell you before you die. Otherwise, when you become a ghost, you won't know how you died. Wu Guanyu's eyes were calm, floating like an immortal. When the cold wind blew, his clothes fluttered, making him look like a peerless swordsman, incomparably coquettish. My soldier martialist inheritance comes from the 3 great imperial domains. Previously, you probably thought that as long as there is a soldier soul in the Dantian, you are a soldier martialist. In fact, you are still far from it. Only when you enter the sky martial realm and condense the soldier's soul into an innate sword embryo, can you become a true sword martialist. Wu Guanyu lightly brandished the divine green lotus, not even looking at Long Chen. Instead, he looked at the 3-foot-long sword in his hand as if he was intoxicated. Sky martial realm? You don't have an innate sword embryo, so you can't be considered a true sword martialist. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Long Chen said. After hearing this, Wu Guanyu laughed lightly for a while, then shook his head and looked at Long Chen with an incorrigible gaze. His face was full of mockery as he said, "A country bumpkin is indeed a country bumpkin. I am only a step away from the sky martial realm. Condensing an innate sword embryo and becoming a sword martialist is just a step away. When I condense an innate sword embryo, there won't be many people in the Myriad Kingdom's domain who can be my opponent. This is also the reason why my mother dominated the Myriad Kingdom's domain." Wu Guanyu thought that he was smart, but in the eyes of Long Chen, he was no different from an idiot. At this time, the more he could understand about sword martialists, the more benefits it would bring to Long Chen. So, he continued to ask, then what is an innate sword embryo? Why is it so powerful? An innate sword embryo is a martial soul that absorbs martial souls and true origin energy to condense another martial soul. An innate sword embryo is the foundation of a weapon martialist. We can fuse the innate sword embryo into our weapons and completely control them. At the same time, we can also let the innate sword embryo devour divine weapons and evolve. We can completely occupy divine weapons and explode with 100% of the divine weapon's power. The path of a martial soul, or in other words, the path of the sword, is divided into 4 realms because of the different levels. Although I haven't reached the sky martial realm, my understanding of the sword has already reached the first of the 4 realms, the mind connection. After saying that, he looked at Long Chen complacently and said, "The mind connection allows me to communicate with the divine sword green lotus. While you are still unable to understand the 3,000 star territory, I have already gained complete control of the divine sword green lotus. At the same time, I can control the sword with the mind connection infused with the divine sword green lotus, which can increase my attack power by more than 3 times. Of course, this is just a small matter. It is said that when you comprehend the 4th realm of the 4 realms, you will be able to increase your attack power by more than 10 times. This is a weapon martialist, a sword martialist." At this moment, Wu Guanyu's eyes flickered as he looked at Long Chen's 3,000 star territory and said mockingly, "You are not a weapon martialist. Not to mention the 4th realm of the sword principle, it will probably take you a lifetime to control the 3,000 star territory. Moreover, you might not even be able to display 50% of its power. Tell me, isn't it a waste for you to have a divine weapon like the 3,000 star territory? The blood bond is only a preliminary contract. Only when the innate sword embryo devours the divine weapon can it truly become its own. You don't have a weapon soul, so you can't form the innate sword embryo. Therefore, you are not worthy of being the master of the 3,000 star territory." Long Chen was silent for a while. "So that's how it is. It seems that I am indeed not suited for weapons. Although sometimes, weapons can indeed provide me with great combat power, such as the 3,000 star territory. If the 3,000 star territory falls into the hands of a weapon martialist, its combat power will probably be much greater than mine." During this period of time, Long Chen had also tried to communicate with the 3,000 star territory, but unfortunately, he still knew nothing about it. He could only use it for simple purposes. By comprehending the sword principle to the highest level, I'll be able to unleash 10 times the attack power. Doesn't this mean that it's equivalent to my dragon soul transformation? If I have an innate sword embryo and comprehend the sword principle of a sword martialist, wouldn't I be able to unleash 100 times the battle power? Thinking of this, Long Chen was taken aback. The difference in Zhen Yuan between each level was about 5 to 10 times. With the help of the dragon soul Zhen Yuan, if he could comprehend the sword principle, he would be able to surpass even more levels to fight. However, without a weapon's soul, it was impossible to become a sword martialist. All of this was just wishful thinking. I'd better focus on my martial arts. This sword principle is just a branch of the martial arts. Even if I comprehend the sword principle, it will probably take a lot of time. It's better to concentrate on the martial arts. Who knows, I might be able to reach a higher realm. Long Chen's idea was to fight for it. Both the martial arts and the sword principle were means to become stronger. Among the three great emperor domains, the people of the sword spirit emperor domain focused on the sword principle, so their attack power was generally stronger than ordinary martialists of the same level. However, the people of the true martial emperor domain focused more on the martial arts, so their average level was higher than the people of the sword spirit emperor domain. This showed that the martial arts path led to the same destination. Even without the 3,000-star territory, Long Chen also had the means to win, such as the 5 emperor seals and the various divine abilities of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Wu Guanyu's words had opened the door to the world of the sword spirit emperor domain for Long Chen. In the sword spirit emperor domain, it was a paradise for martialists. The reason why it was called the sword spirit emperor domain was because the number of sword martialists far exceeded the other martialists. The sword spirit emperor palace was the largest force in the sword spirit emperor domain, so most of the time, people called them sword martialists instead of martialists. Announcing the 3 groups of this book. Internet main website subscription monthly reader group, 59236347 mobile phone network, Duoku, Tencent, mobile and other mobile phone network subscription monthly reader group, 2816215556 non-paying, pirated reader group, 2743411965. Chapter 811. Don't talk too much. Let's fight. Just as Wu Guanyu was feeling proud, Wu Lian's voice came from behind him. At this moment, Wu Guanyu was still looking at Long Chen with disdain. Indeed, in the eyes of a true sword warrior, it was a waste for someone without a weapon's soul to have the 3,000-star field. Wu Lian had definitely condensed an innate sword embryo and was a true sword warrior. And after Wu Guanyu had received the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor, he was almost there. After hearing Wu Lian's words, Wu Guanyu said seriously, I will only use 2 moves. I don't need the ultimate moves of the Green Lotus sword spell to beat you. He spoke very slowly, not putting Long Chen in his eyes at all. Even though Long Chen had used his body to block Su Shui's demon god 9 transformations, he was still so confident. Wu Guanyu was not an idiot. This meant that he was indeed very powerful. On the god race's side, Xiao Lang reminded, Big Brother, what he is about to use is not the Green Lotus sword spell from the Green Lotus sword spell, but it is still a mid-emperor level sword spell called the 9 provinces sword spell. Be careful. Although he was worried, Xiao Lang only reminded him. He was afraid that it would affect Long Chen. If Long Chen could not block it, he would use the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame to save him. After a long conversation, the truly exciting moment finally arrived. Long Chen understood that the reason why Wu Guanyu was so calm was because he had his own powerful trump card. The Green Lotus sword in his hand made Long Chen feel a huge pressure. He had an illusion that there were countless connections between the Green Lotus sword and Wu Guanyu's hand. It was as if the sword was a living being that was snuggling up to Wu Guanyu like a child, docile and submissive. He and the 3,000-star field were still far from that level. However, this was not enough to scare Long Chen. Even if you have so many tricks up your sleeves, what can you do to me? You have to comprehend the way of the sword to the 4th level to be able to unleash 10 times the attack power. I was already able to unleash 10 times the attack power when I was in the Dragon Vein realm. Why would I be afraid of you? 10 times the attack power was naturally Long Chen's dragon soul transformation. As Wu Guanyu walked towards him, step by step, preparing his attack, Long Chen's body was already covered with blood-red dragon scales. His true essence tumbled, suddenly turning a rich blood red, surging and surging within his body. With 10 times the nature of true essence, this allowed Long Chen to have 10 times the striking power. Although Wu Guanyu had not yet reached the sky martial arts realm and formed the natural sword embryo, he had already comprehended the first realm of sword principle, the mind connection, and was able to burst out 3 times the attacking power. This was almost the same as the Golden Supreme Armor. However, the Golden Supreme Armor was a treasure that was hard to come by. Furthermore, as one's level increased, one might not be able to use it in the future. However, the increase in attack power of a sword martialist could last a lifetime. No wonder Wu Guanyu was so confident. He probably didn't even put the metal spirit in his eyes. To others, the 3,000-star domain was an advantage for Long Chen. However, to Wu Guanyu, who had the divine sword Green Lotus, this advantage seemed to be non-existent. At this moment, Wu Guanyu's expression was calm. The increase in Long Chen's true essence was within his expectations. His magical beast soul transformation was indeed strange, but in Wu Guanyu's heart, it was still incomparable to his mind connection realm. Whoosh, as the Green Lotus moved, a few sword flowers appeared around it. Those sword flowers were actually green lotuses. Although the lotuses were small, they contained a lot of energy. Although Wu Guanyu was a man, the green divine sword was full of beauty when it danced. The shadow of the green lotus gathered around him, as if he was already in a sea of green lotuses. Wu Guanyu closed his eyes, as if he was in a trance. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, 2 rays of green light pierced towards Long Chen. Previously, he was like a sleeping green lotus. However, when he opened his eyes, he seemed to have become the Emperor of Slaughter. Countless warriors stood behind him. Under his leadership, thousands of horses galloped towards Long Chen. Long Chen even felt that the whole world was trembling. Is this the 9-state sword technique? According to Xiao Lang, the 9-state sword technique was a mid-level emperor-level combat technique. Although there was a huge gap between mid-level emperor-level combat techniques, the power of the 9-state sword technique should be similar to that of a 9 revolutions divine demon. He's going all out from the start? Long Chen's eyes turned cold. He could indeed feel that as a sword warrior, Wu Guanyu was indeed more familiar with controlling the divine green lotus than Long Chen. Under everyone's expectant gaze, 2 rays of green light burst out from Wu Guanyu's eyes. At that moment, a majestic aura of a king erupted from his body, and he instantly charged towards Long Chen. The divine sword Green Lotus suddenly swept across, and a resplendent sword light erupted from his blade. 9-state sword technique, sword chi spreads across 30,000 miles. The sweeping sword light suddenly expanded in midair. It was the first time that Long Chen had seen such a magnificent sword light. The power of the 9-state sword technique, just the first move, was similar to the last move of the 9 revolutions divine demon used by Su Shui. Of course, in terms of strength, there was also a gap between Su Shui and Wu Guanyu. This was not the difference in combat techniques. The sword chi spread across 30,000 miles. If it wasn't for Long Chen blocking in front of the sword chi might have really spread across a very long distance. In just a flash, the violent sword chi that spread across 30,000 miles had instantly pounced in front of Long Chen. At that moment, everyone felt a little frightened. Wu Guanyu's mind connection realm allowed him to have 3 times the chi. Just this sword chi alone could fight against Jin Ling from before. At this moment, Jin Ling was also here. After seeing Wu Guanyu's attack, he completely gave up. It should be known that Wu Guanyu's attack was performed with the advanced emperor-level divine Green Lotus. How could anyone deal with Long Chen? At this moment, Long Chen didn't say anything. When the opponent used the divine Green Lotus, Long Chen directly waved the 3,000-star field. Although Long Chen wasn't a sword martial artist, so he was at a disadvantage, his physical body was the intermediate emperor-level 7 glorious star body, which was a lot stronger than Long Chen's. Of course, Wu Guanyu also cultivated a body-refining combat technique, but it should be at the elementary emperor level, so he wasn't Long Chen's opponent. Long Chen clenched his fists. The huge power of his physical body was all concentrated in his hands. The blood-red scales were stretched tight, and there were blood-red dragon patterns emerging from the scales. It was as if countless dragons were roaring on Long Chen's body. Roar. Long Chen let out a dragon-like roar. Under his control, the dragon's soul qi in the 9 martial apertures was completely instilled into the 3,000-star field. It gathered into a blood-red dragon above the 3,000-star field. The purple astral qi also came out and condensed into a purple dragon. The 2 dragons rolled and coiled around the 3,000-star field. At this moment, the sword qi had already traveled 30,000 miles and arrived in front of Long Chen. This moment was exciting. Break. Compared to Wu Guanyu's noble elegance, Long Chen was like a beast that had been dormant for many years. He roared and the 3,000-star field in his hands suddenly exploded. Under Long Chen's great strength, the 3,000-star field turned into a ferocious blue light and instantly collided with the sword qi. Bang! With a loud explosion, the sword qi that could travel 30,000 miles was completely shattered into pieces by Long Chen's 3,000-star field, 7 glorious star body, and dragon soul qi. However, the power of the sword qi that could travel 30,000 miles all hit Long Chen's arm. Hiss! With a cry of pain, Long Chen took a step back. The 3,000-star field in his hand almost flew out. At this moment, Long Chen's hands were numb. There were many wounds on his arms, and a lot of blood was faintly visible. It took Long Chen a great deal of effort to control his body. Divine Sword Cyan Lotus, 3 times the attacking power of the first level of sword principles, and a medium royal level battle skill. With all these combined, Wu Guanyu's attack just now was something that an ordinary expert in the sky martial arts realm would not dare to easily resist. Everyone had only heard that Wu Guanyu was very strong. Today, they saw that he was indeed extraordinary. At least under the sky martial realm, there was no one who could be his opponent. This made the people of the devil race somewhat worried about Long Chen. Although Long Chen's previous performance had exceeded everyone's expectations, from the situation just now, no matter how heaven-defying he was still much weaker than Wu Guanyu. Wu Guanyu wasn't someone he could deal with. "Father, what should we do?" Seeing Long Chen being repelled by Wu Guanyu in the first move, Su Shui asked hurriedly. She had only attacked Long Chen because of a misunderstanding. In reality, she was more concerned about Long Chen than anyone else here. Of course, that was excluding Xiao Lang. Don't worry. Long Chen didn't use any battle skill before, but he was able to break his opponent's attack. It's already not easy, Bai Lan analyzed. Although he said that, he was actually not very confident. On the Shin clan's side, many people already showed a smile. They were sweating just now, but now it seemed that the so-called Long Chen was just a so-so. The 9 provinces sword skill, the way of the king. The next move will definitely take Long Chen's life. Even Long Su Ku won't be able to stop it, Feng Zhili nodded and said. Wu Guanyu is actually so powerful. When the matter in the primordial cemetery is over, I will marry such a man. I can't hesitate anymore. I will treat him better in the future. Looking at Wu Guanyu, who was peerless in his generation, Feng Zhilin's heart gradually softened. Long Chen had a general idea about the mentality of the people around him. Chapter 8:12. Previously, Long Chen had broken the sword qi that traveled 30,000 miles. The sword technique that Wu Guanyu was using now would definitely be stronger than before. Boom! The air exploded. Wu Guanyu's figure suddenly attacked. Be careful. The demons reminded Long Chen. Long Chen naturally wouldn't slack off. In this battle, Wu Guanyu seemed to have the initiative in his hands. This didn't mean that Long Chen had lost to him. On the contrary, if Long Chen took the initiative to attack, it was very likely that his opponent would be able to figure out his strength. Long Chen didn't have many attacks that could injure Wu Guanyu. He could only wait for his opponent to make a mistake in the course of the battle, and then rely on his opponent's negligence to win. Therefore, he was actually calmer than everyone else. Wu Guanyu appeared to be indifferent and aloof. From the very start, he had been suppressing Long Chen. However, his heart wasn't as calm as everyone thought. It was as if the energy within his body was going berserk. With my understanding of swordsmanship and the divine green lotus, I should be able to kill Long Chen in the first move if I use the 9-state sword technique. He actually blocked it. I will definitely kill him in the next move. This kid can catch up to me in 4 months. I must not let him live. Wu Guanyu was slightly more anxious than Long Chen. At this moment, under his control, the sword qi was rioting. The soaring sword qi shone brightly. Wu Guanyu moved forward rapidly. He was preparing an even more powerful attack. At this moment, his body was like a sword shadow. With a long roar, the green lotus in his hand danced and turned into a phantom. At the last moment, the sword shadow burst out. A clear voice reverberated in the air. 9-state sword technique. Sword qi travels 30,000 miles. One sword light chills 19 states. Suddenly, a sword light that was even more dazzling than before burst out. Sword qi travels 30,000 miles. One sword light chills 19 states. How domineering was this? How vast. How majestic. The previous move was sword qi traversing 30,000 miles, and the current move was sword light freezing 19 provinces. Long Chen only saw a flash in front of his eyes. The dazzling sword light was already in front of him. Compared to the previous sword qi, this sword light was extremely dazzling. Under the incomparably bright light, it was accompanied by a more terrifying lethality. At this moment, Long Chen was very calm. Wu Guanyu obtained the divine green lotus not long ago. I haven't even discovered the combat skills of the 3,000-star domain. Even if he discovered it, he should not be able to learn it so quickly. Thinking of this, Long Chen was very decisive. He had already thought of a way to deal with Wu Guanyu's cold sword light. Just as everyone was feeling very nervous and thought that Long Chen would admit defeat, Long Chen suddenly struck out with his palm. It's the attack of the seal technique. It's a double seal technique. Many people had seen Long Chen's fusion attack. Although that attack was powerful, Wu Guanyu's triple attack power, the divine green lotus sword, and the power of the freezing 19 prefectures sword light meant that the fusion of the 2 emperor seals was simply not Long Chen's opponent. Today is the day of Long Chen's death. The people of the Wind God faction and the 5 Elements Alliance all lamented. Long Chen had not admitted defeat yet. The sword light chills 19 states had already been used. If he chose to admit defeat now, it would be difficult for Long Chen to save Long Chen if he did not pay a certain price in such a short time. This young man from the God clan is already so powerful today. In the future, if he steps into the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm, he'll be able to sweep through the entire 10,000 kingdoms territory and become the strongest person within the billions and billions of people in the 10,000 kingdoms territory. Wu Guanyu and Wu Lian not only have powerful cultivations, the sun they taught is also so powerful. Although the people of the 5 Elements Alliance were unwilling, they had to admit that Wu Guanyu was powerful. If Wu Guanyu reached the 3rd level of the Sky Martial Realm one day, he would be able to unify the entire 10,000 kingdoms under his absolute suppression. At such a young age, he already had such achievements. More importantly, he actually comprehended the Sword Tao and even had the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor. Wu Guanyu was clearly going to become a peerless figure of his generation. Such a level was simply a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. The sword light chills 19 states. The dazzling sword light made people dizzy. But at this moment, Long Chen's expression was calm. The sword light flickered on his face, but his expression did not change at all. Hua. On his right palm, the monarch seals lit up one after another. From the Gold Emperor seal, to the Azure Emperor seal, and finally to the Scarlet Emperor seal. When the 3 monarch seals lit up, 3 monarch seals appeared in front of Long Chen's palm. They were gold, azure, and fiery red, and they shone brilliantly on his arm. The golden metal radiance, the azure life energy of the trees, and the burning flames appeared on his palm. The power of the 3 monarch seals was many times stronger than the power of the 2 monarch seals. This was the first time Long Chen used the Azure Emperor Heaven Raising Seal after learning it. Gold Emperor Heaven Covering Seal. Azure Emperor Heaven Raising Seal. Scarlet Emperor Heaven Burning Seal. The power of the 3 monarch seals suddenly burst out under the power of Wu Guanyu's sword light chills 19 states. Long Chen pushed his arm forward. A total of 3 huge monarch seals spun, one in front of the other, and all of them pierced through the air. In a very short moment, they collided with his opponent's dazzling sword qi. At this moment, Feng Jilin's eyes were momentarily dazed. She remembered that she had used the 1,000-hand seal in the 7 glorious star tomb, but she had lost to Long Chen's fusion of 2 monarch seals. At that time, she had never thought that such a simple attack would be able to defeat her. Now, the same situation was happening to Wu Guanyu. No one believed that Long Chen's 3 monarch seals could break through Wu Guanyu's sword light chills 19 states, but Feng Jilin had a bad premonition. The sword qi traversed 30,000 kilometers, and the sword light chills 19 states. Wu Guanyu's sword aura was unstoppable. It was definitely not something that could be resisted by 3 primary royal level battle skills. However, they did not know that Long Chen did not use the same 3 battle skills, but the fusion of 3 different monarch seals. Under the great power, the 3 monarch seals fused together. Then, under the destruction of the sword light chills 19 states, the power of the fusion of the 3 monarch seals suddenly exploded. It was like a bomb, and all the explosive power drowned the huge, dazzling sword qi in a very short amount of time. It turned into streams of energy and shot towards Wu Guanyu. Break. The sword qi shook, but it still did not dissipate. However, the power of the explosion from the fusion of the 3 monarch seals was too great. The surrounding space was trembling. Everyone was shocked. They were still in the earth martial realm, but they were able to erupt with such power. The 2 of them were really nature-defying. The rampaging sword qi was shattered by Long Chen's powerful power. This caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. They became extremely shocked. Wu Guanyu's expression also changed. He had originally thought that he could deal with Long Chen. Who would have thought that Long Chen would actually reverse the situation at this moment and erupt with such powerful power? 9 provinces sword art, sword qi spreads over 30,000 miles. At this moment, Wu Guanyu was really a little anxious. The moment the second sword was shattered, he swung the green lotus divine sword in his hand and swept out again. A wave of sword qi suddenly exploded and blasted onto Long Chen's 3 great sovereign seals. At this critical moment, Wu Guanyu could only protect himself like this. The power of the 3 great emperor's seals broke through Wu Guanyu's sword qi once again. Most of the power was dispersed by the sword qi, and only a small portion of the power affected Wu Guanyu's body. It sent him flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wu Guanyu, who was originally an elegant young master, was now in tattered clothes. There were small wounds all over his body, and his hair was disheveled. Under Long Chen's attack, even his internal organs were injured. Seeing Wu Guanyu struggling to get up, an uproar broke out. The people from the 5-element union were dumbfounded. When everyone thought that Long Chen would be defeated, he actually managed to reverse the situation and directly injure his opponent. Wu Guanyu's current injury was much more serious than Long Chen's. Bastard. The people from the Wind Clan and the God Clan's faces were filled with coldness. Seeing Wu Guanyu injured, they immediately wanted to help him, but Wu Lian stopped them. She coldly snorted and said, "Why are you so anxious? He's only slightly injured. He won't die, and he hasn't lost yet. Yet, you guys are interfering. Are you trying to make our God Clan lose face?" Yes, Wu Guanyu hadn't lost yet. After he stood up, although he was in a sorry state and there was still blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, he was even staggering a little. However, the green lotus divine sword was still in his hand. Wu Yan loved her son very much. It was well known that her son was her life. At this moment, although she stopped the people from helping Wu Guanyu, she didn't do anything herself. She looked calm, but in her eyes, there was a soaring murderous aura. Long Chen could vaguely feel a gaze like that of a venomous snake staring at him at this moment. He hasn't lost yet. One had to say that Wu Guanyu was indeed a very difficult opponent. Long Chen had used his ultimate move, but he still couldn't injure his opponent. The fusion of the three great emperor's seals was the killer move that Long Chen used to deal with Wu Guanyu. However, he still underestimated Wu Guanyu. "Big brother, do you need my help?" Xiao Lang also noticed that Wu Guanyu hadn't lost yet, so he quickly asked. "Don't. You stay here first. I'll see the situation first, then I'll send you away." Long Chen didn't want to start a conflict with the God clan at this time. He heard from Bailan that Wu Yan was very strong, so he knew that he couldn't kill her in broad daylight. He must have a method to do it secretly. That was the way to take revenge. Chapter 8:13. Long Chen had originally thought that Wu Guanyu was just a young master who relied on the protection and nurturing of his family to reach his current realm, and that he was nothing more than a flower in a greenhouse. He did not expect that Wu Guanyu would greatly exceed his expectations. This young man also had his own ideas, and he also knew how to hide his strength. Only when they fought would one realize how powerful he was. Normally, he was like an obedient child who didn't have much of a temper towards his own people. It could be said that he was very good at disguising himself. Long Chen squinted his eyes. He didn't follow up with another attack just now. It could be said that he had wasted an opportunity. Of course, even if he followed up with another attack, he didn't know what the result would be. However, from the current situation, this guy still had some tricks up his sleeves. The fusion of the three emperor's seals didn't kill him. This made Long Chen a little uncertain. Could it be? A thought appeared in Long Chen's mind. He knew that if that was the case, he could only use one method: blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice was a kind of divine power and also a devil. If Long Chen used it, he would definitely be able to defeat his opponent. However, at the same time, his strength would regress and his martial spirit would be injured. The martial spirit was the foundation of cultivation. Although he would recover in the end, it would still affect his cultivation. Unless it was a critical moment, Long Chen would definitely not use blood sacrifice. Looking at the two people who were confronting each other again, the surrounding people felt suffocated. At this moment, Wu Guanyu suddenly laughed. He raised his neck and laughed for a while. His blood-red eyes stared at Long Chen. He smiled and said, "It seems that you have put in a lot of effort to defeat me. You are the only opponent that I have no confidence in all these years. You can only blame your bad luck, bad luck." Long Chen understood what his opponent meant. What a troublesome guy. He smiled. He was very calm. In this world, there was no obstacle that Long Chen couldn't overcome. His heart and belief were stronger than everyone else. Therefore, no matter what Wu Guanyu did next, he could face it calmly and solve it. "You are brave," Wu Guanyu praised. He was covered in blood, but he didn't care at all. The blood had stained the divine green lotus. Whoosh! With a soft voice, Wu Guanyu held the divine green lotus in his hand and dashed towards Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt as if the entire world was only left with that green shadow. It was dusky, and the only thing left was the divine green lotus. At this moment, it wanted to slash towards him. What a powerful sword move. Long Chen's heart thumped. At this moment, a dreamlike voice rang in everyone's ears. The Green Lotus Sword spell is an advanced Emperor-level sword spell. It was the sword spell that Emperor Green Lotus used to dominate the world. You're lucky to be defeated by the Green Lotus Sword spell. Of course, if you can use the battle skills of the 3000 star field, then it'll be a different story. However, Long Chen had yet to fully understand the 3000 star domain. The entire world had turned black, and the only thing left was a green lotus flower before his eyes, which was moving toward his neck. Long Chen did not know the name of this sword move, but he knew that this move was definitely 10 times more terrifying than the previous sword light chill in 19 provinces. Green Lotus Sword spell, myriad things grow. With a whoosh, the green lotus flower had already arrived in front of Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen did not hesitate at all. He raised the 3000 star field in his hand and used his strongest power in the shortest time possible to collide with the opponent's divine green lotus. This was enough to block Wu Guanyu's 30,000-mile sword chi attack. However, although the lotus flower looked gentle, it had an irresistible power. Its movements were very strange, and Long Chen's crazy spear attack could only make it deviate a little bit. Long Chen, admit defeat. At this critical moment, Long Chen seemed to have heard Bai Lan's nervous shout. When Wu Guanyu had even used the Green Lotus Sword spell, everyone no longer had any hope for Long Chen. Their only hope was that Long Chen could survive, and the only way to survive was to admit defeat. Admit defeat. This word did not exist in Long Chen's dictionary. That green lotus flower easily shook away Long Chen's 3000 star domain. Under the situation where Long Chen could not resist at all, it suddenly swept toward Long Chen's neck. This guy's attack was indeed horrifying. At this moment, Long Chen already felt a fatal crisis, which made his back shiver. This feeling of lingering on the verge of death was something that Long Chen had already experienced many times. However, this time, the feeling was even more intense. That green light could not be avoided at all. Even with Long Chen's strength, under the attack of the Green Lotus Sword spell, he felt that he could not fight back at all, not to mention the others. This Green Lotus Sword spell was the real battle skill of the Green Lotus Emperor in the past. Wu Guanyu was only at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but he could already use such an attack. It could be seen that his talent was quite extraordinary. However, Long Chen estimated that after using this move, Wu Guanyu would probably reach his limit. With Wu Guanyu's Jin Yuan, he could at most use this kind of attack once. Moreover, after using it, he would need to pay a certain price. However, in order to kill Long Chen, Wu Guanyu felt that it was not a loss at all. At this critical moment, Long Chen could not resist at all. He tried his best to use 3000 star domain, but it was still easily shaken off. It could only slightly change the trajectory of the Green Lotus Sword. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to hear many voices. There were mocking shouts, as well as mournful cries. However, he could not see anything. In his world, there was only that green sword light. In a very short period of time, that green sword light reached Long Chen's throat. Die. A voice that seemed to come from beyond the sky reached Long Chen's ears. This illusory voice, Long Chen knew, was Wu Guanyu's, full of coldness. Really? Long Chen was still very calm. At this moment, he grinned. This taste of gambling was really exciting. Before dying, Long Chen unexpectedly had such a smile, which made Wu Guanyu's mind full of doubts. No matter what, I will kill you. Without hesitation, that green sword light streaked across Long Chen's throat. When Wu Guanyu truly felt that the Green Lotus Sword had already streaked across Long Chen's throat and severed it, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. So it was just an act before dying. I thought he had some other tricks up his sleeve. That green sword light streaked across Long Chen's body and appeared more than 10 meters behind Long Chen. Then, it transformed into Wu Guanyu's body, which was holding the Green Lotus Sword. Blood was still dripping from the Green Lotus Sword. Everyone knew that it was Long Chen's blood. The Green Lotus Sword had streaked across Long Chen's throat. With this kind of power, even if Long Chen had the 7 glorious star body, it would still be enough to sever Long Chen's neck in half. After using the Green Lotus Sword spell, Wu Guanyu's already injured body had received a heavy blow. After going through this kind of pressure, he had basically used up all of his energy. He was already at the end of his life. The wounds he had received before were now even more wounds on top of each other. This made Wu Guangyu almost unable to stand still. Just as he finished performing, he had already fallen down. Luckily, he used the green lotus sword, and finally managed to hold on. On his body, there was even more blood than Long Chen's. Wu Guangyu's face was extremely pale. This was the last injury he had received. It could be seen how intense this battle was. He had even used his ace attack that he did not want to use. Even if he was at his peak condition, he would still be injured, not to mention now. Luckily, Wu Guangyu was sure that Long Chen was already dead. He forcefully supported his body and turned around to look. Long Chen was standing with his back facing him, not moving at all. Wu Guangyu knew that he would fall down soon. Long Chen. This mournful cry came from in front of Wu Guangyu. He raised his head and saw that the demon princess called Su Shui had already knelt on the ground. Her face was pale and her face was full of tears. Her shoulders were constantly twitching. It was obvious that she had completely broken down. Behind her, the people of the demon race and the thunder race all had terrible expressions. Especially Bailan, whose eyes were a bit red. After spending 4 months with him, he had already considered this young man to be an excellent junior. He would never have thought that this heaven-defying young man would lose his life because of him. For a moment, the entire place was silent. As for the wind god race, when they saw the green lotus sword art explode at the last moment, their faces were full of gratification and admiration. Feng Jilin's gaze had completely softened. Wu Guanyu's strength had completely conquered her heart. She had never seen Wu Guanyu fight, so she didn't know that he was this strong. The Long Chen that she hated the most had his throat slit. He was probably already dead. Wu Guangyu, the top genius warrior in the 10,000 Kingdoms domain. From today onwards, no one can shake his position, not even the gold spirit. Ancestor Gene of the Five-Element Union said solemnly with an ugly expression. Since he had said so, the people of the Five-Element Union had no choice but to accept it. A sword warrior was really too powerful. Comprehending the first layer of the sword way, in addition to the Green Lotus Emperor's inheritance, Wu Guanyu would soon become another Wu Lian of the god race. Green Lotus Emperor, White Lotus Fairy, these two inheritances would make the god race the #1 race in the 10,000 Kingdoms domain. From today onwards, the situation in the 10,000 Kingdoms domain would probably change. Long Shuka also looked at both sides blankly. Before, Long Chen didn't admit defeat, so he couldn't help him even if he wanted to. Now that he saw Long Chen die, he was also very helpless. Chapter 8:14. When Long Shuka announced the result, everyone knew that the result was already decided. This battle was very exciting. At the beginning, Wu Guangyu suppressed Long Chen. Then, Long Chen's 3 seals fused together to counterattack Wu Guangyu. When everyone thought that Long Chen was going to reverse the situation, Wu Guangyu used the Green Lotus Sword spell and killed Long Chen in an instant. The strongest was still Wu Guangyu. He hadn't reached the Sky Martial realm yet, but he had already comprehended the first level of Sword Warrior. Moreover, he had used the High Emperor battle skill. Wu Guanyu's talent was simply invincible. Even the geniuses of the Imperial domain might not be able to compare to him. It could be said that he had already established his position as the #1 genius of the Myriad Kingdoms domain. Schwa-er. Bailan felt as if something was stuck in his throat. He couldn't say a word. He could only silently help his daughter up. Long Chen is dead. This result made Su Shui feel as if her world had collapsed. The man who had been so lively a while ago had become a cold corpse now. To Su Shui, this was even worse than losing Long Chen, father. Su Shui couldn't hold back her tears when she saw her father's moist eyes. Only now did she realize that such a man had such a high position in her heart. Unfortunately, it was too late. Everything was gone. Let's go. The champion had been decided. The Yellow Emperor's key was confirmed to belong to the god race. Although the Five-Element Union didn't have the upper hand, they didn't lose as badly as the demon race. Sure enough, the river flows east for 30 years, then turns west for 30 years. Previously, the demon race had 2 people in the top 4. The members of the Divine Wind bloodline simply laughed out loud. At this time, Wu Guangyu was still in a seriously injured state. He had to forcibly hold on to stabilize his body. Before Wu Lian even gave the order, someone had already prepared to help Wu Guangyu up. The battle was already over. It was time to treat Wu Guanyu's injuries. Although Long Chen was dead, to be able to injure him to this extent was already considered heaven-defying. The god race would always remember this person. Feng Jilin was also among them. She looked at Long Chen's corpse in a daze. She suddenly felt that something was wrong. He's dead. His body might be stiff for a while, but why is he still standing for so long? At this moment, a clear laughter was heard. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. They looked at Long Chen in shock. They raised their heads and looked at the direction. They could feel that it was Long Chen's voice. It was the same as Long Chen's voice. Su Shui, Bailan, and the others were also stunned. They looked at Long Chen's body that was still standing. At this moment, everyone saw Long Chen's body move slightly. Then, he turned around and looked at the crowd. He mocked, "Everyone, are you all blind? I, Long Chen, have been standing here for a long time. How can you say that I'm dead?" Long Chen's complexion was very good. He looked completely unharmed. Compared to Wu Guanyu's current miserable appearance, he was 100 times better. It was almost the same as when he hadn't participated in the battle. He was clearly dead. Everyone could see Wu Guanyu's divine sword Azure Lotus slash across his neck, leaving a deep cut. Under such circumstances, how could Long Chen have survived? At this moment, the crowd's expression was quite interesting. For the Thunder Clan and the Demon Clan, it was naturally a feeling of being rescued from a hopeless situation. Su Shui and the others felt like they were dreaming. Even their words were like ravings. They couldn't believe it at all. They looked at each other. From each other's eyes, they knew that it wasn't a dream. Long Chen really didn't die. How can it be? I clearly saw Wu Guanyu's sword slash across his throat. Why is his throat unscathed? Feng Jilin's heart shuddered as she took 2 steps back. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. The other people of the Wind God clan also started to make a ruckus. Even Wu Lian, who was the calmest and most terrifying among them, had her eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. The person who was the most shocked was naturally Wu Guanyu. He was the one who launched the attack. The divine green lotus sword slashed across Long Chen's throat. This was absolutely true. He had killed many people. The feeling of the sword slashing across the flesh would never be wrong. Especially when Long Chen's body was still the 7-element star body. When he used that move, he also encountered a huge obstacle. At this moment, he used his sword to support his body. He turned his head with difficulty and saw Long Chen's cruel smile. "I'm not dead at all." Therefore, the result that Long Chen announced was simply bullshit. Therefore, Long Chen suddenly turned into a whirlwind and rushed towards Wu Guanyu. This was a good opportunity to kill him. As for why Long Chen did not die, the reason was very simple. It was because he used the Void Dragon Talisman and performed time reversal. This time reversal was the most shocking magical power of Long Chen. It had an absolute power of reversal. After Wu Guanyu's sword passed through Long Chen's throat, in less than a breath's time, Long Chen had already reversed the time of his body to 10 breaths time before. 10 breaths time before, he was unharmed. At that time, Wu Guanyu had already fallen to the ground and could not stand steadily. He had exhausted all of his true essence and even risked being injured to deliver a fatal blow to Long Chen, all in exchange for Long Chen's only chance to use time reversal today. When Long Chen attacked him, Wu Guanyu's pupils suddenly widened. He dared to kill Long Chen before, so Long Chen naturally dared to kill him. There was nothing much to say. After all, this was the 9-clan youth competition, and it was agreed that life and death would not be discussed. Wu Guanyu's previous attack was so ruthless, so Long Chen could do the same. Admit defeat. This word was so unfamiliar to Wu Guanyu. Therefore, at this time, he did not choose to admit defeat. Instead, he used all his strength and retreated with the sacred green lotus in his hand. Admit defeat. At this time, this voice rang in Wu Guanyu's ears. This was Wu Lian's words. From this voice, he could hear Wu Lian's resolute tone. No matter how humiliating her words were, Wu Guanyu had to admit it. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was in front of him. I admit defeat. Wu Guanyu retreated in a sorry state. He staggered and was covered in blood. To him, this day was not glory, but humiliation. Therefore, although he admitted defeat, his eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen was less than 5 meters away from him. What a pity. Long Chen knew that this would happen. Even if Wu Guanyu stubbornly refused to admit defeat, the people of the Divine Wind clan would make him admit defeat. If Wu Guanyu had not been at such an absolute disadvantage and underestimated Long Chen might have killed him in an instant. But now, Wu Guanyu was at a disadvantage. No matter how fast Long Chen moved, it was not as fast as Wu Guanyu admitting defeat. It would take time to kill Wu Guanyu. However, Xiao Lang could be taken back. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable for Long Chen to want Xiao Lang back. Of course, they treated Xiao Lang as a pet. According to this rule, Long Chen was more powerful than Wu Guanyu. Naturally, he could take back what belonged to him. Stop. At this time, the Long Shuka finally came into play. He stood between Long Chen and Wu Guanyu, separating them at the right time. His main task was to protect Wu Guanyu and prevent Long Chen from taking advantage of the chaos. As far as he was concerned, Long Chen should be doing this. However, what made him feel strange was that Long Chen didn't make a move. When Wu Guanyu shouted that he admitted defeat, Long Chen had already landed firmly on the ground. If he didn't admit defeat, it was within the rules for Long Chen to kill Wu Guanyu. If he admitted defeat and Long Chen still made a move, it would be declaring war with the Wind God's lineage. Therefore, he wasn't a fool. Since he had already defeated Wu Guanyu, he wasn't in a hurry. With Wu Guanyu's current injuries, which were mainly internal injuries, it would probably take some time for him to recover. If the mystic Thearka's key appears. In Long Chen's heart, he actually had another plan. Big brother, what should we do now? Previously, everyone thought that Long Chen was dead. Only Xiao Lang knew that Long Chen had the insane mystical ability of time reversal. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Right now, seeing that Long Chen had obtained the final victory, he hurriedly used the spiritual beast language to ask. I already have a plan. Let Wu Guanyu live for a few more days. You stay by his side first. I will give you instructions. Long Chen said. All right. After responding, Xiao Lang didn't say anything else. From how he continuously asked Long Chen several times, it could be seen that he didn't want to stay by Wu Guanyu's side. Wu Guanyu had forcefully taken him away previously, which had already filled Xiao Lang's heart with anger. Similarly, this was also the anger in Long Chen's heart. Why? Still not announcing the result? The other spot for the yellow Thearka's key belongs to my demon race. Long Chen looked at Long Shuka and said indifferently. Long Shuka sized up this shocking youth for a while before looking around at the crowd and said, everyone has seen the final result. Now that Wu Guanyu has admitted defeat, the champion of this martial Dao competition is not the god race's Wu Guanyu but the demon race's Long Chen. I made a mistake previously. Everyone, I apologize. At this moment, even this Long Shuka became serious. This matter was truly too unexpected for everyone. The 9 clans' youth martial Dao competition was finally over. Everyone felt as though they were dreaming. Long Chen, come over. Bailan had already wiped away the tears in her eyes. At this moment, she raised her hand and said to Long Chen. Beside him was Sushua, who was crying like a tearful person. However, seeing that Long Chen had come back to life, she was also using all her strength to wipe away her tears. Chapter 8:15. What's going on? Aren't you dead? Su Shua wiped her tears and said while choking with sobs. This is a secret. But why are you crying? Can't you bear to see me die? Why did you want to kill me yesterday? Long Chen joked. I'm ignoring you. Su Shua bit her lips and glared at Long Chen. After hearing Long Chen's joke, she felt much better. Since we've already obtained victory, our journey here is over. Let's return to the Cyanwood Heavenly City now. Seeing them joking around, Bailan chuckled and said. At this moment, the 3 major powers had nothing to say to each other. The victory had been decided. The Yellow Emperor's key belonged to the demon race. Of course, the Yellow Emperor's key couldn't be handed over to the demon race now. Wait, we can't go. There will be news coming soon. Just when everyone was preparing to leave, Long Chen said something strange. What? What did you say? Bailan and Lei Ji looked at each other and asked in confusion. The distance of 1 li was quickly reached. Long Chen used his devouring spirit demon eyes and saw a few people quickly coming to the eternal battlefield. A few days ago, Kitten was in the center of Mi Cheng and heard that the demon race wanted to get the last Mystic Emperor's key to the Sky Yi Shui city of the Sky Water region. He guessed that the news should be coming soon. After all, they had communication methods. Spreading the news was much faster than walking. Long Chen was acting mysteriously and didn't reply. Everyone was puzzled. At that moment, a man ran over from the distance. Bailan and the others looked at him. He was clearly a member of the demon clan. He was in the 7th layer of the Earth Chi layer. He was mainly in charge of gathering information. Soon, he rushed over. Seeing that there were many people here, he quickly whispered something in Bailan's ear. Long Chen could faintly hear the words Mystic Emperor's key and Sky Yi Shui city. This was more or less what he had guessed. After Bailan heard this, her expression changed. Lei Ji, who was beside her, naturally heard it as well. After someone from the devil race notified them, the distant wind god faction and the 5-element union also sent people over to inform them. In an instant, the 3 major powers knew that the final mystic the Arch key had appeared in the Sky First Water City. The keys of the 5 emperors have all appeared. This time, the ancient cemetery will indeed open the 5 emperors' treasure. Bailan and the others were pleasantly surprised. Not only had the Thunder and Demon tribes heard of this news, but the Wind God tribe and the 5-element alliance had also heard of this news. This meant that Bailan had to quickly make a decision. The Mystic Emperor's key was no longer a secret. Therefore, Bailan quickly gathered everyone together and said, the Mystic Emperor's key is of great importance. It has appeared in the Sky First Water City. The Sky First Water City is in the Sky First Lake. Moreover, it is in the whirlpool area of the Sky First Lake. Ordinary people simply cannot enter. If you want to fight for the Mystic Emperor's key in the Sky First Lake, only the strength of Brother Lei and I can be effective. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, except for Brother Lei, all of you return to the Azure Wood Heavenly City and wait for our news. Brother Bai is right. The people of the Lei tribe should all return as well. Moreover, let the majority of the people of the tribe return to the Azure Wood Heavenly City. Although we have come to the ancient cemetery, we cannot have too many casualties. Lei Ji decisively commanded. The experts of the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm like the Thunder and Demon tribes naturally did not object. Su Shua also did not object. Long Chen naturally did not want to return to the Azure Wood Heavenly City. He originally wanted to mention his own idea, but his brain moved and he did not say anything. This was equivalent to obeying Bailan and Lei Ji's orders. After giving the order, Bailan looked at Long Chen and said, "Among the Thunder and Demon tribes, you are currently the strongest. Everything should be considered for the big picture." Long Chen felt that Bailan seemed to know his plan. However, there were some things that must be done. Therefore, Long Chen promptly said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Everyone made a prompt decision. Bailan and Lei Ji immediately took action. Just as they were about to leave, Wu Lian and Feng Qing of the Wind God tribe, Ancestor Jin of the Five-Element Alliance and the five great tribe leaders unexpectedly came out of the formation at the same time. Without saying anything, they all headed towards the Sky First Water City. The Sky First Water City was originally occupied by the Five-Element Alliance. Seeing their actions, although the long-bearded man didn't know what was going on, he knew that as long as he followed the others, it would be fine. In an instant, all the Heaven Realm experts unexpectedly moved at the same time. They all headed towards the Sky First Water City, leaving the crowd behind. "Princess, Prince Consort, don't clash with the others. Let's go back now," an elder of the demon tribe promptly said. At that moment, Long Chen's gaze collided with that of the Wind God tribe's Feng Jilin. Seeing that young girl who seemed to have lost her soul, the corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a trace of a cold smile. At that moment, the heavily injured Wu Guangyu was lying in her embrace. "Long Chen, what are you looking at?" Su Shui immediately revealed a suspicious expression. She kept feeling that there was something between Long Chen and Feng Jilin. "Nothing. Let's go." Long Chen smiled. "Xiao Lang, wait for me. I will immediately kill my way back." Those were the words that Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang before leaving. Apart from those peak powers, the other people from the three great powers all returned to their own encampments. The Wind God tribe's people, under Wu Lian's instructions, all headed towards the Glazed Gold Domain's Glazed Gold huge city where the Wind clan was located. That place was slightly closer to the Sky First Water City. When they returned, they would first go to the Sky First Water City. In an instant, the eternal battlefield became empty. Following the demon tribe's group, Long Chen walked for a while and suddenly said, "Everyone, I have thought for a bit. I still want to make a trip to the Sky First Water City. You all go back to the Cyan Wood Heavenly City first." Long Chen's sudden decision made the crowd feel a bit strange. Of course, Long Chen's current status in the Demon Tribe and the Lightning Tribe was already very high. Towards his decision, the crowd was quite submissive. "With my father and Uncle Lei, what are you going to do?" Su Shui asked. "The Mystic Emperor's key is in the whirlpool of the Sky First Water City. With my strength, I can already enter the whirlpool area. Finding the Mystic Emperor's key depends more on luck. I can still help if I go there. Moreover, the battle skill that I cultivate requires a water attribute treasure. Therefore, I want to go to the Sky First Water City to look for it. There won't be any danger in the Cyan Wood Heavenly City. You all go back first." "No, I want to go with you." Su Shui was still worried and quickly said. "Go back." Long Chen glared at her and then said goodbye to the others. "Got it." So fierce. Princess Su Shui, who was dignified and noble in front of everyone, was like a wronged little girl beside Long Chen. It was almost the same as Princess Soi Yan. This was an eye-opener for everyone. "Be careful." When Long Chen was really about to leave, Su Shui said with concern. "Don't worry, it's fine. You all take care of yourselves too." Long Chen turned back and waved at them halfway. Then, he quickly disappeared into the dense forest of the Cyanwood region. What a strange person. Speaking of which, I still can't figure out how he survived Wu Guanyu's sword. I don't know either. This Long Chen has been like a freak since he appeared. It seems like there's nothing that he can't do. That mystic emperor's key might really be obtained by him. Of course. Su Shui said proudly. Princess Su Shui is really lucky to have such a good husband. When you return to the Myriad Kingdom territory, you all should hold a grand wedding. When the time comes, let the billions of people in the Myriad Kingdom territory know that the princess's husband is more talented and valiant than the princess. Everyone started to make fun of them. The two brothers, Lei Wen and Lei Wu, followed suit. It would be great if he was like you all. But that guy's heart isn't with me at all. Moreover, Yen is so clingy to him. It won't be my turn. Although Su Shui's face was a little bashful, her heart was extremely bitter. While laughing along the way, they headed in the direction of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. Little did they know that a storm was forming behind them. And the source of the storm was Long Chen. The teams of the Thunder and Demon clans didn't go far from the everlasting battlefield. At this time, after Long Chen turned back, he easily found the team of the Wind God clan with the help of his spirit-devouring demon eyes. From the spirit-devouring demon eyes, besides Feng Jilin, Wu Guangyu and Xiao Lang, there were also some elders of the Wind God clan. In terms of cultivation, all of them were at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. None of them were pushovers. If Long Chen wanted to kill this group of people, he might have to pay a certain price. If one of them escaped and Wu Lian knew that Long Chen had killed these people, then Bai Lan probably wouldn't be able to protect him. Wu Guangyu is under their protection. I can't just kill him like this. Looks like I need to wait for Wu Guangyu's injuries to get better and then let Xiao Lang lure him out. On one hand, Long Chen wanted Xiao Lang to come back. On the other hand, Wu Guangyu had to die. Long Chen wasn't a benevolent person. He had wanted to take his life before. Even the Cyan Lotus Sword art had almost taken Long Chen's life. Long Chen wouldn't let him have an easy time. Wu Guangyu was still injured. Naturally, it was impossible to lure him out immediately. If Long Chen wanted to kill him secretly, he could only lure him to a deserted place and kill him secretly. I heard from Bai Lan that Wu Lian is even stronger than him. I can't easily provoke her. So it's better to be safe. All of this was Long Chen's plan. Chapter 8:16. Long Chen guessed that the others would send him back to the Shen clan or the Feng clan to recuperate. Long Chen then decided to follow Wu Guangyu back. Among the 5 major cities in the 5 domains, the huge glazed gold city was the closest to the eternal battlefield. Along the way, Long Chen had been following their team. He had also contacted the wolf cub, and the wolf cub had also learned of Long Chen's plan. Don't worry, big brother. When the time comes, I will make sure that this kid doesn't even have a corpse left. Although Mo Xiaolang looked peaceful, he was a wolf in his heart. Especially after becoming a sun-devouring monstrous wolf, Wu Guangyu had made them go through so many hardships. Mo Xiaolang naturally wouldn't let him go. With Xiao Lang's words, Long Chen was relieved. Wu Guangyu's injuries were gradually recovering under the nourishment of the Divine Clan's large amount of elixirs. After a day, he would be able to fight normally. However, even so, Long Chen couldn't find a chance to lure Wu Guangyu out. The people of the Divine Wind clan would be on their way no matter if it was day or night. If Wu Guangyu suddenly left, the others would definitely be suspicious. Looks like I can only wait until we reach the huge glazed gold city. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. He was like a ferocious tiger waiting for his prey to walk into his trap. During this process, he couldn't be anxious. Being anxious would only cause him to lose the chance to hunt his prey. Hence, he tailed the crowd and headed in the direction of the colossal gilded city. Because Wu Guangyu, who thought that he was the best in the world, lost to Long Chen at the last moment. Therefore, even though his injuries had recovered, his expression was still very gloomy. Along the way, he didn't say a word. His face was frighteningly gloomy. Wu Guangyu's strength was originally stronger than those elders. Therefore, those experts didn't dare to make a sound. They only hoped that Feng Zhilin could persuade him. Feng Zhilin's words were effective on Wu Guanyu. After all, Feng Zhilin was his fiancée. Under the encouragement of the other elders, Feng Zhilin had no choice but to get close to Wu Guanyu. When Wu Guanyu used his green lotus sword spell, she had already fallen in love with this man. No matter what the result would be, in her heart, Wu Guanyu was already a super powerful warrior. I don't know either. What did Long Chen do in the end? He didn't get hurt at all. I clearly saw your sword cut through his neck. Feng Zhilin, who was standing next to Wu Guanyu, bit her lips and said with pity. The man in front of her, who was always full of confidence, had a gloomy face at the moment, as if he had suffered a great injury. Is he an undying monster? Wu Guanyu finally spoke, but the expression on his face was very unnatural. There was some pain, some disbelief, and also a strong unwillingness and anger. I don't think he can use that many times. If he really is a monster that can't be killed, then he would be invincible. Why would he let you take away his pet back then? Feng Zhilin explained to Su Ping. Sun-devouring demonic wolf. Hearing the word pet, Wu Guanyu's gaze suddenly lit up as he looked at the wolf behind him. He growled in a low voice, "No, I can't lose like this. I'm the #1 genius of the Myriad Kingdom's domain, how can I lose to a nobody?" Sun-devouring demonic wolf. This sun-devouring demonic wolf was originally his. Today, I'll bring this sun-devouring demonic wolf to kill Long Chen. He immediately ran towards the direction of the Greenwood region with a crazed expression. At the same time, he used a secret technique to control Xiao Lang. No. Not only Feng Zhilin, but the others also stood in front of Wu Guanyu. One of the more senior elders said, "Young lord, now is the time when the lord and the other experts are fighting for the mystic Thearch's key. This is related to the 5 Thearch's treasures. We cannot cause any more trouble now. Furthermore, you have yet to recover from your injuries. Moreover, that Long Chen is full of tricks. If you take the initiative to attack, you might fall into his trap. Not good, not good. Old man, are you saying that I am not a match for Long Chen?" Wu Guanyu's expression was ferocious as he looked at the elder. Don't be like this. When did you become so impulsive? In life, no one will fail or make mistakes. If you kill him now, you will only cause trouble for the divine race and wind race. You are so impulsive. Are you worthy of the identity of the divine race's young lord? Calm down first and recuperate. After you recover, you might have a way to kill that Long Chen. He stole my martial god steel diagram and the 7 brilliant star lord's inheritance. I want to kill him more than you do." Standing in front of Wu Guanyu, Feng Zhilin hurriedly said a lot of things. After hearing Feng Zhilin's words, Wu Guanyu finally calmed down. Impulsiveness is the devil. Wu Lian had actually told him this countless times. He knew that he was impulsive. Now that he had not fully recovered from his injuries, it was indeed inappropriate to look for Long Chen at this moment. Furthermore, as long as he was still in the Myriad Kingdom domain and the primordial cemetery, there would be countless opportunities to kill him. There was no need to rush now. Let's return to the colossal gold city first and wait for the news of the mystic Thearch's key to come out. Then, we can take our time to plan. Wu Guanyu calmed down, waved his hand, and said with waning interest. This is my, Feng Zhilin's, husband. At this moment, Feng Zhilin, who had a frosty expression, suddenly said something sweet. She smiled sweetly and was indeed as beautiful as a flower. Before this, Wu Guanyu had always been arrogant and despotic. Although Feng Zhilin respected his strength, she didn't feel too much about it. After all, she was also extremely arrogant. However, after he failed this time, he showed such frustration and impulsiveness. This made Feng Zhilin feel that this man was becoming more and more real. At this moment, her motherly instincts exploded. She wanted nothing more than to hug Wu Guanyu in her arms. The two of them were already engaged. Now that there were so many people present, she didn't want to act recklessly. little sister Jilin. After hearing Feng Jilin's words, Wu Guanyu's gloomy face finally brightened up. He stared blankly at the shy Feng Jilin and asked blankly, I lost to Long Chen. Don't you think I'm useless? You can use the Green Lotus Sword spell and learn the first level of the sword art, Heart Connection. This has already proven your power. You lost to Long Chen, but it was not a problem of power. I was stronger than him back then, so didn't he still lose to me? As long as you take care of your wounds and make a comeback, you might be his opponent. Feng Jilin looked at the man who belonged to her in her destiny and smiled. She didn't know why she had become like this. However, she suddenly thought it through. Her fate had been tied to this man since she was young. Before, she didn't want to accept it. But now, it seemed that no one else was suitable for her except for him. Seeing these two young people getting along so well, the others were also very happy. With the nourishment of the woman, Wu Guanyu's face looked a lot better. The gloominess from before was gone. Everyone was in high spirits, as if they had won a battle. They quickly headed towards the direction of the Crystal Gold City. Mo Xiaolang looked in a certain direction behind him and suddenly revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. We are at the Crystal Gold City. It is about time. Brother, let's do it quickly. I can't wait anymore. After a few days of hurrying, the Wind God's team finally returned to the Crystal Gold City. This was the gathering place of the Wind Clan. The results of the martial arts competition had already spread throughout the primordial cemetery. The news of Long Chen's sudden appearance and his final reversal of the situation and defeat of Wu Guanyu had already spread to everyone. Of course, the people of the Crystal Gold City had also received the news. This news was, of course, difficult for everyone to accept. It could only be said that it had greatly exceeded their expectations. Before Wu Guanyu and the others returned, the others had already discussed it for a long time. However, they were worried that it would affect Wu Guanyu's mood, so the elders of the upper echelons had already told the others in advance not to mention the martial arts competition of the 9 clans. As such, when Wu Guanyu and the others returned, what they saw was the smiling faces of the crowd. Seeing that so many people didn't discuss or even mock him because of his failure, Wu Guanyu's tense mood relaxed a lot. He suddenly felt that it wasn't a big deal to fail once. The next time will be when I take your life. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Wu Guanyu gradually clenched his fists. If he were to encounter Long Chen alone, he would bring Xiao Lang with him. Let me and your former pet beast defeat you together. I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be killed by the one closest to you. While thinking about this, Wu Guanyu didn't know that Mo Xiaolang, who was behind him, was indeed thinking about how to lure this guy out. This was because Xiao Lang knew that Long Chen was already outside the Crystal Gold City, waiting for an opportunity. By the time Wu Guanyu and the others returned, it was already evening. Because Wu Guanyu had been seriously injured, he didn't like to be disturbed, and he needed to recover his essential essence, so everyone went back. Night fell quietly. At this time, in Wu Guanyu's residence, he was practicing and recovering the essential essence he had consumed. In fact, he had almost recovered these days, but because of the previous failure, he had a psychological shadow in his heart. He had to restore himself to the most perfect state in order to be at ease. The essential essence in his body that belonged to the 9th level of the Earth martial arts realm was vigorous to the extreme. In front of him, a cyan lotus was floating. This was a magic weapon at the high royal level, Divine Sword Cyan Lotus. As for the wolf cub, it was guarding Wu Guanyu. It's time to lure him out. Mo Xiaolang had been prepared after receiving Long Chen's order. Just as Xiao Lang was about to take action, Feng Jilin came. She hadn't taken a bath for many days. After coming back, Feng Jilin must have taken a good bath for a while. At this time, she was wearing a snow-white dress and a hairpin. She was very beautiful. A fragrance came from her, making her look like a goddess. Chapter 8:17. An hour later, there will be a recruitment notice for the book group manager. Everyone, please pay attention. Madman needs your help. Before entering Wu Guanyu's residence, Feng Zhilin took a glance at Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were dull as if he was being controlled. Was it my misconception? Why did I feel that there was a strong killing aura coming from that monstrous beast just now? Feng Zhilin shook her head and looked at Xiao Lang for a while. After confirming that it was her misconception, she walked in. The reason why she disturbed Wu Guanyu when he was cultivating was because she was still worried. If Wu Guanyu still couldn't let go of his heart demon and went to deal with Long Chen, it would be terrible. Right now, in her heart, Wu Guanyu was indeed an incredible expert. However, Long Chen was a mysterious nightmare. The glazed gold city was filled with steel forests. Naturally, it was not as beautiful as the Cyanwood Sky City. However, with the dressing of the Feng people, it was more or less like an ordinary house. Everything that should be there was there. When Feng Zhilin came to the door, Wu Guanyu had already heard the sound. He smiled and stood up. The corner of his mouth revealed a warm smile because he had already smelled the fragrance on her body. I didn't expect that after a single defeat, little sister Zhilin would be so devoted to me. In this case, shouldn't I be thanking Long Chen? Wu Guanyu naturally saw Feng Zhilin's change. The two of them had been engaged since they were young. They weren't young anymore and it was about time for them to get married. The Feng clan had followed the god race for so many years and had always been like servants. Their position in the eyes of the god race was actually lower than the Thunder clan in the eyes of the devil race. If Feng Zhilin were to marry Wu Guanyu, this situation would probably change. After all, the two of them had extraordinary positions in their respective clans. Wu Guanyu was the successor of the god race, an incredible genius. Sister Zhilin, you're so beautiful. When Feng Zhilin walked in, Wu Guanyu's eyes lit up. The tall man in front of her was looking at her with a passionate gaze. Feng Zhilin's heart throbbed with a rare feeling. The man in front of me is my future husband. She hinted to herself. She felt much more normal now. Thinking about it now, Wu Guanyu's identity was extraordinary, and he was very powerful, but he had always been so obedient to her. It meant he really liked her, and she had been giving him a hard time. Thinking about this, Feng Zhilin felt very embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, Guanyu. You should call me Big Brother you. Wu Guanyu saw that Feng Zhilin was behaving like a shy little girl. He was moved and quickly said, Brother you, before. Feng Zhilin paused and raised her head. She said boldly, I didn't know any better. I was a bit rude to you, but you still tolerated me. Today, I am here to apologize to you. I have thought it through. You are a powerful cultivator, and you treat me well. What did she mean? Wu Guanyu's brain was spinning. He had been drooling over Feng Zhilin for a long time. He just didn't want to ruin the relationship between the two races, so he didn't force her. Until now, although Wu Guanyu had enjoyed a lot of women in the god race, none of them were as charming as Feng Zhilin. This arrogant woman finally lowered her head to him. Wu Guanyu was very excited. However, he knew that he couldn't be too hasty, so he said, I don't blame you. As long as you like me, you can do whatever you want to me. I am your future husband, and I like you too. Of course, I will spoil you. It's rare that we can talk today. Let's sit down and have a good chat. What do you think? Women loved sweet words. They could even fall head over heels for it. Feng Zhilin was no exception. If someone else said something like that to her, she would have slapped them. However, this young master of the god race was so gentle to her. She was immersed in the taste of love. Under Wu Guanyu's passionate gaze, her heartbeat sped up. A few days ago, when she saw her imaginary enemy, Su Shui, and Long Chen together, she saw Su Shui crying tears of joy over Long Chen's death. At that time, she felt very jealous. Only then did she remember that she also had an outstanding man. Moreover, he didn't lose to Long Chen. The reason why Long Chen was able to defeat Wu Guanyu was definitely because he used some special method. Wu Guanyu had even understood the first level of the sword. He was improving very fast. As long as he reached the Sky Martial Realm, he would basically be invincible in the first level of the Sky Martial Realm. He would immediately become a rare cultivator in the Wan Kingdom. If Feng Jilin could tie him down and seduce him, it would bring her endless benefits. This was what Feng Qing had reminded her countless times. In the past, she was too lazy to care about it. Today, she finally realized the danger. Therefore, she had dressed up meticulously. A faint fragrance filled the small room with an ambiguous and charming atmosphere. The two of them sat on the bed and started chatting. One was tempted, while the other let go of her body and mind, wanting to tie her down. Under such circumstances, the two of them were unprecedentedly congenial. For a moment, Feng Jilin giggled. Looking at her bountiful chest, Wu Guanyu's gaze quickly heated up. Sister Jilin, let's get married after we leave the primordial cemetery. At that time, I'll definitely let everyone in the Myriad Kingdom's domain know that you're my bride. I'll hold the grandest wedding in the Myriad Kingdom's domain so that you can marry into my god clan and become my, Wu Guanyu's, woman. Wu Guanyu said with a passionate gaze. His scorching gaze and his heavy breathing made Feng Jilin feel like she was falling into a trap. Since he loves me so much, then so be it. I'm going to get married anyway. Having a husband like him with limitless potential and becoming a peak expert sooner or later doesn't seem too bad. In reality, the two of them basically didn't have such a thing as love. One wanted to obtain the other's body as soon as possible, while the other valued the other's strength, potential, and status. Wu Guanyu had no intention of letting Feng Jilin leave until midnight. Instead, under his teasing, the atmosphere became more and more intimate. In the end, Feng Jilin's delicate body was already in Wu Guanyu's embrace. With physical contact, the two of them quickly heated up. The meat in his mouth was right in front of him. There was no reason for Wu Guanyu not to eat it. He had been drooling over this meat for many years. Today was a great opportunity. Deep in love, Wu Guanyu took advantage of the moment when the other wasn't paying attention and slid his claws under her clothes. Feng Jilin lost the initiative in a moment of carelessness. She immediately panted and felt her entire body heat up. She, who was inexperienced, was already a bit lost from such a passionate attack. However, when she remembered that the two of them weren't married yet, she hurriedly pushed Wu Guanyu's hand away and said hurriedly, "No, we aren't married yet, we can't do this, be good, there's no time to wait until we get married. There's still half a year left in the primordial cemetery. I really can't take it anymore. Sister Jilin, I really like you. For you, I'm willing to give up everything. Please believe me, okay?" Wu Guanyu pretended to be in great pain as he begged. No, no. Feng Jilin was still hesitant. Although she wanted to tie him down, it didn't seem worth it to hand over her chastity so quickly. Of course, Wu Guanyu wouldn't just give up like this. Feng Jilin didn't reject him decisively and even slapped him. This meant that the chances were really great. Therefore, he wasn't discouraged at all. After a round of coaxing and pestering, countless sweet words and promises, Feng Jilin gradually loosened up. She indeed felt that she absolutely couldn't do it right now. However, with Wu Guanyu's experience, if she didn't reject him right away, she would have already lost the initiative. In the future, no matter what you want, I can give it to you. Whether it's the divine sword Green Lotus or the 7 brilliant Star Lord's inheritance, I will take it all for you. Today, I risked being injured and used the Green Lotus sword spell to kill Long Chen. Wasn't it to help you vent your anger? Sister Jilin, can't you feel my sincerity? Wu Guanyu's last words finally moved Feng Jilin. Oh well, we've already agreed on the engagement. I'll be his sooner or later. I don't care about the time. Otherwise, I'll almost let Long Chen take advantage of me like last time. Feng Jilin's mind was a bit muddled. Under Wu Guanyu's experienced attacks, she gradually relaxed her resistance. Under his masculine aura, she quickly felt her whole body soften and entered the zone. In the small room, on the comfortable bed, the spring scenery suddenly appeared. No one knew that the young masters of the Wind God clan and the Wind God clan were about to have sex. Of course, without Wu Guanyu's orders, no one would disturb them. Gradually, under Wu Guanyu's gentle touch, Feng Jilin gently closed her eyes and let out a soft moan. She was also a decisive woman, but when it came to lust, she was still a layman. Of course, under the influence of her childhood, she didn't care much about this matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Wu Guanyu violate her so easily. If Feng Qing were to find out about this, he would probably praise her for finally being sensible. She already had an engagement. Now that she was doing this, the matter of Feng Jilin marrying Wu Guanyu was getting more and more stable. As time passed, Feng Jilin gradually became addicted to Wu Guanyu's attacks. She unconsciously let out louder and softer sounds. Soon, Wu Guanyu couldn't help but take off her body completely. Under the moonlight, he looked at this perfect body. Under the moonlight, Feng Jilin's white skin glowed like the most beautiful work of art. Her breasts were tall and straight, provoking Wu Guanyu's most primitive impulse. Chapter 8:18. Wu Guanyu's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. He stared at that beautiful body. His body was burning hot. At this moment, he couldn't help it anymore. He growled and started to remove his clothes. "Brother Yu." Feng Jilin let out a seductive moan. Her snow-white body rolled on the bed. Her breasts waved. She was very charming. "What are you?" Just as Wu Guanyu was about to destroy her clothes, he suddenly saw that there was a mark on Feng Jilin's perfect, white, and perky butt. "Sister Jilin, have you been injured here before?" Wu Guanyu asked. At the same time, he took a closer look. The scar was like a group of words. How could there be such a magical thing? He had never heard Feng Jilin mention it before. Brother Yu. What injury?" Feng Jilin closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look at him. She didn't know what he was talking about. Wu Guanyu was getting more and more curious. His lust subsided a lot. He gently adjusted Feng Jilin's position and took a closer look. Suddenly, he was shocked. The reason for that was because the scar on it was actually 2 words. Long Chen. Seeing these 2 words, Wu Guanyu's inner energy exploded. His breathing became chaotic. He couldn't control it and his internal organs were injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and it touched Feng Jilin's body. To Wu Guanyu, these 2 words were like a bolt from the blue. Feng Jilin's most important part was engraved with Long Chen's name. Wu Guanyu was very clear on what this meant. At this moment, he thought of many things. Back when they escaped from the 7 Glorious Star Tomb, Feng Jilin's clothes were disheveled and her face was rosy. Feng Jilin hated Long Chen so much. Before, he thought that Long Chen didn't have the power to make Feng Jilin submit. But from his battle with Long Chen, he knew that Long Chen was a monster. If someone said that Long Chen was already this strong, Wu Guanyu would believe it. His fiancée had long been taken by someone else, and that person was Long Chen. This fact dealt a huge blow to Wu Guanyu. This blow was even greater than his defeat. Wu Guanyu's mind instantly went blank. Rage and frenzy surged into his mind, causing him to sink into a frenzied state. At this moment, an image kept replaying in his mind. That was the woman who belonged to him, panting under the crotch of his mortal enemy. Long Chen, Feng Jilin. Wu Guanyu suddenly found it difficult to breathe. He felt as if his chest was about to explode. His true essence was in chaos, and he simply couldn't control it. This uncontrollable true essence caused his internal organs, which had just recovered, to be severely injured once again. At this moment, Wu Guanyu was on the verge of collapsing. He had already seen it clearly, so he didn't believe that he would look at it. That faint scar was almost invisible, but with Wu Guanyu's eyesight, how could he be wrong? Without a doubt, it was Long Chen. These two words were clearly written by a man. 100%, it was carved by Long Chen. On the day that it was carved, Long Chen must have wanted to show off to Wu Guanyu. Thinking of this, Wu Guanyu felt as if the beast in his heart was about to explode. At first, Feng Jilin didn't know what it was when she spat out a mouthful of blood onto her naked body. However, Wu Guanyu's sudden burst of murderous and vicious energy woke her up. She opened her eyes in shock and saw Wu Guanyu looking at her like a ferocious beast. The corner of his mouth was filled with traces of blood. Why did Wu Guanyu suddenly become like this? Feng Jilin didn't know. Wu Guanyu, what happened to you? Feng Jilin hurriedly stood up. She didn't care that she was naked and asked in a low voice. Just then, the heavenly sword Green Lotus appeared in Wu Guanyu's hand. Bitch, go die. Wu Guanyu shouted and slashed. Immediately, a beam of sword light dashed towards Feng Jilin. Puff. Wu Guanyu was injured again and he spat out blood. Feng Jilin was still conscious. She dodged Wu Guanyu's attack and quickly put on her clothes. She asked nervously, what happened to you? Still pretending in front of me? Haha. Fine. You're still pretending in front of me? Ha, fine, it seems like you and Long Chen have been in cahoots for a long time. You want to betray the Wind Clan and the God Clan. You want to exterminate the Wind Clan, right? Fine, I won't kill you today. After I kill Long Chen and bring his head here, I'll take your life. Wu Guanyu smiled coldly. His body was filled with hostility. After he finished speaking, he ran out like a whirlwind, leaving Feng Jilin standing there in a daze. Her face gradually darkened. What happened to him? What happened to him? Feng Jilin started to recall the details. At the last moment, Wu Guanyu asked her if she was hurt there. Then, she remembered that Long Chen had hurt her there. Feng Jilin's face suddenly became very ugly. With a whoosh, she took out the mirror from her Qingquan bag and finally saw the two words Long Chen. Long Chen. At this moment, she finally understood everything. That bastard. He must have expected this day to come for him to carve these words here. Just like Wu Guanyu, Feng Jilin was about to explode from anger. She finally understood why Long Chen had only pierced her buttocks and didn't look at it. She didn't expect it to be like this. Feng Jilin forced herself to calm down. If I were a man and saw my woman in such a situation, would also lose my mind. I can't blame Big Brother you. However, he must have gone to find Long Chen now. Thinking of this, Feng Jilin hurriedly chased after him. When she chased after him, she found that Wu Guanyu had already disappeared into the night. Even the sun-devouring direwolf had been summoned away by him. He must have gone in the direction of Cyanwood Sky City. With his strength, he is actually stronger than Long Chen. In addition to that sun-devouring direwolf, he should be able to kill Long Chen. However, I still need to hurry over. Thinking of this, Feng Jilin hurriedly chased in that direction. This matter was between the two of them. It couldn't be told to outsiders. Feng Jilin was anxious to explain to Wu Guanyu, so she didn't inform anyone else. This was a misunderstanding. As long as she explained it clearly, everything would be fine. Feng Jilin knew that she was a virgin. As long as Wu Guanyu verified it, he would know whether she was lying or not. As long as he knew the truth, everything could be redeemed. However, in this vast night, where was she going to find Long Chen? The willow tree that she had unintentionally planted in the past was now covered with shade. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were still struggling on how to get Wu Guanyu out. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wu Guanyu's clothes were in a mess. He was like a wild beast as he quietly rushed out of the glazed gold city. This was exactly what Long Chen wanted. If others knew about this, they would definitely stop Wu Guanyu. So, he quietly left. Other than Feng Jilin, no one knew that he had left the glazed gold city. Even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to catch up to Wu Guanyu's speed. The heavens are really helping me. The heavens want you dead. Looking at Wu Guanyu, who was rushing out in the night, Long Chen grinned. Without saying a word, he quickly chased after Wu Guanyu. When he reached a place where there was absolutely no one, he would be able to show himself. The primordial cemetery was so big. There were many places where there was no one. With the soul-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen could completely follow Wu Guanyu from a distance of 1 li. Moreover, there was also Mo Xiaolang as a link. Long Chen naturally wouldn't lose sight of him. Under the night sky, it was the best opportunity to make a move. The steel forest soared into the sky. Many people's line of sight was blocked by this steel forest. Of course, Long Chen still didn't know what had happened. If he knew that it was because of the scandal he had committed in the 7 glorious star tomb, he would definitely kneel down. At that time, he had only casually punished this woman. He didn't expect that it would play a crucial role today. In these 4 months, you have made me suffer so much. Today, it is time for me, Long Chen, to pay you back. In the vast night sky, Long Chen found a place where there was absolutely no one and suddenly sped up. Wu Guangyu, who was in a rage, felt the commotion behind him. In this steel forest, Long Chen's arrival quickly attracted the other party's attention. He slowly stopped his footsteps and suddenly turned his head. The man that he wanted to kill even in his dreams was currently standing 20 meters behind him. At that moment, Wu Guangyu thought that he was dreaming. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. However, after several confirmations, he was absolutely sure that the person standing in front of him was indeed Long Chen. Long Chen, why are you here? After seeing him, his eyes immediately spat out flames. He felt like he was about to explode. Even though he was trying to suppress it, he couldn't calm down when he thought of the scene in his mind. Feng Jilin had allowed Long Chen to do whatever he wanted and even left his mark on her butt. In the previous battle, Wu Guanyu believed that he could definitely kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen's time reversal had indeed frightened him. Now, the reason why he dared to look for Long Chen was because he had something to rely on. This reliance was the sun-devouring demonic wolf that could use the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. Looking at the furious Wu Guanyu, Long Chen chuckled softly and said, "Why am I here? It's very simple. For the oath I once made, I said that I would kill you. I didn't have this opportunity in the martial arts competition, so I could only wait until now." Chapter 8:19. In his anger, Wu Guangyu sneered coldly. There was nothing more to say. His purpose in coming out was to kill Long Chen, and now was the perfect opportunity. So he waved his hand and without saying a word, he signaled the wolf cub to return to its original form. The beast pet you used to be is now mine, Wu Guanyu's. Your woman, Sushua, will belong to me one day. As for you, rest in peace today. Long Chen had played with his woman. If he didn't get his revenge, how could he be satisfied? As for Feng Jilin, he had no interest. This guy came out in the middle of the night just to kill me. Why does his eyes look like I played with his woman? Long Chen was confused. Then he remembered what he had done to Feng Jilin in the 7 glorious star tomb. Long Chen suddenly understood. Feng Jilin's scar must have been seen by this kid. Thinking of this, Long Chen laughed out loud and said, "Looks like you already know about me and Feng Jilin." Sigh, that day was really wonderful. It lasted for a whole day and night. Your fiancé, under my orders, cooperated with me in all kinds of positions. She kept panting and panting. Such a beautiful woman, but you gave her to me first. To be honest, I'm a little embarrassed. Long Chen's words made Wu Guanyu's face turn purple like a pig's liver. Long Chen. Wu Guanyu panted. Under his orders, Mo Xiaolang was behind him. His body gradually changed. Soon, he turned from a human to a sun-devouring wolf. It was a rank 9 king-level sun-devouring wolf, so its body was naturally huge. However, under Emo Xiaolang's control, its body was only 10 meters tall. This was its most suitable state for fighting. A rank 9 king-level sun-devouring wolf is beyond your imagination. Today, I will turn you, Long Chen, into a block of ice. I will take care of everything you left behind for you. I, Wu Guanyu, swear that I will take back everything you took from me. Wu Guanyu almost roared as he uttered these words. He was relying on the sun-devouring wolf. The corners of Long Chen's mouth curled up into an almost invisible smile. Big brother, this is a great opportunity. Mo Xiaolang was communicating with Long Chen using the spiritual beast language. Time is pressing. Let's finish this quickly, said Long Chen. At this time, Wu Guangyu, who wanted to cut Long Chen into 1,000 pieces, took out the divine green lotus. He had just recovered from his serious injuries, so he didn't dare to use the green lotus sword art that he couldn't control. However, with the sun-devouring wolf's attack, Wu Guangyu was absolutely confident that he could kill Long Chen. Xiao Lang, let's work together. Wu Guangyu informed Xiao Lang. The sun-devouring wolf behind him nodded, and Wu Guangyu was relieved. This beast soul transformation again? Beast warriors are the weakest, and we, sword warriors, are many times stronger than beast warriors. Today, I will let you understand the glory of the way of the sword. Wu Guangyu roared and moved. His whole body was like a ray of cyan light, rushing towards Long Chen. Behind him, the sun-devouring wolf let out a desolate roar and rushed towards Long Chen. Wu Guangyu and the sun-devouring wolf moved one after the other. 9 provinces sword art, 1 sword light chills 19 provinces. Wu Guangyu used a peak mid-tier battle skill right from the start. This was the best battle skill he had apart from the green lotus sword art. Even in the Myriad Kingdoms domain, no young person had been able to stop this move. Long Chen was the first person to break this move with the fusion of the 3 Emperor's seals. If I use the green lotus sword art, you can come back to life. But if the sun-devouring wolf turns your body into ice, you can still come back to life. Wu Guanyu's plan was to use this move to suppress Long Chen. At the very least, he could restrain him. As long as he could restrain him, the sun-devouring demonic wolf could use the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. At that time, Long Chen wouldn't be able to dodge it. Using Long Chen's own pet to kill himself made Wu Guanyu's raging heart feel carefree. He had never hated a person so much in his life. What Long Chen had done to Feng Jilin had pushed him to the edge of insanity. As expected, he saw Long Chen use the fusion of the 3 Emperor's seals that he had used against him before. This terrifying move had injured Wu Guangyu before. However, Wu Guangyu didn't want to fight to the death with Long Chen this time. He wanted to use the 1 sword light chills 19 provinces to stabilize Long Chen and at the same time, let the sun-devouring wolf deal a fatal blow to Long Chen. 9 Serenity's demon ancestral flame. After a few days, the fusion of the 3 Emperor's seals clashed with the 1 sword light chills 19 provinces again. On Long Chen's blood-red scaled palm, the outlines of green, gold, and red Emperor's seals appeared. The power of the 3 Emperor's seals erupted. It suddenly pushed forward. Gold Emperor Heaven Shrouding Seal. Azure Emperor Heaven Raising Seal. Scarlet Emperor Heaven Burning Seal. The 3 Emperor's seals quickly fused together. Under Long Chen's attack, they collided with the 1 sword light chills 19 provinces. The situation was exactly the same as before. The fusion of the 3 Emperor's domains once again suppressed Wu Guanyu's sword light. The dazzling sword light flickered in the night sky, but under Long Chen's attack, it was quickly shattered. Break. Wu Guangyu let out an angry roar and frantically poured out his spiritual essence. The 1 sword light chills 19 provinces power temporarily resisted Long Chen's attack. At this critical moment, Wu Guangyu let out an angry roar. Blackie. This was the name Wu Guangyu gave to the sun-devouring wolf. At this moment, the two of them were in a deadlock. It was the best time for Xiao Lang to make his move. Wu Guangyu was completely excited. He was even imagining the situation of Long Chen being destroyed by the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral flame. As expected, at this moment, the sun-devouring wolf opened its mouth and spat out. Instantly, the surrounding temperature dropped countless times. Black flames appeared in the night sky. Whoosh! At this moment, Wu Guanyu could already feel the power of the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral flame. He knew that behind him, the sun-devouring wolf was using the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral flame to attack Long Chen. Victory or defeat would be decided at this moment. From Long Chen's frightened eyes, Wu Guanyu could tell that the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral flame was attacking him. In the next moment, Wu Guanyu would see Long Chen being burned into black ice. Wu Guanyu would never have imagined that Long Chen's frightened eyes were faked. In fact, Long Chen was already laughing in his heart. He could see that the sun-devouring wolf's attack was actually aimed at Wu Guanyu. The 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral flame had instantly pounced behind Wu Guanyu. In fact, Wu Guanyu felt that the power of the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral flame was about to descend on him. He thought that it was just an illusion. After all, the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral flame was too powerful. He was so close, so it was normal for it to be affected. Furthermore, the fear in Long Chen's eyes had given him a huge misunderstanding. When he finally realized that the fatal crisis was actually coming towards him, it was already too late. The sun-devouring wolf was already behind him, so how could he dodge? At this moment, Wu Guanyu was completely stunned. No, why? This fatal attack made him spurt out a mouthful of blood. The power in his hand was completely unable to support the 9 provinces sword technique. Under the attack of the 3 great sovereign seals of Long Chen, the divine sword Green Lotus flew up high. Then, the power of the 3 great sovereign seals directly blasted Wu Guanyu into the 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral flame. Boom! In front of Wu Guanyu's frightened eyes, Long Chen's 3 great sovereign domains and Mo Xiaolang's 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral flame immediately sandwiched Wu Guanyu in the middle. In such a situation, even an expert in the sky martial realm would undoubtedly die if he encountered it. No. The high-spirited Wu Guanyu had never imagined that he would die in this place. At this moment, his eyes were protruding and bloodshot. Rumble. It was useless to not believe it. Long Chen still smiled and strengthened his attack. Wu Guanyu was first turned into solid ice by Xiao Lang's 9 Serenities' demonic ancestral flame. Then, under the attack of Long Chen, all the solid ice instantly turned into black powder and completely disappeared in the air. Wu Guanyu had completely disappeared from this world. Before his death, his mind was completely filled with Long Chen's mocking smile. He finally understood that he had been played in the palm of Long Chen's hand all along. He did not control the sun-devouring wolf at all. The sun-devouring demonic wolf had always been under Long Chen's control. This fact caused Wu Guanyu to break down. In his heart, Long Chen was a nightmare. Unfortunately, he no longer had any hope of revenge. The black powder completely disappeared. Under the attack of the 3 great sovereign seals, nothing was left. Wu Guanyu was completely dead. After he died, Long Chen retracted his dragon soul transformation. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had already turned into his human form. He took the divine green lotus in his hand and threw it to Long Chen. This was a spoil of war. Of course, Long Chen would not be courteous. He kept the divine green lotus in his cosmos sack and then hugged Mo Xiaolang. Xiaolang. Big brother. Feeling each other's strong arms, the two of them laughed loudly. Motherfucker, we finally killed this guy. He dared to attack us. He will end up like this sooner or later. Long Chen said with a smile. He finally completed one of his long-cherished wishes. He was very happy. Big brother, let's quickly get rid of the traces and leave this place. That Feng Jilin seems to be chasing us. Mo Xiaolang said. Her. Long Chen smiled. Unintentionally planted a willow tree. He only casually punished this woman. He did not expect it to be convenient for him today. Chapter 820. Wu Guanyu was secretly killed by Long Chen just like that. He originally thought that the sun-devouring fiend wolf would kill Long Chen, but he never expected that the sun-devouring fiend wolf would kill him instead. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution, these two words should be interpreted in this way. After Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang made sure that there were no other traces in the surroundings, they left. About 15 minutes after they left, Feng Jilin, whose clothes were still a bit messy, came to this place. The sounds of battle should have come from this direction. Why isn't there any? Feng Jilin looked around. There was a steel forest everywhere and there were no traces of Wu Guanyu. Long Chen is full of tricks. Even if Wu Guanyu has the help of the sun-devouring fiend wolf, it would be troublesome if he was careless and got tricked by him. Thinking of this, Feng Jilin felt a bit panicked. She kept feeling that something was wrong with this place, but she just couldn't sense anything. What is this? On this steel-like ground, Feng Jilin felt a bit cold. She bent down and looked at the black ice shards on the ground. They were only some shards. It was indeed a bit strange for these shards to appear here. However, this was the primordial cemetery, so there were naturally many strange things. This won't do. I have to quickly follow him. The ice shards did not attract Feng Jilin's attention. She quickly stood up and continued to head in the direction of Cyanwood Sky City. As for Long Chen, he was currently heading in the direction of Sky First Water City. So, the distance between Feng Jilin and him was gradually pulled apart. This also caused Feng Jilin to be unable to find him at all. What is this? Suddenly, in front of the steel forest, Feng Jilin saw a black vortex. This vortex was in midair, distorting space and light. It emitted a strange light and a desolate and cold aura was emitted from the vortex. Feng Jilin approached for a while. When she was 10 meters away from the vortex, she stopped. She faintly felt that this vortex was a bit scary. Just as she was about to leave, the black vortex suddenly exploded with a powerful force. Feng Jilin found that she had no way to resist this power. Help! Feng Jilin's face changed. She didn't expect this to happen. It happened to her for no reason. She tried her best to resist, but the power was still sucking her in step by step. 10 meters away, she soon reached the edge of the whirlpool. No. Feng Jilin was terrified. She screamed but it was useless. The black whirlpool was like a huge mouth that swallowed Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin's face was filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, Feng Jilin had already vanished from the primeval cemetery. As for where she went, no one knew, and even Long Chen didn't know that Feng Jilin would suddenly face such an unexpected event. After devouring Lin of the Wind, the black vortex quickly shrank until it disappeared. Everything was empty, as if nothing had happened. "Big brother, why are you going to Skywater City?" asked Mo Xiaolang while they were rushing. Long Chen said, "I told Sushue and the others that I'm going to Skywater City. If I return to Cyanwood Sky City now, people will definitely be suspicious. Now that Wu Guangyu is dead, let's just treat it as him going missing. I've already wasted a lot of time killing Wu Guangyu, so I should hurry to Skywater City now. Furthermore, I've cultivated the 5 Emperor Seals and can already fuse 3 Emperor Seals. I'm still missing the Yellow Emperor Seal and the Mystic Emperor Seal. I believe that in Skywater City and Skywater region, I'll be able to find water attribute treasures." Mo Xiaolang said, "There aren't many people in the primeval cemetery who can kill Wu Guangyu. Most of them have gone to Skywater City. What if they guess it's you? Moreover, I'm still by your side." If people saw Mo Xiaolang standing beside Long Chen, they would easily know that Long Chen killed Wu Guangyu. Long Chen nodded and said, "You do need to pay attention to this. That Wu Lian is a bit terrifying. I'm not her opponent for now. So, when you meet outsiders, you can only stay in the Great Void Realm. As for the murderer, I think there's someone else other than me. Someone? Mo Xiaolang asked curiously. In his opinion, other than the people who went to Skywater City and Longchen, there was no one else in the primeval cemetery who could kill Wu Guanyu. Longchen told him about the 6 demon clan members. Since he left Longchen, Mo Xiaolang didn't know much about the imperial domain. So, Longchen told him about the layout of the 3 imperial domains. There's actually such a group of people. Looks like we're in a bad situation here. Those people are after the treasures of the 5 emperors. With their strength, we definitely can't resist them. Big brother, do you still want to fight for the treasures of the 5 emperors? Yes, of course. Not only that, I also want to find out the way to the 3 imperial domains from them. They came from the 3 imperial domains, so they definitely know the way to the 3 imperial domains. Mo Xiaolang suddenly understood and nodded. Then we should be careful. Emperor Realm demonic beasts are much stronger than King Realm demonic beasts. Demonic beasts that can become demon emperors definitely have a high status in the desolate imperial domain. I haven't reached the demon emperor realm yet, so I don't know how strong these demon clans are. In the desolate imperial domain, the number of demon beasts simply exceeded Longchen and Mo Xiaolang's imagination. There were hundreds of millions of demon clans in the desolate imperial domain. Every demon clan was big and small. There were also differences in strength. In the desolate imperial domain, not all King Realm and Emperor Realm demonic beasts could transform into human form. There were also a large number of Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow Realm demonic beasts. The leaders of ordinary demon clans were demon kings. Demon emperors were usually patriarchs of some demon clans. Of course, because there were too many demon clans, the number of demon emperors added up to millions. Demon emperors were equivalent to Sky Martial Realm experts. Above demon emperors were demon gods, which were equivalent to divine martial realm experts. There were many demon gods in the desolate imperial domain. Demon gods were the core of the desolate imperial domain. A trace of worry flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He said, there are countless experts in the imperial domain. Those who came to the primordial cemetery and covet the treasures left behind by the 5 emperors shouldn't be weak. At the very least, they must be stronger than the strongest experts in the myriad kingdoms domain. Only then can they toy with us in the palm of their hands. The 3 great imperial domains were vast and boundless. It wasn't something that Long Chen could imagine. Hearing this news, the 2 brothers' faces were filled with worry. However, Long Chen was confident. Next, they rushed towards Tianyi Water City at full speed. The faster they arrived, the less likely it was that he was the murderer. Moreover, before seeing Wu Guanyu's corpse, no one would know that he was already dead. What's this? When Kitten appeared from the Great Void Realm, its furry body appeared on Long Chen's shoulder. Mo Xiaolang was stunned. Idiot, don't you even recognize your Lord Cat? I know I'm handsome, but don't look at me like that. Lord Cat is not interested in male animals. The kitten looked at him with disdain, and then scratched the itch with its furry and fleshy claws. This is that fat cat. How did it become like this? Mo Xiaolang was speechless. This is the body of the demonic beast Dream Demon. Kitten has occupied it. As the demon grows older, Kitten's psychedelic ability will also become stronger. It will be of great help in battle. Your 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral flame is a sure kill attack, but it won't be easy to hit the enemy. If you let Kitten cooperate with you in battle, it will be very effective. Long Chen had thought about this a long time ago. It was to use Kitten's psychedelic ability in real battle. Bullshit, I'm indomitable and invincible. I still need you, little black dog. Back in the day, even if there were 10,000 people in the god martial arts realm in front of me, they would be directly killed by me in one breath. Kitten said proudly. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang chose to ignore this braggart at the same time. Hey, are you scared by this god's wisdom and martial arts? Kitten said arrogantly. Whoosh, a cold 9 serenity's demonic ancestral flame appeared in Mo Xiaolang's palm. Seeing this 9 serenity's demonic ancestral flame, Kitten trembled in fear. He quickly shrank behind Long Chen's neck and said in horror, "Stinky pervert, what are you going to do to me? Don't you dare, don't call me little black dog next time. My soul is a human, Mo Xiaolang." Mo Xiaolang grinned and said lightly. "But you have become a wolf. Ah, hero, spare my life. You are a human, a living human." Under Mo Xiaolang's coercion, Kitten moaned. With the return of Mo Xiaolang, his good days had come to an end. Mo Xiaolang was actually more easygoing to everyone, but he liked to tease Kitten. This was also a little bit of mischief in his character. Today, Mo Xiaolang had long regarded Kitten as his own brother. Let's go together. Our destination is Tianyi Water City." Long Chen laughed and put Kitten in Mo Xiaolang's hands. He then led the way towards Tianyi Water City. The matter of the mystic Thearch's key caused a bigger uproar than the 9 clans' youth martial arts competition. The 9 clans' youth martial arts competition forbade others from approaching. Therefore, after hearing about the mystic Thearch's key, everyone headed towards Tianyi Water City. When Long Chen arrived at Tianyi Water City in the Tianyi Water region, 2/3 of the people who were still alive in the primordial cemetery had already arrived. The 5 Thearch's treasures were extremely attractive to everyone. It was unknown who spread the news that whoever obtained the mystic Thearch's key would obtain 2 slots to enter the 5 Thearch's mystic realms. The 5 Thearchs were the pinnacle legends of the Myriad Kingdom domain. The temptation of the 5 Thearch's treasures was even greater than their own lives. Chapter 8:21. Other than the patriarchs of the 9 clans, there were also many ordinary warriors that had come. Compared to the mystic Thearch key, the news of Long Chen defeating Wu Guangyu and becoming the champion of the martial arts tournament did not surprise them much. They were more concerned about the whereabouts of the mystic Thearch key. Logically speaking, the mystic Thearch key could be obtained by anyone. Why was that? It was because of the environment of Tianyi Water City. At this moment, Long Chen was standing beside Tianyi Lake. Tianyi Lake was located in the center of the Tianshui region. To be honest, there was more water in the Tianshui region than there was land. There were lakes of various sizes everywhere, and Tianyi Lake was the largest one. Standing on one side of Tianyi Lake, Long Chen could not even see the other side of Tianyi Lake. It was obvious how huge Tianyi Lake was. The size of Tianyi Lake was about the same as the gigantic tree beneath Greenwood Sky City. And in the middle of Tianyi Lake, there was a city that stood on the surface of the water. It was the legendary Tianyi Water City. From afar, Tianyi Water City was white in color, like a pure white castle. In terms of exquisiteness and architectural wonder, Tianyi Water City was about the same as Cyanwood Sky City. The water region within a radius of a kilometer around Tianyi Water City was extremely calm. However, the situation beyond that kilometer was completely different. In Tianyi Lake, other than Tianyi Water City in the center, the other water regions were revolving at high speeds around Tianyi Water City, forming a huge whirlpool. As Long Chen stood outside Tianyi Lake, the water spewed out from the whirlpool looked like it was raining. The entire Tianyi Lake was basically revolving. The whirlpool that was rotating at a high speed and the huge amount of water in the lake had a super strong force. Those whose cultivation had not reached the earth martial arts realm would not be able to stand firmly in the Tianyi Lake. Even Long Chen would be greatly affected if he moved in it. Of course, Long Chen knew that it would not be easy for Wu Lian and the others to find the Mystic Emperor's key in the water whirlpool. It was unknown how the news spread, but someone saw the Mystic Thearch's key falling from the sky and falling into the whirlpool of Tianyi Lake. Now, Tianyi Lake was filled with many martial artists. By the time the clan heads of the 9 great clans arrived, it was already a little late. However, most of the martial artists were wandering around blindly. It was not easy to find the Mystic Thearch's key. Moreover, If more people stayed inside for too long, it was very likely that they would be directly injured or even killed by the collision. People die for wealth. Even if they saw others die, no one would stop their passion. The mystic Thearka's key was very important to the 9 great clans, especially to the people of the 5 Elements Alliance. There were many experts in the sky martial arts realm in the 5 Elements Alliance. However, there were only 2 places at the moment. Therefore, they mobilized the power of the 5 clans to search for the mystic Thearka's key. Originally, Tianyi Water City was the place where the Water Tribe and the Wood Tribe were stationed. Therefore, when the mystic Thearka's key appeared, the people of the Water Tribe and the Wood Tribe all entered the whirlpool. The people of the 5 Elements Alliance were very overbearing. They had already warned the ordinary martial artists not to enter. However, there were too many ordinary martial artists. Under the situation where the experts of the clans had all left, they could not stop them at all. When those people came back, the place was already a pot of porridge. However, there was still no news about the mystic Thearka's key. The people of the 5 Elements Alliance were worried that the mystic Thearka's key would be taken away by some ordinary martial artists. Therefore, they sent out many experts to kill the ordinary martial artists and chase them away. This caused an even bigger disturbance. On Tianyi Lake, there were already many dead people. Big and small, they stood in every corner of this Tianyi Lake. Originally, the 5 Elements Union wanted to work together with the Wind God and Thunder Demon lineages and the 9 great races to chase these martial artists out. However, Wu Lian and Bailan ignored them and went to look for the mystic Thearka's key. The ones who wanted the mystic Thearka's key the most were the 5 Elements Alliance. Bailan and Wu Lian did not want to become enemies with these ordinary martial artists. After all, the most important people in the Myriad Kingdom's domain were these ordinary martial artists. As such, only the people of the 5 Elements Alliance were dealing with these people. In a short period of time, the killing continued. The huge Tianyi Lake was already dyed with the color of blood. They killed people and took their treasures. They could even fuse the ancient tomb token into gold. Only gold could leave. Therefore, the killing would come sooner or later. One by one, people began to die. Even if they did not die, there would be a huge attack before the primordial cemetery opened half a year later. At that time, blood would flow like a river. Those who came to the primordial cemetery must be prepared to die. Seeing this scene, Longchen frowned slightly. In fact, under the swift and decisive actions of the 5 Elements Alliance, those who had not found the mystic Thearka's key did not dare to enter Tianyi Lake anymore. If they did not find the mystic Thearka's key and inexplicably lost their lives, it would be a great loss. At this time, Tianyi Water City was occupied by the people of the 5 Elements Alliance. Bailan and Lei Ji should be in the water. After Longchen arrived, Mo Xiaolang and Kitten entered the Great Void Realm. Longchen was very low-key. Not many people had seen him before. Therefore, no one could recognize him. Martial artists like him were everywhere around Tianyi Lake. Just as Longchen was preparing to enter, he suddenly felt Bailan and Lei Ji's aura. Indeed, the two of them were coming out from the bottom of the lake. From their expressions, they should not have found the mystic Thearka's key. They sensed Longchen's slight movement. When they saw that it was Longchen, they were stunned. Then, they immediately came over. Bailan asked, "Why did you come? Didn't you want to return to Cyanwood Sky City?" Longchen said, "I'm here to help. While I'm at it, I'm also searching for a water attribute treasure in this celestial waters domain. Since there isn't much to do in the Cyanwood Sky City, after sending them off for a while, I directly came here. However, I haven't found anything in the past 2 to 3 days. How about you?" Longchen had asked them for a wood attribute treasure before. Therefore, when they heard Longchen's words, they believed him. Longchen said that he had already searched for 2 to 3 days. This way, no one would suspect that Wu Guangyu's disappearance was related to him. Longchen still did not know that Feng Jilin had also disappeared. Both of them were missing. At this moment, the people from the wind god lineage were searching for the two of them. If Feng Jilin had not disappeared, she might have guessed that it was Long Chen who killed Wu Guangyu. To Long Chen, this was a good thing. Since you're here, let's search together. We will also help you look for the water attribute treasure. The two of us were supposed to move separately. Do you want to come with us or? Bai Lan asked. I'll go alone. Not many people know me anyway, Long Chen said with a smile. Indeed, there were more people from the wind god lineage who knew Long Chen. However, they did not come. Most of the people from the Five Elements Union did not know Long Chen. They would only treat him as an ordinary martial artist. All right. Be careful. If there's anything, shout for help. We will hear you. Bai Lan said and let Long Chen go. Long Chen could even defeat Wu Guangyu. Bai Lan was very assured. After the three of them chatted for a while, Bai Lan and Lei Ji had already entered the whirlpool of the first sky lake. Long Chen had also entered the whirlpool. When he entered the whirlpool, Long Chen could feel the force of the whirlpool. It was indeed terrifying. Even with his current strength, he had to try his best to stabilize his body so that he would not be swept away. Needless to say, he had to find something in this whirlpool. The water was so turbulent that he could not see anything. To find the mystic Thearka's key here was simply relying on luck. Perhaps the mystic Thearka's key had already been taken away. Long Chen's only strength was the 5 arch seals in his hand. When Bai Lan took out the 5 Thearka's key, the 5 arch seals in Long Chen's hand had a slight resonance with the key. After all, the two items had the same origin. With this slight resonance, Long Chen felt that the mystic Thearka's key was indeed in a certain position in the first sky lake. With this resonance, Long Chen could even obtain the mystic Thearka's key. Everything was just a matter of time. In the 5 Emperors' mystic realm, the competition is huge. I would rather waste the mystic Thearka's key than let a few people from the 5 Elements Union enter. Even Bai Lan is searching for the mystic Thearka's key. If I can find it, I will conveniently take it away. With a plan in mind, Long Chen moved randomly in the first sky lake. He used the 5 arch seals in his hand to sense the location of the mystic Thearka's key. The stronger the resonance, the closer he would be to the key. Along the way, Long Chen encountered many fights, but he didn't care. After wandering in the first sky lake for half a day, Long Chen finally felt that the 5 arch seal's resonance seemed to have intensified. This direction. In fact, Long Chen could roughly tell which direction it was. The direction was below his feet. I didn't expect that after so many people searched here for so many days, Long Chen would be the first to find it. This place is frequented by people, but they didn't search carefully. How could they find the mystic Thearka's key? As he thought about it, Long Chen continued to dive. The depth of the first sky lake had exceeded his expectations. After diving for a few hundred meters, he still couldn't find the bottom of the first sky lake. However, the resonance between the mystic Thearka's key and the 5 arch seals was much stronger. There is someone below. After diving for a distance, Long Chen suddenly realized that there was someone below. Furthermore, that person's position didn't seem to be far from the location of the mystic Thearka's key that Long Chen could sense. What a coincidence. I just arrived here and the mystic Thearka's key has already been taken away. Long Chen was a little depressed. According to his intuition, the person below should be an expert. It was obvious that Long Chen could still sense the mystic Thearka's key. This meant that the mystic Thearka's key hadn't been taken away. Chapter 822. With a mystical ability like the blood escape, even if he couldn't snatch the mystic Thearka's key, it would be very easy for him to escape. If he were to use the blood escape now, no one in the entire Myriad Kingdom domain would be able to catch up to him. Therefore, he concealed his aura, slowed down his pace, and moved forward quietly. Using the soul-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen could accurately see the other party's position. He was 50 meters below Long Chen and was still diving. If he was right, he should be heading in the direction of the mystic Thearchus key. From the soul-devouring demon eyes, this person should be an expert in the sky martial realm, but he just didn't know which one. However, after moving forward for a while, Long Chen suddenly felt something, and his eyes lit up. The mystic Thearchus key appeared in this Tianyi lake. There seems to be something beside the key. It's the aura of a demonic beast, a 9th grade king-class demonic beast. In the Great Void Realm, Xiao Lang said that Long Chen didn't have the strength to deal with Wu Yan, so Xiao Lang couldn't expose himself to the public. Demonic beast. Long Chen was a little confused. If it was a demonic beast, why didn't it move at all when there were so many people in this Tianyi lake? This is a demonic beast called the Emerald Water Golden Eyes Beast. It is a lion-shaped demonic beast. It is usually in a deep sleep and turns into a stone lion. Only when someone disturbs it will it wake up. The awakened Emerald Water Golden Eyes Beast is like being disturbed in its sleep. It will become crazy and angry. However, this Emerald Water Golden Eyes Beast's demonic core is a good thing. Maybe it can help you cultivate the Mystic Emperor shrouding Heaven seal. Is that so? Long Chen pondered for a moment and felt that his luck was indeed very good. The mystic Thearchus key wasn't something that he wanted. If he could obtain the demonic core of the Jade Water Golden Eyes Beast, that would be what he wanted. A 9th grade king-class demonic beast was quite difficult to deal with. He didn't know why the mystic Thearchus key appeared here, but Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. If the Jade Water Golden Eyes Beast woke up, there was still an expert to deal with it. If he could grasp the timing, it would be fine. The mystic Thearchus key was released by the 6 demons. With their personalities, if they knew there was a sleeping Jade Water Golden Eyes Beast here, it would be normal to put it next to it. Thinking of this, Long Chen became more careful. Judging from the spirit-devouring demonic pupil, the Blue Water Golden Eyes Beast was in a deep sleep. Its soul was very big, but it was difficult for the spirit-devouring demonic pupil to discover it. Maybe when it woke up, it would become obvious. Suddenly, the Jade Water Golden Eyes Beast stopped. In this whirlpool, he could stand still. It was obvious that his strength was at least stronger than Long Chen's. Long Chen continued to move forward and got closer. From the back view of that person, he should be the clan head of the water race in the 5 Elements Union. Long Chen didn't know his name, but the clan head of the water race had been in Tianyi Water City for such a long time. He must have known about the existence of this Jade Water Golden Eyes Beast. He must have come here to try his luck. However, from the looks of his excitement, he must have seen the mystic Thearchus key. Long Chen looked into the depths of Tianyi Lake. In front of him was a giant stone lion sculpture. This sculpture was more than 100 meters tall. It was lifelike, beautiful, and mighty. It was like a perfect piece of art. Who would have guessed that this was actually a sleeping demonic beast? The 100-meter-tall sleeping stone lion stood at the bottom of the lake and looked into the sky. In between its eyes, between its eyebrows, Long Chen suddenly found a key that was glowing with blue light. This key was exactly the same as the key in Bai Lan's hand. It was the same size, too. The only difference was the color. Without a doubt, this key was the mystic Thearchus key that gave Long Chen a reaction. The mystic Thearchus key rubbed against the stone lion's eyebrows, but it didn't wake up the Jade Water Golden Eyes Beast. At this moment, the water race elder's eyes were focused on the Jade Water Golden Eyes Beast. He didn't see Long Chen, who was 100 meters away. At this moment, the clan head of the water race muttered to himself, "The mystic Thearchus key is actually here. Why didn't I see it the last time I came here?" Jiang Yi's face was filled with suspicion as he sized it up and continued, "Half of the mystic Thearchus key is inserted into the head of the stone lion. If I pull out the key, it will awaken the stone lion. Who arranged this?" No matter what, the mystic Thearchus key was the most important thing in the 5 Elements Union. He had to get it. As for the Jade Water Golden Eyes Beast, it was only a 9th grade king tier beast. He was at the first tier of the heaven martial realm. Therefore, he didn't care about it at all. As for greeting the others, he didn't have the time now. What if someone found this place first? Thinking of this, the clan head of the water race made up his mind. He was only about 20 meters away from the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast. At this moment, he changed his body shape and quickly moved toward the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast. Let me show you something fun. In the distance, Long Chen chuckled. He dived below the blue water golden-eyed beast and took out a hard gravel from afar. He stretched out his hand and flicked it. With his strength, the gravel directly broke the skin of the stone lion and flicked a full meter into its body. After turning into a stone lion, the body of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast wasn't as strong. Therefore, Long Chen's small attack had completely alerted the stone lion. It wasn't that easy for the clan head of the water race to get the mystic Thearka's key. Because Long Chen had already dived very deep, the clan head of the water race didn't feel the sound of the sand breaking through the bottom of the water until he reached the legs of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast. However, at this moment, he felt that the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast was waking up quickly. It's awake so quickly. The clan head of the water race still didn't know what was going on. He was shocked. Under his eyes, the stone lion, starting from the head, started to change from gray to green. This was a huge green lion. It had a thick mane like steel needles, and its body was filled with strong muscles. It was obvious that its physical strength was much stronger than that of the sun-devouring demon wolf. The gray stone quickly turned into a bluish-green furry exterior that flowed with blue light. A destructive force exploded from the body of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast. Suddenly, the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast opened its eyes. This pair of eyes had a diameter of 2 meters. The eyes of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast were naturally golden. They were like 2 suns hidden in the bottom of the water. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, and the water surged. The moment the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast opened its eyes, it saw the clan head of the water race in front of it. After sleeping for so many years, it was woken up again. This made the golden eyes of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast even more intense. The more intense the golden color, the angrier it was. Beast. Although the Jade Water race had woken up, the clan head still didn't take it seriously. However, he didn't dare to get too close. Instead, he retreated a distance and looked at the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast that was roaring and stirring the water. With the size and strength of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast, under its stirring, the entire First Sky Lake became even more turbulent. The people around First Sky Lake could feel this change. Obviously, the loud roar meant that a powerful demonic beast had appeared. Those who were bold and strong went toward the place where the roar came from. Those who were timid and weak retreated after hearing the terrifying roar of the demonic beast. I can't let it go on. I have to finish it quickly. Thinking of this, the leader of the water tribe rushed to the front of the blue water golden eyes beast like a water arrow. Both the man and the beast fought with all their strength, and the fierce battle immediately began. The blue water golden eyes beast had a strong body and was familiar with fighting in the water, but the realm of the leader of the water tribe was higher than it. After fighting for a while, the clan head of the water race actually couldn't defeat the opponent. If I delay any longer, others will arrive. I can't delay any longer. Thinking of this, the clan head of the water race hurriedly used his realm that belonged to the Sky Martial Arts realm. Although the realm of the first level of the Sky Martial Arts realm wasn't powerful, it was a very powerful means to attack opponents below the Sky Martial Arts realm, especially demonic beasts. A force from the heaven and earth bound the body of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast. This feeling of being unable to move made the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast even more angry. It roared with all its strength and tightened its muscles, stirring up waves and destroying the natural whirlpool. Traceless clear water. After using the realm to bind the opponent, the clan head of the water race lightly pressed his palm on the forehead of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast. At the same time, he quickly took out the Xian Thearka's key. The Jade Water Golden Eyes beast let out a cry of pain after being hit by such an emperor-level battle technique. Traceless clear water's palm had directly shattered its brain. Only demonic beasts at the Demon Emperor realm could withstand a palm strike from an expert in the Sky Martial Arts realm. Obviously, the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast couldn't withstand it. Long Chen could feel that under the all-out attack of the clan head of the water race, the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast's life force was rapidly disappearing. Here's my chance. Long Chen instantly rushed to the leg of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast. The demonic beast, which was already close to death, didn't have much strength to resist. Its huge and boundless body was directly grabbed by Long Chen into the Great Void Realm. The huge Jade Water Golden Eyes beast disappeared into thin air. After obtaining its demon core, Long Chen could try to cultivate the Xian Thearka's heaven-shrouding seal. However, the mystic Thearka's key was still taken away by the clan head of the water race. After the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast's key was taken away, Long Chen and the clan head of the water race looked at each other from a distance of 100 meters. It was then that the clan head of the water race realized that there was actually another person beside him. More importantly, this person was actually Long Chen. You were the one who startled the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast and woke it up. The clan head of the water race's eyes were gloomy as he gritted his teeth and asked. Chapter 823. The leader of the water tribe had already put the mystic Thearka's key into the storage ring on his thumb. Long Chen was only at the 8th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Without the experience of fighting against experts in the Sky Martial Arts realm, Long Chen didn't dare to touch him. His main goal was the corpse of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast. Now that he had obtained it, he was already satisfied. As for the quota for the 5 Emperor's treasure, Long Chen didn't care much about it. It didn't mean that if one side had more people, they would definitely get the real treasure. It depended on luck and strength. Obviously, the 5 leaders of the 5 Elements Alliance were all in the ordinary Sky Martial Arts realm. So it's you, Long Chen. I killed the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast. The corpse should belong to me, but you forcefully took it. I have a friendship with Biyao, and I am also your elder. Yet, you are so impulsive. You have no manners. If you know what's good for you, quickly return the corpse of the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast to me. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. The leader of the water tribe raised his eyebrows and said coldly. Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. He said, I, Long Chen, am not a child. Leader, don't scare me with this. I was able to take this because of my own ability. I didn't ask you for the mystic Thearka's key, but you asked me for the Jade Water Golden Eyes beast. You are too overbearing. Seeing that Long Chen didn't give it to him, the leader of the water tribe knew that Biyao and the others were nearby. When they arrived, it would be extremely difficult to deal with Long Chen. Thinking of this, he didn't say anything and reached out to grab Long Chen. In order to prevent Long Chen from escaping, the power of the Sky Martial Arts realm, domain, pressed towards Long Chen. The power of that domain existed in all directions. It couldn't be seen or touched. This was a martial artist in the Sky Martial Arts realm. He used his martial soul to use the power of this world to suppress Long Chen. However, to the blood escape, the domain of the first level of the heaven realm was a bit insufficient. The first thing Long Chen did was to use the blood escape technique. He turned into a burning red light and quickly disappeared from the Water Tribe Patriarch's sight. This was the first time he used the blood escape technique after reaching this realm. The Water Tribe Patriarch was stunned by his speed. Don't go. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Chen had already left. The leader of the Water Tribe was left alone in a daze. That brat is really slippery. Next time I see him alone, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. His escape technique is really fast. How could Bailan's son-in-law be so mysterious? He had just obtained the mystic Thearka's key. This was the real treasure. It was the key for the five-element union to be able to dominate the myriad kingdoms in the future. The Water Tribe Patriarch was worried that he would meet the two super experts, Biyao and Wu Lian. He no longer cared about Long Chen and rushed towards the surface of the Tiani Lake. As long as he rushed out of the water, he should be safe. When the Water Tribe Patriarch rushed out of the water, basically everyone in the Tiani Lake had also rushed out of the water. At that moment, everyone was looking at the Water Tribe Patriarch. They know that I obtained the Mystic Thearch's key. The Water Tribe Patriarch was shocked. He then thought of Long Chen. He knew that it must be Long Chen who had leaked it. Of course, it didn't matter. Now that the Mystic Thearch's key was in his hands, besides the God race and the demon race, who else would dare to snatch it? If the 5 clan patriarchs and ancestor Jin were here, even Biyao and Wu Lian wouldn't dare to make a move. At that moment, there were thousands of people floating above the Tiani Lake. Those ordinary martial artists stared at the Water Tribe Patriarch helplessly. The people of the Five-Element Union quickly gathered beside the Water Tribe Patriarch. The 5 clan patriarchs of the Five-Element Union arrived very quickly. The strongest expert of the Five-Element Union, Ancestor Jin, had also arrived at this moment. This way, it would be foolproof. Did you really obtain the Mystic Thearch's key? Ancestor Jin asked anxiously. Excitement was written all over the faces of the 5 patriarchs. The Five-Element Union had 6 Sky Martial Realm experts. Previously, there was only one key. With another key, 4 Sky Martial Realm experts would be able to enter. There were a total of 10 spots, and they had occupied almost half of them. If it depended on luck like today, their chances of obtaining the treasure would far surpass the others. Good, good. After the Water Tribe Patriarch nodded excitedly, Ancestor Jin laughed out loud. He patted the shoulder of the Water Tribe Patriarch and said, "Well done. Your feat today will be recorded in the genealogy of the Five-Element Union. Your name will be known throughout the ages." "Thank you, old ancestor," the Water Tribe Patriarch quickly said. As for the others, at this time, Jin Zhu looked around. His golden eyes were like 2 small suns, releasing an astonishing scorching power and oppressive power. The imposing manner of the second level of the Heaven Martial Realm caused those ordinary martial artists to retreat in fear. "Everyone, if you don't want to die in this Tiani Lake, scram. We have already obtained the Mystic Thearch's key. I advise you to run for your lives. If you anger me, none of you will live." Rumbling sounds spread out in all directions. Ancestor Jin was one of the few super experts in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. His power was extraordinary, to the point that people would tremble in fear just by hearing his name. Before, he didn't show himself, which was why the others dared to search here. Now that the Five-Element Union had obtained the Mystic Thearch's key and Ancestor Jin had come out to reprimand them, those ordinary martial artists looked at each other in dismay. They had already given up. At the bottom of the Tiani Lake, there had been many assassinations. Many people had actually obtained many battle skills, royal crystals, elixirs, and divine weapons. These were their gains from this trip. Of course, more people had lost their lives because of greed. There weren't many people like Long Chen who had so many life-saving mystical abilities. The ordinary martial artists left one after another. Although they were unwilling, they didn't explode. On this vast Tiani Lake, only 3 factions were left. Among the Wind Divine lineage, only Feng Qing and Wu Lian stood together. Obviously, Feng Qing was floating behind Wu Lian. And among the Thunder Demon lineage, Biyao and Wu Ji stood side by side. Beside Biyao was Long Chen. After Long Chen came out from the bottom of the lake, he had already found Biyao and Lei Ji. Previously, he was the one who released the news about the Mystic Thearch's key. This Tiani Lake was in chaos. Since the Mystic Thearch's key had already been obtained, Long Chen used this method to stop more killings. His good intentions were indeed effective. Under Ancestor Jin's reprimand, those ordinary martial artists had already retreated to the outside of the Tiani Lake. Of course, Long Shuka was the only one left who didn't belong to any faction. The few of you, please go back and search for the location of the Five Emperors' mystic realm. Whoever finds the entrance to the Five Emperors' mystic realm, inform the others. When we have gathered five Emperors' keys, we will open the Five Emperors' mystic realm together. Ancestor Jean looked around and said in a clear voice. He, who had obtained 2 Five Emperors' keys, had become the leader. Since the five Emperors' keys had appeared, the next step was to search for the Five Emperors' mystic realm. Besides Long Chen, no one else knew where the Five Emperors' mystic realm was. At this moment, Long Chen recalled his encounter in Micheng. In Micheng, those people from the demon race seemed to say that the Five Emperors' mystic realm would only open 5 months later, 1 month before the primordial cemetery ends. They tossed out the Five Emperors' keys for us to obtain. Since that was the case, they should have told us the entrance to the Five Emperors' mystic realm and the opening time. Just as Long Chen thought of this, suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. Those ordinary cultivators didn't even have time to leave before they were frightened by this terrifying aura and turned their heads. Bailan and Lei Ji's faces became a little flustered. Bailan did not say anything and pulled Long Chen towards the shore of First Sky Lake. Bailan's speed was so fast that it was even comparable to Long Chen's blood escape. In an instant, Long Chen was brought to the shore of First Sky Lake. As for the people from the Divine Winds sect and the Five Elements Alliance, they also arrived at the shore of First Sky Lake anxiously. The reason why they left First Sky Lake was because they felt that the terrifying aura came from the First Sky Lake. What a terrifying demonic beast aura! There is actually such a terrifying demonic beast in the primordial cemetery. Just as he stabilized his body, Bailan looked towards the direction of First Sky Lake in shock. Demonic beast. Long Chen's thoughts were different from the others. He felt that there was something wrong with the appearance of a demonic beast at this time. Moreover, it was a demonic beast that even Bailan felt was terrifying. Actually, those ordinary cultivators did not have time to leave. They turned their heads and stared blankly. Under the astonished and doubtful gazes of the crowd, the already chaotic Tianyi Lake became even more violent. The lake water shot up into the sky and a huge shadow gradually emerged from the bottom of the lake. This shadow was hundreds of meters wide. It was much wider than the body of the Jade Eyes beast. And this was just the surface area of the shadow. At this moment, even Long Chen could sense how terrifying this demonic beast's aura was. He dared to conclude that this demonic beast was definitely an emperor level or above. Seeing how Bailan was so unsure, this demonic beast's strength was most likely above grade 3 emperor level. The question was, did the primordial cemetery have such a powerful demonic beast? Long Chen knew who the person behind the scenes of the primordial cemetery game was. Needless to say, a lot of the truth would surface with the appearance of this demonic beast. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the water of First Sky Lake shot up into the sky and ripples filled the sky. Then, a huge shadow burst out from the bottom of the lake. What appeared in front of everyone was a huge beast's head. This is a flood dragon. Long Chen was shocked to discover that the head that came out of the water was actually the head of a flood dragon. Moreover, it was a deep purple flood dragon. This flood dragon's face was ferocious and incomparably huge. Its pair of black eyes were like whirlpools. Its entire head was simply much larger than First Sky Water City. Chapter 824. Fat Cat, what kind of demonic beast is that? It's so huge and so terrifying. Long Chen quickly communicated with Kitten through the great virtual realm. He was retreating with Bailan and the others. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a rank 9 Emperor tier purple blood dragon. It's not even a monster. Back in the day, I could blow countless purple blood dragons to death with a single breath. In the great virtual realm, the furry dream demon lazily opened his eyes and said, Rank 9 Emperor level. Long Chen sucked in a cold breath. It was as strong as a cultivator in the 9th level of the Sky Martial Realm. Long Chen had just risen from the 1st level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm. He knew how big the difference between the 1st and the 9th level of the Earth Martial Arts Realm was. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Biyao and the others were purple blood flood dragons of the 9th level of the Emperor level. Without a doubt, if the purple blood flood dragon wanted to attack, it could easily kill Biyao and the others with a single swipe of its claw. Long Chen estimated that the purple blood flood dragon was at most a rank 3 Emperor level. He hadn't expected it to be a rank 9 Emperor level. Kitten, you didn't lie to me. It really is a rank 9 Emperor level? Asked Long Chen as he retreated. He knew that there was no point in retreating. Even if he used the blood escape technique, he wouldn't be able to escape alone. Why would I lie to you? It's not the first time you've seen it. What's there to be afraid of? The purple blood flood dragon is a demonic beast from the desolate Imperial realm. It's a demon Emperor level monster. It's not surprising that it's a rank 9 Emperor level monster, said Kitten lazily, stretching his waist. This made Mo Xiaolang, who was next to him, want to slap him. If Kitten was outside the great virtual realm, he would have been scared shitless. He wouldn't have said such sarcastic things if he was in the great virtual realm and he wasn't in danger. I've seen it before. Long Chen thought for a moment and remembered that night when Kitten had gone to meet Qing alone. Through the great virtual dragon talisman, Long Chen had seen purple scales on one of the men's hands. Long Chen guessed that the purple blood flood dragon was one of the 6 demons. Long Chen was relieved when he thought of this, because he knew that if that was the case, the purple blood flood dragon would not do anything to them. Instead, it would tell Biyao and the others how to open the 5 Emperor's treasures. Just as Long Chen imagined, the purple blood flood dragon's appearance changed very quickly. Its huge body disappeared and turned into a purple light. It gradually condensed into a handsome man in a purple robe in midair. This man looked exactly like a human. There were no purple scales on his hands, but Long Chen knew that this was a transformation. If he was in his natural state, his hands would definitely be covered in scales. Don't run, I have no ill intentions towards you. As Long Chen had expected, the purple-clothed man had a warm smile on his face as he spoke indifferently. Hearing his voice, the people who were fleeing in panic seemed to stop under some mysterious magic. Even Biyao and the others stopped. The 3 of them looked at each other in dismay before looking at the purple-robed man warily. Biyao softly said, I don't know what background this demonic beast has. Let's observe the situation first. If the situation isn't right, we'll split up and flee. That's right. Our ancestors have never told us that there would be such a terrifying demon beast in this Tianyi Lake. This giant flood dragon. I don't think there are any records of such a demon beast in the demon beast record. Lei Ji's voice was filled with unease and fear. He predicted that if the purple blood flood dragon was really angry and started killing people, not many people here would be able to survive. Don't worry, I don't think he has any intention of killing anyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned into a human. Long Chen knew the truth, but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. Thus, he temporarily comforted them. Long Chen's words made sense. Thinking this through, Lei Ji and Biyao heaved a sigh of relief. They obediently stayed in the crowd and waited for the situation to develop. At the same time, the people of the 5 Elements Alliance and the Divine Wind Bloodline were in a similar situation. In front of this powerful monster, even Wu Lian stood quietly. At this moment, no one dared to move. Their gazes were focused on the purple blood flood dragon above Tianyi Lake. They didn't dare to make a sound and could only look at him obediently. This silent scene made the purple blood flood dragon very satisfied. He smiled and nodded, and his melodious voice spread all around. I am Zi Shui, a monster under the mystic arch of the 5 emperors. I have lived for more than 10,000 years. That year, the 5 emperors led the experts of the 10,000 kingdoms domain to fight against the enemy. There were many casualties, and only I, Zi Shui, survived. However, I don't think my legend has been passed down. Too many people died that year. At this point, Zi Shui revealed a sorrowful expression. Hearing these words, the others were truly relieved. Indeed, in the legends, there's no such monster as Zi Shui, that's right. In the legends, the 5 emperors didn't seem to have any monsters under them. This flood dragon has actually lived for more than 10,000 years? Doesn't that mean that his strength is considered very strong among the emperors? The crowd discussed softly, not daring to speak too much. Long Chen laughed in his heart. This purple blood flood dragon was really shameless. It actually pretended to be a demonic beast under the mystic arch. They only had one goal, and that was the 5 Thearch's treasures. Hence, everything was related to the 5 Thearch's treasures. Long Chen looked at Bai Lan and Lei Ji. From their expressions, they seemed to have already believed him. There wasn't much information left behind about the war between the 5 emperors. They didn't even know who the enemies of the 5 emperors were. However, Long Chen knew that the enemies of the 10,000 Kingdoms domain were actually some of the monsters from the Desolate Emperor domain. In the 10,000 Kingdoms domain, this would be a catastrophe. However, to the monsters of the Desolate Emperor domain, this was only a small matter. The enemies of the 5 emperors were monsters. How could such a powerful purple blood flood dragon be a monster under the mystic Thearch's command? One had to know that the strength of this purple blood flood dragon was comparable to the 7 brilliant star lords. Long Chen only had the strength he had today because he had obtained the inheritance of the 7 brilliant star lords. At this moment, after hearing the purple blood flood dragon's self-introduction, the ordinary cultivators quickly believed it. Starting from the first person who knelt on the ground, many others followed suit. Of course, there were some who didn't believe it. However, since everyone had knelt, what would they do if the monster didn't kneel and killed them instead? Therefore, everyone knelt one after another. The only ones who hadn't knelt were probably the people from the 9 great clans. Without the permission of the clan leader, the others didn't dare to make any rash moves. Of course, if the clan leader took the lead, they would definitely kneel without hesitation. You don't have to kneel before me. At this moment, the purple-robed man smiled and said. His gaze shifted to where Long Chen and the others were and said, I am still alive so that the descendants of the 5 emperors can search for the treasures left behind by their ancestors. Now that the 5 emperors' keys have appeared, I have appeared today to inform those who have obtained the 5 emperors' keys. In 5 months' time, bring the 5 emperors' keys to the center of the ruined city in the eternal battlefield. There, a 5-colored altar will appear. That will be the entrance to the 5 emperors' mystic realm. This news caused a huge uproar. The people who had the 5 emperors' keys exchanged glances and were even more convinced of the purple-robed man's words. Previously, they had indeed been most suspicious about the eternal battlefield. After all, that was the core. After saying that, the purple-robed man added, You are all descendants of the 5 emperors. I hope that after you possess the treasures left behind by them, you will be able to strengthen the 10,000 kingdoms. If anyone uses the treasures of the 5 emperors for evil purposes, then one day, I, Zi Shui, will appear in front of you and take away the treasures of the 5 emperors. After saying that, the purple-robed man didn't say anything else and immediately dove into Tianyi Lake. He didn't use tracking technique again. He really left fast. Long Chen squinted his eyes. In his soul-devouring demon eyes, he saw that the purple-robed man didn't dive into the bottom of the lake. Instead, he left in another direction at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. This meant that he wasn't a demonic beast under the Xian the Arch but someone from the Desolate Emperor domain who coveted the treasures of the 5 emperors. This fellow was a 9th-grade martial emperor. Of course, the other 6 wouldn't be weak either. If that was the case, then Long Chen would have to face 6 such terrifying opponents. In this way, wanting to obtain the treasures of the 5 emperors would simply be more difficult than ascending the heavens. A trace of powerlessness appeared in Long Chen's heart. If it wasn't for his dream of pursuing Lingxi, Long Chen would really want to give up. After the purple-robed man left, Long Chen noticed that the surroundings were in complete chaos. The ordinary martial artists discussed animatedly. To them, this was simply a miracle. I truly never imagined that a demonic beast under the Xian Arch would actually be able to survive until now. Looks like many of the rules of the game in the primeval cemetery were probably set by this demonic beast called Zi Shui, including the primeval tomb token, and not by those mysterious guests from the Emperor domain. Bailan frowned as he spoke. He imagined that the primeval cemetery was left behind by the 5 emperors to temper their descendants. What he didn't know was that the purple blood water dragon was actually one of the guests from the Emperor domain. Bailan was deeply convinced, and so were the other clan leaders, especially the people from the 5 Elements Alliance. They felt that the mystic the arch key that they obtained must have been given to them by the purple blood water dragon. After all, they were the direct descendants of the 5 emperors. They were the group of people who had the bloodline of the 5 emperors. Chapter 825. Everyone, since that's the case, we don't have to bother Lord Zishua anymore. Let's meet at the everlasting battlefield in 5 months. Ancestor Jin's face glowed red as he cupped his hands. Goodbye, Wu Lian said. Without saying anything else, she left with Feng Qing. During these 5 months, they might be able to increase their strength. Everyone had enough time to prepare and wait for the final battle. 5 months was neither too long nor too short. Let's go back to the Greenwood Sky City. Long Chen, I'll give you the spot that I promised you. 5 months later, you'll follow us to the everlasting battlefield. What do you think? Bailan asked. Long Chen thought for a while. Next, he should cultivate the 9th layer of the Earth Martial Realm's Earth Martial Fist Manual, as well as the Dark Emperor overturning the Sky Seal, and strive to break through. The Azure Wood Heavenly City was a quiet environment. It would be best if he could go there. Hence, he nodded in agreement. In the eyes of outsiders, Long Chen had to go back to the Greenwood Sky City. After all, his fiancée was still there. As for the wedding, Bailan had already discussed it with others. After they returned to the Myriad Kingdom territory, they would be like Wu Guangyu and Lin of the Wind. However, this was fake. Long Chen's target was the Imperial Domain. The matter at the Tianyi Water City was officially over. Long Chen and Bailan Leiji proceeded toward the direction of the Cyanwood Heavenly City. As for Wu Lian and the others, they proceeded toward the direction of the Glazed Gold Giant City. As for the 5 Element Alliance, they moved away from the Tianyi Water City and headed to the thick soil region to avoid disturbing the purple-blooded water dragon. Anyway, at this point, it was useless to occupy a region. The 5 Emperors' treasure was the ultimate treasure in the ancient cemetery. Greenwood Sky City. The Greenwood region was filled with trees. The tree that supported the Greenwood Sky City was huge. It was like a huge wall between heaven and earth. This primordial cemetery used to be a part of the Myriad Kingdom domain. This was the residence of the so-called 5 Emperors. As for this Azure Wood Heavenly City, it was the residence of one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Qing. 5 black-robed people were floating beside the huge tree beneath the Greenwood Heavenly City. One of them was a woman who was completely shrouded in a black robe. She chuckled. That fellow Violets now said he wanted to scare those little ants. I really don't know what kind of funny situation will happen. Under that gigantic body of his, wouldn't those people from the divine race and devil race be scared witless? Another black-robed man laughed. Of course. The people of the Myriad Kingdom territory really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. How strong are they? They're ant-like existences, yet they dare to call themselves gods or demons. Even we don't dare to talk about true gods and demons, let alone them, said another black-robed man. Don't talk about the Myriad Kingdom territory. Tell me, it's a pity that such a huge ancient tree doesn't become a member of our demon race, said the woman coquettishly. One of the black-robed men looked at her and said with a smile, you want to make the ancient tree a member of your flaming red tree race again? Hee, I brought a lot of flaming red tree fruits this time. It wasn't easy to come across such a huge ancient tree. Of course, I have to try. There are too many people in the primordial cemetery. They're an eyesore. Let some of them die first. There seems to be quite a number of people living in the city on the ancient tree. Let them all die. You guys retreat first and watch me. The other four looked at each other and did not say anything. They immediately retreated. The remaining woman took out a fiery red stone from somewhere. This stone looked like a fruit. No wonder it was called the scarlet flame fruit. This scarlet flame fruit burned with red flames. Its temperature was extremely high, so high that Long Chen and the others could not imagine it. Within the stone, it looked like a towering tree. It was dancing and letting out beast-like roars. Darling, listen to me obediently and become a baby of my Scarlet Flame Treant clan. You can kill as many as you want in this primordial cemetery, and destroy as many as you want. At the very least, you should be able to burn this entire greenwood region to the ground. The woman softly placed the flaming red tree fruit into the trunk of the ancient tree. Then, she chuckled and left. From her words, it seemed like she wanted to turn the ancient tree into a fire-attributed demonic beast. Trees were of the wood attribute and were innately afraid of fire. But this demon race could turn it into a fire-attributed demonic beast. It was truly shocking. The three imperial regions were indeed mysterious. Behind her, the ancient tree quietly changed. On the brown and withered bark of the trunk, a layer of red flames quietly appeared. Because Bylon was worried about the two women, they returned to the Greenwood Heavenly City at a very fast speed. Between the Tianshui region and the Greenwood region, they had to pass through the everlasting battlefield to reach it. The last time they left the everlasting battlefield, they weren't in a hurry and took a few days. But now, with Bylon and the rest traveling at full speed, they only needed 2 to 3 days. I keep having a bad feeling. I don't know why. While they were traveling, Bylon suddenly said. Premonitions were hard to explain. Perhaps there really was such a thing. So when Lei Ji jokingly scolded Bylon for thinking too much, Long Chen didn't say anything. The three of them continued to advance at full speed for some distance, and they had already entered the Greenwood region. At this moment, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. First of all, the most abnormal part was that there was actually a rumbling vibration on the ground. This was not a small-scale vibration, but a large-scale vibration. How can this be? This is an earthquake. Long Chen, Bylon and the rest looked at each other. Let's go back quickly. There might be danger in the Greenwood Heavenly City. Bylon glared and was ready to leave Long Chen and Lei Ji behind. At this moment, Long Chen also felt that something was wrong, so he quickly transformed into his dragon soul transformation. This way, his speed would be faster. Although he couldn't catch up with Bylon, he could still follow behind from afar. The more they advanced, the more Long Chen felt that something was wrong. The Greenwood region was originally cool, but why did it have a burning sensation now? Xiao Lang, Fat Cat, do you know what happened? Long Chen asked with a frown. What? Something's wrong? Kitten said in surprise. Not far from him, Mo Xiaolang's expression was the same as Long Chen's. Mo Xiaolang was the natural nemesis of fire. To put it bluntly, he could even devour all flames in the world. He could reach the 9th grade king realm because Wu Guanyu had given him many things to devour. Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen had been together for a long time and had been infected with his hooligan nature. He wouldn't reject those things. It seems like there's a fire in front. The Greenwood region is burning. Mo Xiaolang suddenly opened his eyes. It can't be. Long Chen was stunned. Almost all his friends in the ancient cemetery were in the Greenwood region. This place was actually burning. Thinking of this, Long Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately rushed forward with all his might. He didn't want Bylon and the others to slow down because of a burden like him. At full speed, they actually got close very quickly. This time, many of the people in the Greenwood Heavenly City had moved to the Heavenly First Water City. Those who stayed were basically from the Thunder Demon clan. At this time, as Bylon was advancing, after half a day, they actually encountered a man from the Demon clan. At this time, the man's face was full of panic as he hurriedly fled. Clan leader. After the man was stopped by Bylon, his face was full of surprise. However, the panic on his face still didn't disappear. He knelt in front of Bylon and said in panic, that Greenwood Heavenly City, oh no, that big tree under the Greenwood Heavenly City, don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Bylon's eyes were gloomy. It was obvious that he was panicking in his heart, but he forcibly controlled himself. That giant tree's entire body is on fire. Moreover, it seems to have a mind of its own. Countless flaming branches are crazily attacking the surroundings. The eldest princess and the little princess seem to be unable to get down from the Greenwood Heavenly City. Those flames have already spread over. This inconceivable matter made Bylon and the others, including Long Chen, dumbfounded. Giant tree, its entire body is on fire. What's going on? I remember that there are plant-type demonic beasts. Could it be that this giant tree has become a plant-type demonic beast? Long Chen said dumbfoundedly. Kitten in the Great Void Realm gave Long Chen an answer. That's true. In the desolate Imperial Domain, there are hundreds of millions of demonic beast clans. There are countless of them. Among them, there are many demonic beasts, especially plant-type demonic beasts. They can use some ordinary ancient trees to create their own kind, assimilating ordinary trees into plant-type demonic beasts. Don't underestimate the power of plant-type demonic beasts. Many plant-type demonic beasts are even more terrifying than demonic beasts. I remember that among the 6 demonic beast clans, there's a demonic beast clan called the Flaming Red Tree Clan. Presumably, that demonic beast clan placed the flaming red tree fruit into the trunk of the ancient tree. At the crucial moment, Kitten didn't drop the ball and narrated the miraculous process. Those who heard it were only Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Compared to Long Chen, Bylon had almost lost his mind because the only thing he heard was that the eldest princess was still above the Greenwood Heavenly City. Without saying anything, Bylon burst forth with his fastest speed and rushed over. Brother Bai, calm down. Lei Ji knew that Bylon doted on his daughters very much. Now that something like this had happened, he would definitely go crazy. Long Chen couldn't care less. He ran as fast as he could, hoping that he could catch up to Bylon. Big brother, let me do it. Mo Xiaolang in the Great Void Realm transformed into the appearance of the sun-devouring demon wolf. In terms of speed, he was much faster than Long Chen as he was running wildly in the forest. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.